Let me get that going. There we go. Alright, we should be live on the YouTubes. We should be live on Twitch. Playoffs! We got the American playoffs here. I think they're currently interviewing Flats about the matches. So let's hear his insight, huh? Shall we?
See, I mean, it just got announced, right? Like, I think
Let's see what he's got to say.
Announced it like a few minutes ago. So I'd love to know more details about it, but
as a reminder, if you're on YouTube, get those comments going, engage, like, etc.
Players walking in with songs like, you know, AC/DC.
I want to have 1 million viewers by next week.
Yeah, let's get the whole thing going. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. More
High match tonight, 4.
You know, it's
or best of 3s.
People can watch it right away, and even if you're not extremely familiar, and hero shooters can be a bit intimidating to go into, you've got, you know, Spider-Man going against Iron Man, and at the very least, you can kind of, you know, keep track of what's going on there. So definitely be cool. Just excited.
So in the middle of it, I'm gonna have to take a slight break to walk my pups, but we'll see how it goes.
LAN in China, like the lights are about to go crazy. The presentation's gonna be insane. Like it's literally, it checks all the boxes of all my childhood dreams in one, right? And you add that together with gaming and a LAN event. Anyone who's attended a LAN can also tell you that there is no other energy that is rivaled versus being at a LAN for your favorite game. Like it is going to be insane.
I do agree with that. Atmosphere is really great
usually when a
at a LAN
is talking, and it's contagious. Like you can't help but feel that crowd energy from your own home.
Oh, for sure.
League of Legends esports was successful as being able to understand on the screen. What? What? Visibility is really hard for games like this in esport. The reason why League of Legends in esport was so successful is being, isn't it not considered successful? Like it's a complete drain of money? Esports are generally a drain of money, but you want to keep like a nice hub of people connected to your games that are spending money on it, right? It's a marketing ploy. I don't know of very many esports that are like straight up cooking cash.
Against Techie, FlyQuest looked dominant. I don't know what happened. They just flipped a switch. I'm sorry. That's a lock for me.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. Yeah. Lower bracket was their freaking home. I mean, looking at that looks a little bit, but Sentinels and Envy. That's looking a bit closer. Which I know you definitely you know Crimzo and friends. Are you going that way or Envy?
That's a hard one. I watched Envy, or not Envy's. Oh, I watched Envy's, but Sentinels to go into the finals match. And I like Sentinels a lot. I like a lot of their players. I know most of their players, but I was really worried if it was just like, is their ult usage a little sloppy, or is it more that they were just like, we're gonna win this game regardless, so they're just kind of like going for hero plays. I'm really hoping it was more of like they just kind of were confident they were going to win.
Yeah, there is some curiosity around 100 Thieves and Sentinels, kind of like sandbagging last week.
I think they got it. Envy was considered like 2 weeks ago the #1 team. So it's hard to write them off. And
what's up, BrewQuest?
But I really hope that.
Hi, Serpico. Got to work and lurk. I feel that, dude.
Has been cleaned up. So I'm gonna go Sentinels.
Like it.
Okay, I like this because it changes things up, Flats, because Cozy and I actually had our own separate predictions here too, and they looked almost identical. So hearing you say Sentinels, okay, rather fresh air here. Gonna take over the next set too, though, but with 100 Thieves versus Shroud X coming up right after that. What's your thoughts and opinions on that one?
I gotta go 100 Thieves. I mean, 100 Thieves I think was like the #1 team until last week.
Shroud X looks kind of lost if they don't get Punisher.
They won the
Any predictions tonight?
Well.
FlyQuest
So
could be a good match.
So
I'm gonna lean myself slightly to Envy. Probably 100 Thieves, and then probably Team Nemesis would be my predictions.
And Shroud X, honestly, I just gotta say, I'm actually really happy for Shroud X, because when I first started watching last week, I saw people come on, and a lot of people were shit talking them. They were saying they weren't good, they were gonna get 0-4'd, and then they went on to like not lose an entire match for like 4 or 5 games straight. So I'm really happy to see what kind of run that they've been on, but I still gotta give it 100 Thieves. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Great, I love it, I love it. And then we've got our last matchup is Nemesis versus Ego Death. Ego Death, the fun, the dive squad. They were like probably the most surprising team of the tournament to start out there. What's your thoughts on that? The winner of group stage, Group A, the group of Death, or Group B, or Ego?
I want to see Ego Death. I want to see Ego Death do it. I like that team. Their interviews won me over. I gotta
yeah, they did have good interviews.
Even though,
But it feels like it's a 2 to 3 man team with 3 other players.
Ego Death, so I'm gonna go for it.
Love it, dude. Thank you for giving your predictions to us. This is what we had. You were different, obviously, versus we had Envy. You going with the latter. Love that. And then Ego Death. What a spicy pick, man. That's that would be one way to kick off the playoffs here as they're trying to fight for land. Well, listen, man. As we look at
I want to see Wild off meta stuff, but Def will give it a turning. You might, maybe in the best of 5s. I doubt it in the best of 3s. Best of 3s are
what's harder, playing on a big stage like
there's just so much room for error that if you lose one map, it's kind of hard. Gamba up, go spin those dingles. Xerix is running a Gamba chat. Get your predictions in. What's up, Ash?
Playing in, yeah, we gotta be locked in for those tournaments, and I'm getting up there. I feel like I'm getting a little old now. It's hard to keep up with these younger whippersnappers. They're a little quicker on the draw, and I kind of have to just be like, hey, like, how did you guys figure this out? Tell me how you did it. Like, how did you like, we had some insane little strats. Like Gaspin taught me a lot from our time in the tournament, so I appreciated all of them. All of my teammates were awesome. But honestly, I think I enjoy this side a little bit more these days, where the co-streaming, just having a good time with it. It's way less stressful. Although sometimes I regret reading, especially TikTok chat. I see things there that no one should ever see.
The Wild West, that's where, again, whippersnappers is a term I haven't heard in a decade. Thank you for bringing that back. I love it. Listen, one more. Okay, I got another one for you. If you had to lock in one hero for 8 hours straight, who is it? And if you could banish one hero from the roster, who would it be?
I'm banishing Wolverine no matter what. Don't care.
I'm banning Spider-Man.
I knew it.
If I'm locking one hero for 8 hours, I feel like I'd stay the most sane on Strange, but I'd have the most fun on Captain America. So I'm going to lock it in. I'm going Captain America.
I like it.
All right.
Flats gives good hugs? I bet he does. He seems like a nice guy.
There was one team, because the way that you highlight Ego Death, it gave me thought. If there was one
I mentioned in one of my videos, like, I like Flats. I enjoy watching this comment, and some dude, like, dropped 4 paragraphs on my stream about, like, when he's been toxic, and I just, like, I don't care if streamers talk shit on their streams. I don't. I think I'd be a hypocrite if I did. Yeah, Kay. Yeah, alright, Kay. Good talk, thank you. I think that's part of a stream, is like when seeing people are falling apart. It's part of it. As long as they're not like dropping racist slurs, who cares? He seems like a good dude in general.
I just like seeing good matches, and I think that's probably the best potential. And then also I think one of these guys is gonna get really good really soon, because I don't know who's gonna beat Virtus Pro over from the EU side. They just look unbeatable. So they gotta start really getting it together over here.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I mean, that's what LAN's gonna bring, right? We can finally see some of these top squads, and 3 make it from America. I think 2 make it from EMEA. So it'll be interesting to see, the matchups between the 2. I got 2 final, 1 quick answer questions here. First of all,
wait, he's done a final question 3 times.
Season 3 in a couple weeks, but moving past.
One more thing.
One Marvel hero that can come to the game, your choice. You get to pick the flat special. Who is it?
Cyclops, bro. Nightwing.
I had to admit on broadcast that I wasn't super well versed in the universe, and I was trying to figure something out, and I think on the fly I just said Deadpool. I feel like I could cop out and just go with that again, but I think a Thanos season would be pretty funny, so I'm gonna change.
Thanos would be a good Vanguard.
I like it. I like the Thanos, but yeah, you go around collecting all the Infinity Stones while your team's battling it out on the point or something. That could work out. Final question for you. I've heard it on stream. I gotta hear it here. You said Dr. Pepper.
Who is Flats, another streamer? Flats is a hero shooter
Is that a statement from you?
player. He was pretty popular in Overwatch. He's now moving into variety, slowly but surely.
I don't want to drink pepper.
But he dances between Overwatch and Marvel Rivals as like his bread and butter content, and then he's getting into React content as well.
Have spice, and then you get rid of the spice with the drink.
MODOK.
It's just not. I don't like it. I think it's very overrated.
Hey, you had some other hot takes today. That's another one there. With a lot of America, I like to hear, buddy. Listen,
Dr. Pepper is spicy. What the hell, bro? All right, I did like Flats, but now I see why no one likes him. How dare he not like Dr. Pepper?
Hopefully, I can do more of it here in the future.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks so much for having me.
Nothing wrong
Have a good one.
with a good DP here and there. For real.
Alrighty. Alrighty, guys, that was the man, the myth.
How
the legend,
dare
Slash
he.
himself, and telling you, just a fun time to watch him as a fellow content creator. Just been fun to, you know, to see the content he's putting out there, tier list, see the comments. It's
Dr.
always
Pepper
just
is
chaos out
trash.
there, but,
You're all liars.
Vicky, either way, we've got ourselves,
All of you.
he said it, we
Any
got some hot takes,
Dr.
but
Pepper
honestly,
haters
I
are
don't
just
think they could just be based
flawed in their
how
taste
close these
buds.
teams are going to be in their matchups and what we look at.
Blasphemy for the hate against Dr. Pepper. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Dude, I love listening to Flats and like his opinions on things too. Like he's just got that cadence. Don't forget, guys, to show your support to Flats. He's definitely streaming right now. That's why I mentioned the Spider-Man. He was like stalking up behind the rocket for like a solid like.
Might need to go crack one open now. Lizen's gonna like spite drinking Dr. Pepper. Yeah, you don't like this? Well, I do.
Yeah, here we go, guys. Listen, the new pick and ban system was new to a lot of people, but over all of the regions,
Loki banned 383 times. Loki is a problem.
America, I believe, was first place. But Loki first there. Magneto, obviously, a lot of those tanks that we saw early on in this.
What the heck?
Luna, Punisher, and the newest Ultron.
You are making it extremely hard for me to get my 10-page paper done. I'm sorry, bro. I stream a lot. I don't know what to do, man. What do you want me to do?
The cherry on top, in my opinion, too, because I remember when everyone was looking at Ultron, it was a complete write-off.
I've been trying to finish Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and I don't even have time for that.
Yet when you have that power up either with Iron Man or even just standalone in a triple,
It's a hard life out here.
It's shown just how powerful it is. But I think the one pick that surprised both of us the most, Cozy, has to go towards the Torch.
You've been addicted to this? Oh, this whole tournament? Good to hear. I'm glad you like it, man. How is streamer messing with your chat GPT? That's funny.
And combinations in the ults there. But looking at the bans across the game modes, again, this is now for America. You're seeing him.
Okay, so they do have map bans. I'm not fully sure how they're doing maps.
Leading the pack here, and then some to follow that on Convoy. And Wolverine, Vicky, I gotta say.
Oh, this is the maps they're banned on. Okay, domination maps ban out Loki and Emma. Yeah, they don't care. Convoy makes sense. You have more room for Adam Warlock.
Yeah, actually, I feel like you talked to Energy specific.
Wolverine's starting to get more bans for sure.
Situations where the Wolverine comes into play, just looking at what is locked into, just kind of gives you that hint. And Wolverine in itself, if you've played ranked, you understand the type of problem Wolverine is, especially when it comes to game-making opportunities. It literally leans into a win condition if you get that one huge kill.
What's up, Number Cruncher? You're in the Baltimore airport? Fun.
You know, the game is won with picks and bans.
You have to respect a soda that can't decide on a flavor and combine several. Yeah, what is it, 23 flavors are in Dr. Pepper? It's up there.
The inverse of what we saw. We started to see teams also lock in whoever their best player duelist was. We got some duelist bans that we continue to see as well. So it's going to make for an interesting story. Again, different than ladder. These teams are going to be picking for their team and then banning against their team. And so if they ban Wolverine, they can still access it themselves if you are new and coming just for the playoffs here.
I really hope by a LAN they fix this UI. It's so confusing!
They don't want to be called underdogs, all right? They don't call them it to their face. They think they're ready for this matchup, and FlyQuest on one of the biggest victories yet. I mean, just check out the results.
Yeah, FlyQuest has been pretty solid.
Kind of our upset there at the beginning with Ego Death going 0-2.
Techie struggling over there. 0-2, 0-2, 2-0-2-0.
Yeah, and then on the
Dark Zero and Citadel Gaming got eliminated.
X2, hopefully figuring out what they need to do, because they say to everybody, they said it on our interview, don't sleep on us, like you're gonna remember why we have our name out here, but they have to put in the results.
It's pretty easy to sleep on goose eggs. That's all I'm saying.
That you have to deal with now in the playoffs bracket is definitely going to be a testament here.
Yeah, taking out Citadel Gaming, Dark Zero, both really good teams.
This is literally a Canva asset. Oh my god. I've used this. Baloney, what's up, man? Thanks for 83 months. How are you?
You know, maybe they're comfortable in the lower bracket. You know, who knows what we'll have to see here. I know that we've got a lot of favor for them. And again, here is their
FlyQuest has been very clever in the draft.
Just as we've seen in the past, maybe it'll surprise us here on air. But
so I'm wondering if they're going to continue that today.
And my goodness, Spark Chief, some of the best Vanguards in the business. I had the privilege of talking to Energy. He backs up his team all the way, and it was our forecasters kind of duelist of the week. This team has it all.
That's why when I take
What's up,
a look at this
Danny?
lineup
How
here,
was your
what
nap?
I've already seen from FlyQuest, man, they're all so good and they all bring out something completely different, very flexible. And then you look at Techie and you see the comparison between FlyQuest and Techie. This is gonna be basically like the battle of the Psylocks between Energy and Tap specifically. And seeing how that's gonna work into even the ban systems, because obviously if you have these strong Psylocks coming out, you have to imagine what the Emma Frost is gonna incorporate with the team up too.
Yeah, if you guys want to see some of the best
Chat, get your
Psylocke action
gambles
the
in.
world, get your friends that play Psylocke. If you want to learn, it's gonna be Tap.
It's kind of hard to see. Just make sure you're really diligent about it, Xerix. Just remind him over and over. I'll try to help as well. Let me know. New Gambas, get your votes in.
That's the flyer of the team, but don't sleep on the strategists on both sides. Obviously, Cooper putting up insane numbers on FlyQuest, and Ad has been doing insane on the part of Techie. So altogether, a lightning and electric matchup between the two teams. And listen, we've seen a little bit of everything from both of them. We've seen things of triple res to Captain America going crazy on the Vanguard play, and then FlyQuest, they pride themselves in being diverse, and they've definitely showed it.
Bro, when the match starts, you all gotta relax. It's esports, dude. Esports is never on time. Never. I have yet to see a tournament in my... How many years have I been watching esports? Probably since like 2008. So what is that? 18... 17 years of watching esports? I don't think I've ever seen a tournament be on time. All right, chat. Let's mute the commentators. Let's hop in. You ready? Jumping into our first match. I'm going to do it with a webcam. You guys let me know if it's weird or not, all right? Okay? FlyQuest and Techie. Techie's had a rough road. They have been dominated by Shroud X. In fact, I believe the only teams that they have beaten are the teams that were knocked out in their group stage. And then they fell into the loser bracket and then got 2-0'd again by Shroud X. So they've had a rough road. We actually don't know what they can do against high-level players. On the other hand, FlyQuest, the #1 seed out of Group B, we know that they are a team that tries to think intelligently in the draft, right? Wait, who's this caster? Don't talk to me like that. They love to dismantle their opponents and take away their best mechanics, and they don't even care like what comes their way at all. They are always trying to set up their lineup to be as effective as possible. You know, this could be through the case of a Wolverine. They are one of the few teams that started showcasing the power of Hulk and Psylocke together. So they're definitely something that we're going to be probably seeing a lot of today. Not in this match, though, as Psylocke has been banned out already for both teams. Emma Frost, Human Torch ban, Magneto, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this will be a little bit different from Europe or EMEA. You're going to see a lot of Magneto protections. It seems that North America has decided, all right, we don't like Emma Frost. We're going to ban her and let everyone else get Magneto. Whereas in Europe, it's the complete opposite, right? Playoffs? That's right. We are in the playoffs right now. This is for the money. Whoever gets first place here in North America is going to get $70,000, and we are playing through a double bracket elimination. Very similar to what we saw last week in the group stages, but all of that was just for seeding. I don't know who made that decision. I have been pretty verbal that I thought it was a dumb system, but you know what? We are here now. We are officially in playoffs. This is where the money is. So, this should be occurring over the next 4 days, and I will cover as much of it as I can. That is my plan. We'll be heading over to Wakanda, to T'Challa's map, as we'll be setting up for domination. So looking for some good control areas. Loki is a very, very important pickup on this battleground. I didn't see all of the bans here, but if he is through, most teams are probably going to pick them up. Especially on the vertical layer map. My gosh, he gets so much value. So we'll see what our team's going to be locking in fully. I will be able to give you a full breakdown of the compositions as we head in. Do I see a Loki anywhere? No, he was probably banned. Like, he legitimately should be banned. We do get Spark Chief and Energy on Hulk and Wolverine once again, and it's usually Spark Chief mixed with some kind of DPS that Energy pops off on. It's Psylocke, it's Wolverine, etc. The rest of the roster, their job is to stay together as a unit, help control the objectives while they let Spark Chief and Energy go off. FlyQuest seems to really operate well with that. Spark Chief has been such a great Hulk player. In fact, he was my favorite Hulk player until I saw over in EU, Lugia playing. So expect great things from him. Oh, for Techie, they actually have both of the hit point DPSs, which is something that you're going to have to really try and keep an eye on. Immediate engagement here as Wolverine finds a Magneto, and then they launch him into the air based on the rocket jump that they got from rockets. Little energy beacon. I need to figure out the full name for that. Throws him in the air. He's CC'd the entire time while floating, and he's taking damage, which FlyQuest takes full opportunity for, and they put 5 on the objective. Now, they don't quite have full control yet. They do have to get through this entire progress bar. There it is, and they'll start building up. And from here, it's all about protection, right? You want to try and hold the front line. You want to build your ultimates. Energy going for a combo once again. Not quite getting a good throw there. But this is a rinse and repeat thing here for FlyQuest. So let's focus on Techie. What is Techie doing to try and deal with this? One, they have their front line in the only position where Wolverine's gonna be able to do any damage. And then two, they're all grouped up, ready to try and save that target. Oh my gosh, Adios. Drops down his ultimate, but because of the 2 hit scans from Hela and Punisher, he gets deleted instantly. And this is where you're gonna see a lot of firepower coming out. Avery and Punisher are going to be able to cook FlyQuest quite well, especially if they're able to take out that Ultron like we just saw there. Typically, when you have a triple support composition, the moment Ultron goes down, you're going to see a lot of teams starting to really fumble and fall apart. Ultron provides a consistent amount of healing to a team, and that is such an important aspect of staying alive, as long as the Ultron can stay alive. Adios decides, since there is Hela and Punisher on the other side, I'm going to switch out. He went straight into Namor, so he's going to get that Gamma damage from his tentacles, and it's going to help out FlyQuest in that regard. But Techie right now has a full stronghold on the objective. Look at this. Vest steps over, tries to get some damage here, going straight in for Luna Snow. Want to try and get her to use some of her abilities. Now, Luna Snow has an ultimate available when things get scary. Hela goes in the sky the moment she starts taking damage. It's what you're usually going to see. They usually take about 1 hit, and then they pop their Q. Magneto throws it out, but Rune's Awakening will go ahead and clear that. So Loki able to deal with the pressure from Magneto. And FlyQuest is suddenly starting to look like they're struggling. Techie did mention in previous interviews, hey, don't sleep on us, we're a really good team. And so far they haven't really been able to showcase that because they got 4-0'd by Shroud X. But FlyQuest right now is starting to struggle slightly. Energy goes in for a combo, tries to go for Hela. Hela tries to beat him out, does some decent damage, I'm not going to lie to you. Did a lot better than I thought they would, but could not get out of the fight. Problem was, that Hela was so far away from the initial fight, it's going to take a while for there to be any results. Adios goes in the air. Magneto comes in for an ultimate, lands on Cooper. Cooper gets picked off, so Techie now has the healer advantage. And whenever you have the healer advantage, it's go time for the Vanguards. And you're going to see that right here. They're stepping up, providing a couple of attacks, playing around this Wolverine, providing the bubbles, another pick on Zelos. And Techie is close to a full win. Looking over to FlyQuest right now, do have 3 people alive. Hulk is low on HP. Does they have anybody that can touch? Can anyone touch her? They have no one nearby, and Techie is actually going to take round 1 against FlyQuest. Impressive stuff. Kind of shocking, honestly. So we'll go into round number 2. And the thing is, you look over at FlyQuest, they really didn't save that many ultimates. So that was just straight up a beatdown. In fact, they probably were surprised by it. What was really occurring there, and I think we want to lock in a little bit better, is FlyQuest does have the Energy Spark Chief combination that I talked about. And it is one that can be quite threatening. But what Techie is doing is they have some of the highest damage dealers in the game. And they're trying to make sure they pick somebody off on the back line. Whether it be a support in the form of Ultron or even a Cloak and Dagger. What they're trying to do is pick somebody off on the back line, which makes it harder for the engagement of Wolverine and Hulk to work out. I think FlyQuest has identified this. We'll see how it goes. They switch back into the triple healer. They put energy on Namor instead. They don't have Wolverine or Psylocke. They've actually stopped the dive. They're going to play more front-to-back style and see if that can handle what Techie's doing. Let's keep an eye on Techie here. I'm talking a lot about FlyQuest. Automatic setup here on the top right corner. You have Blur trying to control that type high ground with the help of Hela, right? Hela's over here on the side, keeping an eye on wherever the Hulk may be. In fact, she's currently hidden right now. There's no point in revealing herself. And then she comes out the moment that the objective starts to pop up, and then she wants to start ticking. Good damage so far. Trying to keep Adios nice and low. Blur leading the charge for Techie and crew. Shield pops out. There's a whale. The whale hits 3 on the back line. Energy just charges forward, and oh my gosh, Techie gets wiped by a whale. A singular whale connects. Adios comes in with their ultimate as well. And this will be the objective going over to FlyQuest once again. Now, that did occur last map. And Techie was able to wrestle it away from them and keep the entire control, right? So I want to see what FlyQuest is doing here to change this up. Their comp is already different, right? There's no way for a Wolverine to get into a bad engage. There's no Psylocke trying to go for the flank. It's more front to back, but that does require that you hold the angles a bit better. Kind of assessing what Blur's doing right now. Kind of just running in. He got Luna Snow to pop the ultimate. So Cooper's ultimate is down, and Techie really didn't commit anything. So that's a very valuable trade. Zelos is the next healer for FlyQuest. Already has their ultimate up and good to go. Magneto goes up for an ultimate. Shield comes out. Goes for a big bonk on the back line. Not going to be able to really follow it up too well. Taz goes in the air, and that's when Zelos decides, I'm going to go ahead and pop out the Cloak and Dagger. Big ball goes down, and we'll clear out the Lunar Awakening here. Oh, but this is where it's going to really hurt. Do they have the health here? Whale comes out and lands straight on top of the Punisher. Does decent damage, and Avery is going to be picked. And there goes Tap as well. Both DPSs are now down for Techie. So it looks like the adjustment here for FlyQuest was like, all right, let's put energy on our DPS and kite backwards and make sure he's not in a weird spot. And it's working. It's working flawlessly right now. FlyQuest is up 65% to the 0% of Techie. Techie respawning, now getting their own Hulk. They've gotten off the Captain America. I like what Tap's trying to do and get this high ground.
The area's almost yours.
But time is starting to really tick against him here. Wow. Sees 2 or 3 people running towards him, flies away immediately. Vest is left alone to control this front line, and after a couple of cooldown exchanges, he can't really do too much. Has to wait for his clones to come back and then he can check back up. There it is. Hulk goes forward, and what Hulk is trying to do is trying to get one of the supports to look at him. So they have to waste their abilities to get on the objective. Look at Luna Snow right now. She's wasted 5-6 seconds of her ultimate just to get here. And now FlyQuest can kind of pull away. Wait for her to have her ult expire, and then answer back, because Cooper has his own ultimate. There it is. Magneto looking for a pop. Goes for Cloak and Dagger, but doesn't really get the direct hit he was looking for or the damage he needed. FlyQuest begins to dance around. Cooper. Healing has finally collided and ended here. Zelos is the next big ultimate for FlyQuest. Ella goes up, trying to get the healers. If they can get Zelos here, I can see Techie taking this. But Zelos is just waiting, trying to build up that ult. 95%. Here comes a whale. It connects. Decent damage. Cooper low on HP, but I think he survived there. He actually got the health back as well. And now when the Punisher ult finishes up, Zelos should pop his ult. There it is. And now FlyQuest tries to fight back. Avery in there, though, with a shotgun. Look at this. The damage is just so high coming in from the Punisher. Zealous goes down to half HP, and the Cloak and Dagger ultimate has finally expired. And Energy actually finds himself in the gravestone. And as he gets picked off, Techie chasing him down. And there we go. They have managed to make FlyQuest back away and start to build on the ultimate. 29% to 99. Now, what I want to see here is, Techie, I want you to get up on this high ground. There we go. And I want you to slow down this push coming in. There it is. Avery jumping it down, trying to make sure he has no headshots coming his way. Right? Namor is constantly throwing tridents, and those headshots can be very beneficial for the team, so he wants to make sure it's not occurring. Hulk on the back line trying to create different space. Need to kill those tentacles immediately, and they do. FlyQuest begins to push in. Vest is an ultimate, and so does Cooper. Whale goes out, connects in the back line, only hits one target, I believe it was a Loki clone, so not really the best whale. And Energy actually gets taken out. Techie has realized, dodge the whale, clean up Energy, and then we're good to go. Blur running it down here on Doctor Strange at full HP, and even pushes all of FlyQuest back into their base once again. Techie has done it once more. They have won 2 fights in a row. And suddenly, we got a game on our hands. Looking over to FlyQuest, do they intend to switch up their characters at all? Sparksheet continues to stay on the Hulk, it looks like. 83% and counting. Team moving forward. Energy is on Sparksheet. They're going to throw in the Wolverine for the overtime. Bouncing around. Needs to throw him in around like 93, 94%. There he goes. He runs the back line, goes for a Magneto. Shield comes out. There's a combo on Doctor Strange. Tries to get him low on HP. Magneto goes in for a big ultimate as well. Blur, floating for the moment, has his Eye of Agamotto once FlyQuest wants to contest, and we are fully in overtime now. Energy, low on HP. He's getting the heals left and right, but man, it's been so darn close. Hela comes up, and these are massive balls of damage connecting here. Magneto comes in for an ultimate as well, but misses out on Cooper. Eye of Agamotto now connects, landing straight on top of Adios, but the shield is going to be there. But it is not enough. The damage too darn high. And Techie made a statement in their interviews. Hey guys, don't sleep on us. And they were able to come out here and do well in the second portion of this overtime and wound up taking FlyQuest, who was the #1 seed in today's playoffs. Techie up 1-0. My God. Wow. Wow. All right, let's see what the commentators have to say. Just blasting him down, I think it really comes down to the Punisher. The Punisher is just insane damage output. It really is.
How is this happening? History repeating itself just in different
I like
forms
Ultron, but
against
playing him
the
into Hella
opposing
Punisher will be tough. Yeah, I agree.
three.
I
It
agree.
makes it a lot
And I
easier
think they'll
to
probably
save
agree with you
the
too.
series here without a complete reversal situation as we take a look at the stats.
The protection on the Punisher really set up Techie well here.
Maybe it's true. Avery just going off. He emptied the clips and the scoreboard. I mean,
Now that I think about it, have we seen Punisher being played by FlyQuest? I feel like they've had to, right? What's up, CB? Techie looked really solid. Yeah, they did. They did. It is only one game.
Your Vez here, you try to get the meteor multiple times on that low.
And FlyQuest did spore a triple support composition with the occasional change of Namor. You cave and bought the BL3 DLC on sale. I hope you enjoy it. I know you like that game a lot.
Initially for that first fight, we saw FlyQuest get to what, like 80% or so. At that point, 90 plus, and then that complete reversal from Techie. Brute waiting out to see if we were going to see Bez's Magneto shield. Once that was used up already, then they were able to retaliate, utilize their own meteor, and it was just all a game of cat and mouse for them.
Yeah, Ultron was
retaliate
just
on base of reaction.
easy pickings for Techie.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just felt like, you know, all FlyQuest was yelling at the same time, like, I got it, and then no one, you know, no one getting in, they all get eliminated. It just felt like
They really wanted Ultron because Hulk wants to have that constant healing coming in, right? Which is going to help him. Was I banned? Yes, I was banned. I was the first ban for Techie. That'll do it. That will do it. This is a different region from earlier? Yes. This morning with EMEA, this is America.
Loki too, because the Loki really did provide that extra support. We saw the copy into the fate of both worlds, and we saw the potential to stall and kind of make the Namor.
Could have been a different game if Namor's ult would have connected better. That's the thing though, is he didn't have like really a major setup for it, right? They were running Hulk, and they needed like an Eye of Agamotto, or they also needed like a Groot for the combination, right? I pulled a trick and I scammed the entire chat. Oh my God, Xerix. Oh my God, Xerix. Oh my God, I can't believe you.
Now they're here and they're not vets, but they've been here, done that. And guys,
how dare thee?
80% didn't. Flats called a lot of upsets, but this was not one of them. Don't go anywhere. We have potential.
Rigged. My 400 dingles. Exile's like, I'm rich as hell, bro. I demand Xerx's paycheck. Put it in the email. Something to know, it's interesting. EMEA is a 3-minute break. America was a 5-minute break, but they brought it down to 4 minutes. Who is deciding these break times, bro? And why are there such a disparity? You know what I think it should be? I think it should be a 4-minute break, but 2 minutes is on camera, and the other 2 minutes are on camera, and then we just go into game 2. Let the casters fill time. That's what we're there to do, bro. Interact with chat. How many cool guy jackets does Cozy have? Cozy does have a good wardrobe. I will say that. I have never cared at all about my wardrobe. I wore suits because it was professional, but that guy seems to live that. I can definitely appreciate that. For sure. Americans just have to work more. It's the way they want us programmed. Is that what it is? I go into exile for my sins? No, you can't go into exile. You were just getting the gambles going. The people are excited. Chat, if everyone gives a wall of hearts to Xerix and say, it's okay, bro, we all make mistakes, maybe he'll do another gamble. Maybe. No. No, I will not. I will not. Pass. Do we not have a gamble emote? I thought we had that already. Alright, gamble mode is now enabled. I'm sorry, YouTube. I don't have very many emotes there. I have to make my YouTube more popular before I can start messing with the chat. I think I have very limited things. If you can become a member, you get some of my emotes, but I don't know how to get, like, fun emotes over there yet. One day I'll get it there, I promise. Burr, 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 burr. You know what did the best out of all my streams last week, chat? On YouTube? Deadlock. Of all of them. I was surprised. Sentinel Envy's second game? Yeah, we have 4 games today that are best of 3s. Sweet last to play. Do 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 do. Your DBZ the mobile thumbnails are fire. Thank you. I thought I put good work into them. Mecha Break launches next week. Does it, Effie? Ooh, shoot. Shoot. Bro, chat, I'm so sorry about scamming SDSs. I am just so busy. I'm going to get to them again. We literally did an entire subathon where I played SDSs and I knocked out like 20 of them. And then you guys are like so supportive and helpful that I have like 20 more built up. It's why it's okay. I'm used to it. Yeah, Ash and BG Papa have the most SDSs and I just haven't gotten to them yet. I feel so bad. Exile's got like 4, and then I have a few like SDS giveaways. I'm working on it, man. So many games. I know. Here's how you know there's so many games. Literally, Death Stranding 2 just came out, and I've heard nobody talking about it except for like the Hideo Kojima fans, because we have so many games to play. We are so blessed this year. What does SDS stand for? Sugar Daddy Sunday. I think Deacon's, one of our original mods, said it. It's been years since an Xpix SDS. He ignores all of mine. I literally have Xpix on the Excel sheet, and every time I mention it, he somehow mysteriously disappears from chat. It's like mentioning a weeb game. He's just gone. I'm ready for it, Xpix. Give it to me. If you do have an SDS that you don't know what to pick, Auction Not Included just dropped a new DLC that I do want to try, by the way, chat. Basically the idea is that a giant asteroid is coming to kill your entire base, and you have to prepare defenses for it, which I think is so cool.
Seeing as a duelist difference between Avery and Tap, which is I think really important to highlight that when we last saw Tap basically flex through these different heroes, we saw Tap on the Punisher at one point. We highlighted Avery as this flyer duelist, yet here we are with Avery popping off with like more than double the amount of damage than the other opposing team. Looking at FlyQuest, literally.
I feel like that was just like
map number 2, just
a perfect comp diff.
That was crazy. Like, I think it just highlights the
like,
flexibility.
that's what Hella and Punisher does. It stops flyer compositions, and FlyQuest stuck with the Ultron comp. Reading is frowned upon for SVSs? Yes. If I have to read a lot, I don't want to do it. Reading for 2 hours straight is not fun to me. On stream, that is. In my own personal time, hell yeah, bruh.
You can earn yourself a magic skin for Rivals with Twitch drops exclusive to the Ignite tournament.
I'm expecting a 1-1 after just. It could have been Game of the Year. It could have been. What was the last book you read, streamer? The last book I read was Drunk on All Your Strange New Worlds.
So just by watching the tournament, it just takes roughly like 6 hours or so to collect every item, including this new skin, and you have all the way up until July 16th.
No, Xerix. This was the last book that I read, chat. Drunk on All Your Strange New Worlds. The idea behind the book is that aliens have come to the world. We're in the future. We're working symbiotic with aliens, and we can't really speak to them because they don't have mouths. But we do have a way for people to be translators that will respond to them with telekinesis. But the problem is whenever they're having these segments of translating, the euphoria of the aliens talking through their brains makes them feel drunk. Like, if they do it for a long period of time, they get really intoxicated and they need, like, rest and sleep. One of these translators was helping out one of the aliens who likes to put on plays, because they love doing plays. I think the theater is really cool. And the plays were going on, they did like 2 or 3 of them, and they wound up fainting because they were translating for too long. They woke up, and their alien was dead. He had been shot, and they were sleeping in the house when it happened. And so they need to figure out who exactly killed the alien and why. Pretty interesting. Pretty good book. All right, let's mute them. Casting time, chat. It was an interesting book, and it goes down like conspiracies and all this weird stuff with the government. I was not ready for that ride. There's probably some plot holes here and there, but it's fun overall. What is this music? What is happening? Anyone else? Audio issue? Emote only chat. Hello? What is this? How are we gonna cast this, bro? Am I speeding it up? No. It's mode only. Hang on, let me ping. Let me ping. Is co-stream link having audio issues? Please and thank you. Please and thank you. This isn't my fault, right, chat? You hear that? Is it on the mainstream?
Compared to the fact that you
mainstream
have
is
to deal with the
fine.
Hela and the Punisher and
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone on that? Okay, I'm getting confirmed. I'm getting confirmed in the chat that it's broken. Well, we're gonna do a no audio cast for a second, and hopefully it gets fixed. Because I don't like that at all. They're gatekeeping your casting. I know. I know, dude. Are we gonna have a Trick Read stream? The only stream that I have read and did an okay job at was Doki Doki Literature Club, and that took a lot of energy. Okay, looking into the drafts really quickly. FlyQuest, I want to see what their adaptations are. Their adaptation is Punisher. Punisher was definitely going to be the issue. He's the highest damage dealer in the game. His ultimate is fucking stupid. I'll drop the F word. I'll say it. Unstoppable, insane damage. If you hit headshots, you get missiles as well that randomly hit teammates, right? And if you compare that with a Cloak and Dagger, you can get a Dark Curtain down and just literally delete anything in the game. Which I think is needed for the game, for the record, because Luna Snow and whatnot are way too strong. But I can see why Punisher is now being banned by FlyQuest. So Techie XD nailed that. Will not be able to play it again. Let's see here. Oh, do we have the YouTube stream? Thank you, Effie.
lean into a pretty strong
No.
Magneto too.
No, this doesn't help me at all. No, I need a clean feed. Clean feed. No, that's not what I needed, Effie. That's not what I need. I need a clean feed. The clean feed is a feed that is read separately. Sorry, no, you're good, you're good. So the clean feed is for us hobo casters that are sitting in our like room on the floor and our little cardboard boxes plugged into the McDonald's Wi-Fi internet. It's a clean feed given to us without the other casters, so we can cast over it, so we can show our skills. So maybe one day Daddy Marvel Rivals will hire us. But it is the poverty stream where no one's paying attention to it, and they just kind of just push it live, and sometimes things happen, and you hope it gets fixed occasionally. Which is currently not happening. Let me try and ping pong. Side stream is not going well. Very choppy audio. Please help us. Please help us. I could try to cast over the other casters for the audio, but I don't know if it's gonna go well, chat. We'll try it. We'll try it. So our compositions are slightly different right now. We have Avery on Storm, so now we're back to the flying meta that he's known about, right? You got Loki as well, which is going to be able to do the Luna Snow ult. I wish we got double Storm ults. I think double Storm ults are completely slept on. FlyQuest, by the way, continue to struggle. I think Techie literally sat down and grinded, because FlyQuest, after the performance last week, was one of my favorite teams to do well today. In fact, if I were to bet money on them, I would have bet FlyQuest to win today. I would have. Did you find Clean Feet on YouTube? Did you? You fucking linked my stream. Effie, quit trolling me. I'm trying to do work here. What is your problem right now? Relax your shit. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to put on a show. Aside from giving me the take me on YouTube video, what are you doing to help right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? All right, anyways, back to the match. Avery and crew moving in for their ultimates right now. Should be an immediate trigger here for Storm. Here it is as they come down. They're going to try and drop on top of Cooper. But Cooper is going to be able to out-heal it thanks to the Sue Storm ultimate. Zealous does get picked off, though, in the background here. While Techie XD was continuing to push back afterwards. Techie finally trying to move forward and get Cooper. There we go. So with the healers being down, this should be a pretty substantial amount of time for Techie to move forward. There it is. Now, I don't know if FlyQuest has used Strange's portal yet. I'm looking at the silhouettes. I think they have, because they're all running across. So they might be able to get one more delay here. It's going to be really close. They're going to come in from the top side. Cloak and Dagger drops in. There it goes. Okay, Cloak and Dagger ultimate used to delay. Agamotto drops down for Blur. I think he landed on one target in particular. Captain America will try to push him away from the area. Blur is forced to pull back. FlyQuest actually setting up pretty well here and hasn't lost anybody in the exchange. They do have two ultimates, and Techie has no answer. Energy, if they find a spot, can go for a Dance of the Butterflies, and he does. He starts dancing in here. Finds a hit on Doctor Strange, and that should buy them a little bit of time. And to be quite frank, Techie's time is getting kind of limited. They're at 90 seconds at the moment right now. And they have no ultimates. They will have a Loki one relatively soon, so they can use that to try and get up on top of the point. Looking over to FlyQuest, will they have their answers in time for Storm? They should. Invisible Woman, Cooper, will have his ultimate, and that does answer back pretty well. Spark Chief moving in. They're trying to force a fight before any ultimates get done. Nice. They took out Storm. Storm is the enabler here for Techie. So Cooper realizing, okay, we took out Storm, went ahead and popped their ultimate. They're going to try and find some more kills. And the thing is, Loki actually answered back with his own ultimate. So Loki using an ultimate for a little bit of movement. But this is where it could start to pay off. Tap comes in, finds a pick, gets on Zealous. Will they have time to do one more? Spark Chief has moved over to the Venom, so he can reinforce quickly. Avery pops the ultimate, going straight for the back line. Really showed him the forecast there. That was... I get the reason for it. He was just trying to wipe and make sure no one came to harass because they really need to get the objective. But it feels bad, you know? It does feel bad. It does. It does. Techie kind of leaning forward here, man. Isn't it crazy how in esports, just any given Sunday,
right now, Zealous is going to have to nail this. Cooper getting close to that invisible boundary as well. We need to see FlyQuest stagger these strategies a bit more.
FlyQuest stabilizes. They got a couple ultimates available to them. The Venom was a great change-up. Because Venom is kind of self-dependent, and then he can come back to 3 healers and get topped off and go back in again every 8 seconds. His swing is so nice. I have Agamotto on top. Great shield coming out from Vest. That shield was so good. He just saved 3 teammates from dying. And then he Agamotto's afterwards. Goes in, tries for a pick. Venom with the nom-nom. That's 3 down. And I believe they got through the Wolfie's ult. Yes, they got through Luna Snow's ult. Great coordination there. Do remember when you're playing Venom, whenever you go for your ultimate, you'll do 50% of their damage organically by itself. But if you right-click it, go for an ultimate, and then left-click melee right at the end, you can actually pop them for maximum damage and go for a kill. And with the assistance from his teammates, they were able to pop Woofles. Wonderfully done. FlyQuest, now down to 2 ultimates, but Techie down to 2 as well. Tap probably trying to look for a flank here. Hopping on top of Venom to try and help deal with him.
Safety as Sparky tries to help and peel.
Tap going in. He has that ultimate. He's just trying to find somebody he can get. Zealous in the back line. Very EU of her. Venom came in for the dive too to help out. Loki does provide the heals. Ooh, there it is. Dance of Butterflies finds 3 kills. Oh! Hang on though, but Energy's trying to find his own. He's trying to find his own. Can he get the Magneto? He does get the Magneto. Okay, so that's pretty nice. 1-for-1 trade. FlyQuest should be able to do one more defense here. They can lean forward with an Ultron ult. Yeah, where's Blur? Blur could actually just move in and just CC him. Portal coming out from Vest. They jump in. Hulk trying to help out. Body blocking where he can. Tap will have to go ahead and start rebuilding up another ultimate, so they play on the side here. Careful, Audios. Okay, he's fine. 16 seconds and counting. Techie is down 1 member, but Hulk, he can come back pretty quickly. I have Agamotto. That's a 3-hit. That's a 3-hit. This should be a stoppage completely here. I don't see a world where Techie wins this. See Storm ult coming out. Hulk gonna try and delay, but he gets pushed away. He transforms at the last second, trying to bully his way in with his big old muscles, but it's just not enough. And actually, when he goes into his Bruce Banner animation, he actually isn't on the world. And so therefore, he didn't contest for overtime. All right. So FlyQuest holds them pretty well on probably 1 3/4 of an objective. Let's see if Techie can do the same. Let's check the other stream real quick. Is it working? Nope. It's like an alien speaking to us. Please help us.
I'm also really impressed to see the way that Techie has tried to isolate Energy. When you get to figure out and pinpoint the biggest issue that is going
Ba-dum-ba-bum-ba-dum. Did you guys see the Street Fighter 6 costumes? They're so goony. I'll show it to you real quick, chat. Close your eyes if you're not an adult. Look at this. Isn't that insane? They're just so naked. Look at Cammy, dude. I don't think she could be more naked than the skin she currently has. Wild. Wild, bro. Okay. We are going back to the Wolverine Hulk combination. I do think it's a little bit better on maps that aren't Domination. Domination, you kind of need your pick or you kind of get ran over. Let's go. I mean, disgusting. They're cool and I don't really mind them. I just, you know, it's not really one that I want to buy, I think. Maybe Chun-Li. I think the Chun-Li looks really cool. Flying over. They actually took the angle there to try and find a flyer. Great combination. So that's a pick on Hulk, and he switches straight to Psylocke afterwards. Nice. It's such a strong combination. You put Rocket out, you get the jump pad, you have Wolverine go for, you go for a pick, and you come back and you have 30% on your energy bar, and you're fighting with the composition that you want to have. Triple healer once again for FlyQuest. Energy is just raining hell upon them. Look at this. He's just standing in the corner, dude. Headshot after headshot. Finds a pick, jumps down finally, finds a third one. Oh my gosh, Energy. He took that loss last game personally. Oh my god. Wow.
That man and this team, they just play great when they're down, and we've seen this before. We're seeing it again. Every cut intentional, every dash personal. Love to see it.
Well, so far they have 5 minutes to get as far as Techie did. It's good to see FlyQuest lock it in again.
We're going to be able to control this space, but it's just what FlyQuest is expected to do here in this corner.
Yeah, and just looking at the ults too. I mean, right
All right, Techie needs to get around the corner here.
FlyQuest with the momentum that they have there, they've got
Someone needs to take the high ground away.
ults ready. They can get a
There you
huge
go.
promoter here to really make things
You don't want a Hulk sitting above you, bro.
trying his best.
Or below you. Or on you. Maybe on you if you're into that kind of thing. I like muscles.
Goes up and does
Adios, giving heal into Psylocke. Psylocke's gonna go for a large flank around the corner there. Energy doing energy things right there. Good heals. Tentacles connecting. And on the backside, Tap is able to go for an ultimate, but the Sue Storm ult is going to cancel that completely. Avery just charging forward. I love that teams are adapting now. And whenever a Psylocke ult comes, instead of just sitting in it and trying to heal it, they all run forward together. Because Psylocke is stuck in the animation for her entire dance, right? So they run forward and try to find a pick instead. It doesn't work out here, but I like that idea, you know?
just forced to back up, rejoin his team and reset.
Vest is pulling back. 2 ultimates available. 1 for Vest, 1 for Energy. This combination could be quite deadly. Only problem is healers are kind of missing their pushing mechanics right now, but they can fill those up pretty quickly. Like Spark Chief can just dive in on Venom and they can just provide the heals, get to 100%. Easy peasy. Healer ults go so fast.
But this time that'll make the series tied if he can pull it off. Avery though getting some nice farm of poke damage with those Tritons, going right for the head, trying to get some poke damage.
Oh, Avery just got picked off. FlyQuest got a pull. Cooper was able to suck him in. Vest currently locked down. Still has his ultimate. Is he gonna go for it? He's pushing forward. Is he jumping in the air? Venom goes in. Here it is. Ult comes in. They go straight for a Loki. They got the real one. No healers available for Techie, but they have to hold here. Energy comes forward, dances the butterflies, clearing out whoever they can. They're trying to get inside this so they can block them from coming out on the portal. Taps to try to do something, but it's just obsolete, right? Right now, they need all their members to come through this portal. Can they do it? Looks like they might be able to. And Loki again with those heals. Vest countering. Spark Chief about to get an ultimate, just trying to plug himself into this choke. I have Agamotto on the back line coming in from Avery. Does slow them down, but Venom with the big nom. That's 3 down right away. Tap and Wolfels are all that left. I think Wolfels just spawned too. That should be the score. And there it is. FlyQuest tying it up 1-1, baby. 1-1.
That was a 6-man mic drop. Great job from FlyQuest to get the ship straight. And last time, Ego Death knocked both games out into the lower bracket. This time, they've got something to say.
Hey mods, anyone in here able to ping someone? The audio is choppy on the code stream. And we can't cast. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Somebody will help us, right? Surely somebody will respond to me. 100%. Let me see if they responded.
I think especially really kind of rose up there doing a better part on this map.
And I'm not surprised too, because I feel like when you see FlyQuest go Gigas Drill, like this is a really strong map for FlyQuest. They've won it against Lars when they were down that one map as well. They won it against Java's Bums, and this was also the map that started that momentum here for FlyQuest versus Envy before Envy had taken that one.
It looks like the people that are in charge of that stream are asleep.
And then FlyQuest then took it over
So,
Envy in that last game of Krakoa.
hell yeah, dude.
They're playing to their
Welcome to my
strengths,
life.
including adding that onto the maps.
This has been my experience with Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Kind of techy swap places in terms of usage and lineups.
One day I'll be noticed by Senpai. One day.
On domination, and that time it just felt like these ults were kind of.
How was casting over the other casters? Was it awful, chat? Or was it manageable? I need the sound cues to cast. Or I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I play the game, so I kind of like need to hear things, or I can't cast. I'll be completely off base. This game is so audio based. No worries at all? Okay, good. Good to hear. Worked fine for us? Alright, cool. Cool. I don't know if it sounded like a bunch of like muttering in your ears.
Yeah, that's actually
Couldn't hear them? Okay. But I'm not the best judge.
From both teams. Obviously, you know, Luna Loki, that's the favor in terms of the meta picks. But man, the damage spread between the 3 of them and healing all of them 23k, 15k, 31k healing. That is a lot to go up again. So I think they did the perfect job. Cooper-tastic once again taking that MVP, man, just collecting them.
That's commitment? What's happening on this stream?
Absolutely insane there with Sue. So looking towards.
Does he have a tissue in his nose?
Techie gets to pick
Like, he's got a bloody nose going on? Is that what's happening? That's funny.
The pick bands, they went fine. Obviously, Avery and what
Unlucky.
Punisher surprised, you know, FlyQuest, and they took care of that. I think we're going to see the same, at least, pick ban list there from FlyQuest.
The weirdest thing I've done while casting is we were in Kiev, and it was fucking hot, chat. It was so hot. It was like, I think 104 degrees, and internally it was like 111, and they like trying to bring outside ACs. The thing about Europe is they don't care about air conditioning. Because they only get like hot sprees like one or twice a month, or once or twice a summer or some shit. And they just don't care. 104 is hot? For me, it's hot. When you're in a full suit casting, it's hot, bro. So I'm sweating out of my mind, and I was like, listen, just give me a bag of ice, please. And they were like, seriously? I was like, no, seriously. And I took the bag of ice and I put it in my underwear, in between my thighs, and I casted like that to cool myself off. It is what it is. Just had a bag of ice sitting between my thighs. Not a fan of it at all, dude. We were just pouring sweat. Me and Dread, dude. I just looked at Dread and he was just full red, dude. We get extreme weather warnings at 90 here. Yeah. Gotta keep the boys cool. Yeah. I was like, I need my core cold. For real. It was just like a bag of water when I was done. Honestly, that is hot. I hate weather above 85. I think like 85 to 95 is like manageable, right? Like right now my room is 83 degrees. Right now it's 83 degrees. And I'm like, this is fine. I'm okay with this. Like once it gets around like 88, 90, I'm like, all right, one, I'm worried about my computer. And then two, I'm like, this is too much. I need more water. Oklahoma summer's in 100. That's insanely hot in America. Yeah, it is. For indoors. Well, I'm in a room where I have a computer room, right? So like I have the heat from the computer room, I have my natural heat, and this room just like insulates heat really well. It's the AC doesn't stretch here compared to the rest of the house, and I just haven't cared enough to get it fixed. So I have like a little unit back here, and I can throw like ice in it, and we'll cool down the room. But I generally don't mind being warm, you know? Orthopedic surgeons often have a water cooling suit underneath their scrubs to keep them cool during surgeries due to the duration and physical nature of driving the rods, etc. Oh, I believe it. I believe it, yeah. Africa at 130 degrees in full military gear was miserable. I believe it, dude. I believe it. Get your gambles in? Zarek's gambling, bro. He gambling every round. Let's go. You can close on some registers to force more into the other room. Yeah. It's not a massive deal for me. Like, I have my solutions. We chillin'. I'm vibing. But that's why, like, I'm wearing, like, a muscle shirt usually or something like that, because I just need full airflow in this room. But today's not too bad. We're wearing a t-shirt. Like a hooligan. I'm waiting for Xerix to apologize for the statement before I participate again. You and Xerix, bro. You both got an online friendship. If I was unaware of you two, I would assume you hated each other. With how much shit you give each other. Oh yeah, there was the other skins too. Hang on, let me show them to you. I think I only showed you guys 4 skins. This skin I thought was pretty good, actually. This Aki skin? No. That is a butt crack. The Aki skin looks pretty cool, actually. I think that's really unique and very different for who she is, right? Jamie looks pretty cool too. Look at Jamie here. Is Street Fighter known for going full Gooner sometimes on their skins? Or is that just like the world we live in now? I feel like Stellar Blade came out and everyone was like, oh, we kind of like sexy people again. And we got Gooner skins everywhere now. Chun-Li, that's all you need to say. The Chun-Li skin does look pretty cool. Straight up. I think the Cammy one just like is whatever to me. Luke one's kind of whatever, although he kind of looks like less douchebaggy for once. But I think the Chun-Li and the Manon and the Aki skins are pretty cool. They're coming out in August with Sagat. Sagat.
The board there, and we go into match 3, Vicky. Both teams show what they got. Which one is going to bring it all to match 3?
LOL? This guy just yelled Homelander hi. Oh no. I can't unsee it now. Oh no. What?
What happened in the group stages, but this also means that we will be moving on to convergence for map number 3.
Yeah,
Wow.
look at that. Now, listen,
Bro.
a lot of what we're going to expect into the match. With the pick and ban phase,
That's crazy.
Again, will they change things up?
That's
Becky,
funny.
Obviously, you know, looking to get things a little bit better. For the last match. They played great. The stats are there.
He needs to wear the outfit.
Again, as we point out, the ultimate tightness has got to get a little bit better for honestly both teams. But in that last one with Techie, what is the big standout thing for each team to win? Who's got to play their A game?
I feel like for me, it's got to be the way that we saw the Fate of Both Worlds utilized for a lot of these 2 end fights that I noticed for Wolfle specifically on that.
Let's get fixed.
I do feel like as well their game plan for Techie has been to focus down on
Fixed? Maybe? 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 Let's find out. Come on. Did they just mute it?
Oh, wow. Thank you for the bits.
No way, they just muted it instead of fixing it?
Ash, I am deeply sorry for the pain, suffering, and monetary
Oh,
loss
I
I've
didn't fix
inflicted
it!
upon you. The 400 dingles you lost because of my accidental resolution of the Gamba will never be recoverable and will be remembered forever in this stream. I will do my best to improve your life going forward, especially once you consider the brain damage you have from playing Hearts. Smile.
Good apologies, Eric's. Everything is now resolved. Okay, into the match here, guys. Let's full screen this. Let's do it. Let's get in there. FlyQuest and Techie XD. Bit of a odd start. We did not expect Techie XD to come out here and spank FlyQuest as much as they did in game number 1, but they certainly did. FlyQuest answered back in spades, though, in game number 2. And now we're heading into Central Park Convergence, which of course is a combination of your domination maps and your convoys. In terms of bans and drafts, Punisher seems to be the main focus here for FlyQuest. They realized how strong it was for Techie, and I do believe that will be a theme of today. There will be a lot of Punisher bans. He has quickly become the strongest DPS, it feels like, in these setups for a lot of players. Just being able to pop your ultimate and not having to like put too many resources in him to keep him alive aside from healing feels great, right? FlyQuest goes a normal route for banning, looks like all the way down, even getting rid of Luna Snow, and that was a main issue that we saw last game. They also took out Loki as well. Looking over to Techie XD, they will not be able to play Captain America, Torch, Punisher, or Emma Frost. Okay, so FlyQuest is going to be missing out on some of the big heavy hitters for healers, and that seems okay. Still like them 3 healers? Yeah, it does seem like Ultron being available is going to always allow FlyQuest to keep running those super healers, right? Ultron's just really good at enabling that, and it's kind of weird because, like, in a sense, he's not really a healer. Like, he just throws down a drone and kind of gets inflated numbers. He's mainly like a flying damage dealer that has healing capabilities, right? Which is why I think they want us to say strategists instead of healers. 65% of people believe FlyQuest is going to be getting the win today, and I do believe that is a fair assessment from what we've seen in the past. That has a name, by the way. It's like a demon squirrel or something that Dracula created. I'm sure someone knows the answer in chat. This map can be a little bit on the weird side. Sometimes you gotta get stuck in the choke, but I've been seeing a lot of teams just trying to just push through. Like, they grab their healers, they utility dump right here on the choke, and they push through, and then they try to grab the high ground instead. FlyQuest will be on defense. And one of the things you can do here, too, is you can break down all these bridges. They're all destructible debris, so you can make sure that you're in a good spot to get your poke on. Energy's trying to play this high ground here on the left side, and he has a health pack near him, too, so he can kind of do that. He can also dash through and get into this main point of contention. And you see where all the blue guys are going right now? There's healing back there as well. Yeah, you see that? Techie just pushing in. That's what you do. You just push in, and you force the opposing team to back up into chokes. This choke is like the right place to go for FlyQuest because there's a healing pack back there, and they can also swing around the back right. There's also another position in the top left of the map that you want to try and grab and control, but if they just flood you in, the best option is to retreat backwards and try to come out in different holes. And Techie easily takes that first point. Another full Wolverine engage on Cooper. Wolverine continues to be a mainstay for a lot of teams. It's almost, I don't want to say unfair how good Wolverine is, but it feels like that sometimes. You do need people to enable him, and I would argue that in ranked you probably won't get these same results if you just run it down on people. But man, if you pick your and choose your engagements, Wolverine can be such a mainstay, right? I do like the adjustment from FlyQuest. They showed this last week as well, and it's becoming more and more common. The moment that you run into a Wolverine, bring out the thing. Get your damage reduction down, you're able to save your teammates that he does dive onto, and he can't move you. He's like the perfect Vanguard tank for him. Literally, in a way, a counter, but not a counter, because he's also high health, which is what Wolverine counters. But you dodge out and all that CC coming your way. Ultimate being connected here by Woofles and Blur. Techie trying to break through this choke. FlyQuest going to answer back with their own Zealous ultimate. And you see how they're setting up around this corner? They're trying to stagnate this push. Want to burn a lot of time. And they need to burn a lot of time because they didn't do so on the first point. Adios fully engaged on. Did Adios live through that? Oh my gosh. Somehow, some way, Vest provided a shield and saved him. And then Adios was able to go up and pop his ultimate. However, Techie did find 3 picks during all of that. So Adios, while saved, all the resources went into this little robot that could. And the rest of the team kind of got melted. Techie charging forward. Loving the plan so far. FlyQuest should be able to get out here and defend. My only hold up here is they don't have any ultimates, right? They got nothing, so they kind of need to like pour out, provide healing, try to get a concave, and then engage. Spark Chief leads the charge. One of the great things about the thing is him being able to charge into a fight and being completely unCCable during it. Avery trying to run back here on the back right. Energy goes in for a pick to get the Hulk relatively low. Ultimates are close for FlyQuest, but Techie got theirs first. Loki able to pop his ultimate on Woofles. There we go. Get the dances in. Cooper's low on HP. Zealous does pop their ultimate. If they can find one more pick, yeah, this has got to be over. Techie is in full command right now. And they still have a Psylocke ult if they need to clean this up. Adios comes out, though. Wait a minute. Wait a second. He's trying to find the Loki. Finally gets some damage taken his way. Rue goes up for a meatball. Does connect with it. Gets some decent damage. Tap is just dancing around the outside here. Look at this, dude. He's like me playing goalie in rematch. Just an absolute god. Finally, they do fall. FlyQuest. 4 do get fallen here. And then we go into the third stage, which is probably the most difficult of stages for this map. Moving up that ramp is so difficult. There is a flank on the right side and the left side, but it's really away from your main team. So if you get caught out, you don't really get healed, right? So it's kind of a risk to go through it, but I think that risk is warranted, and even something that should be utilized more often. Avery thinking about going for that flank on the left. Energy dives in, trying to find someone. Doesn't really connect. Gets comboed by the opposing Wolverine, and now we got a Wolverine off. The claws are out. Energy loses out on the fight. Avery actually gets the advantage, and Avery has an ultimate too. Doesn't need to use it though. There are 2 people. that are on the team here for FlyQuest that are alive. And now it's all about getting up this hill. As you can see, Blur in them immediately charge in the room. You would rather be in the room here than being stuck in that choke. You are susceptible to a flank though, so be careful. Oh my gosh, he clobbering timed? Right at the main spawn? They're trying to get this in the room. It's close. It's so close. Energy, clawing it up. Thing moves forward on the back of a Luna Snow ultimate. And when you're getting ulted by Luna Snow as the Thing, you feel unstoppable, dude. You just let those haymakers fly. Everyone's going for a combo, decides to go against it. Vest not able to find an ult as well. Energy will have his ult. Audios comes in, looking for a couple of resets. Can he find them? Luna Snow ultimate is about to disappear. There's a second. There's a third. Looking for a fourth. Coming in straight for the Loki. They find it. Doesn't need a chase here. 1 minute and 40 seconds left over. Audios' ultimate is about to disappear. There it is. That was just the last reset. He didn't waste it. Do we think we'll see more bans on Wolverine? We've had a total of 9 bans on Wolverine. And I do think in Best of 5 series, he gets more bans. And Best of 3, he's a risky ban to get rid of, right? People are so scared to get rid of the meta stuff, but I think they should ban that Wolverine more often. He just dictates the match way too hard. He makes it hard for your vanguards. And he shuts down some flyers. Like, he's a twofold sharpening tool, right? Did Energy get out there? Oh my gosh, he did get out there. We'll see if we'll get a heal up. Does the meteor hit? It does, but Spark Chief is able to get away. Popsy is symbol to go back and heal. Teammates get him. Tap trying to go for a chase right now. They are just straight up rushing him down. Into a corner. Sue Storm is forced to pop the ultimate. They do have time, though. They don't have to worry about the objective, but it is starting to get close. They are going to have to make a play soon. Audios goes up, goes for a reset, finds one. Looking for another. He's just going straight for Loki clones right now. Going for Loki clones. The Loki clones are great for him to pick off. He's trying to get the reset. I don't think he got it. He got picked off. Techie, close to 3-0 on this map. And they get it. They get it with 16 seconds left. FlyQuest tried to adjust and tried to do a better job of clearing out the Loki lamps. But even that was being protected. And teams have gotten better at realizing, all right, when Bucky goes for resets, put damage on him. I don't care if you die, put damage on him. And at some point, he will be stopped. And teams are getting really good at it. They really are. Techie up 3-0, and FlyQuest in danger of falling into loser bracket already. What a great start to the night for Americas.
FlyQuest now on the opposition have to take this payload all the way at the end of that third checkpoint now.
I mean, Tap just huge executions in the back line, really just opening up the space for his team.
Honestly, Avery just seems to be on something today. He is in there. Typically, you see him on Storm or Human Torch, but he has clearly been putting practice in these characters.
I feel that I just felt in my soul the way that Cooper had to worry about Tap.
Yeah, look at the stats here for FlyQuest. They are struggling to get picks. And that's on defense, too. On defense, you don't mind falling over, right? There's a term in sports called die slowly, where, say you're like an offensive lineman, right? And you're playing against a better player. Your job isn't to stop them. Your job is to slow them down to let a play develop, right? And you can take that type of concept and apply it in Marvel Rivals, right? Objective is coming your way. It's pretty big. It's going to keep getting pushed. But if you can just die slowly and slow it down, eventually you're going to time out your opponents, and then you just need one good push to win. And FlyQuest was trying to adopt that strategy on the last map, but Techie was just able to push around corners. I think they got slowed down towards the end of that third point, which is the hardest point in general. It is meant to be hard. It's just how the map design is. And then they had to slow down a little bit on the second point, but other than that, they kind of steamrolled.
Taking this left side sting there on Winter Soldier's nice for the pressure and just to punish those clones with the Kraken impact that he's trying to build up here. Maybe get a pull in with the claw there. Energy trying to get that pressure on the right side, like this high ground they're going for. Spark Chief looking to get some air here with Captain America.
Look at Avery just hugging the wall there.
He's taking the fight to him, slashing and dicing away. And right now the ults are looking in favor for FlyQuest, but dead even nearly.
Energy and the one-on-one. Energy getting tapped by Tap. Wow. And you know there's an issue when you're on your best characters and you're struggling. It could be you're slightly off your game, you weren't prepared for this one. Maybe FlyQuest thought they had this in the bag. Although I'm not sure why they would have that mindset, because they were considered to be an underdog last week before they showed up in the drafts. Every time we look over to a DPS for Techie, they're just securing takedowns. Which ultimately, sometimes that's the name of the game, right? Win your one-on-ones. FlyQuest switching into a different composition now. They have decided to go for full res comp. They pulled out Adam Warlock, Mantis, and Star-Lord. So the idea is just throw bodies at them. If they can find a kill on Psylocke or a support, that's when they open up with this composition, and they just run their bodies down, and they don't care if they die. But they got to find that pick first. Energy going in. Goes for the spin. Got the bubble. A little on the late side, but not a big deal. Full combo from Avery. He lands it on 2 people, a third and a fourth. Avery is just having the best game that I have ever seen him have. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, dude. Why? What is wrong with this broadcast? It keeps showing this goddamn squirrel. I hate it. I hate it so much. They just flash it for 2 seconds. They're trolling me. They're making me mauled. Don't make me mauled. I'm getting old. This is ugly ass rodent, dude. Alright, 1 minute and counting for FlyQuest. They need to get on this objective, and then they have to push more. But for now, they got to focus on the objective in front of them. Vess has a combo, comes in, tries to splash it against the wall for the group damage. Tap on the back line. Lunasino with the ult. Zealous is able to go for the Adam Warlock spawn. Provides healing at the last second. Tries to keep his teammates alive. Energy does have an ultimate, but he has to wait it out. He's waiting it, but he gets picked. He gets picked. He comes back at the last second, so that's nice. It's full res time. Cloak and Dagger ult. Spark Chief is back there with the rest of them, trying to just put damage on anything they can find. Everyone is just full HP. Loki is able to keep them alive thanks to Luna Snow ultimate. Energy finally pops his ult and gets some damage on them. Oh, but haymakers are coming out, and Blur is just eating, dude. That's what it's all about, bro. Sit in the fist. What time is it? It's clobbering time. 3 seconds and counting. 2, 1. Energy is able to get the overtime. Is anyone else here, though? They portal at the last second. They jump through. Here's a combo. They do bring the thing in. They're bringing the damage reduction. They are just hoping for a miracle. Mantis gets the ultimate. He comes through. Goes for a kill. Finds one on Wolfies. There is no more healing ults for Techie XD. FlyQuest may have stayed alive here. Wolverine combination coming out. Energy is about to have an E in a second, which he can use to burn between these two. Tap comes up, trying to hunt down the healers. Cooper's in a one-on-one. And somehow, some way, FlyQuest with a sliver of health are able to start grabbing the point. But here comes the portal. They gotta block it. He jumps on top of it. Goes for the E. Sleep comes out for Tap. They can jump in for heals. Dance with Butterflies is available for Tap. He gets stunned, though. He gets stunned and gets taken out. Huge play by Vest with that ultimate. Energy has been able to stay alive. He's been a full mosquito. Wow. Wow. Overtime secured. 2.5 minutes to get to the second point. Can they do it? Don't call it a comeback. They totally were under control the entire time. Trust, bro. All right, right now they're trying to fix their composition. They're moving straight into Hulk. And move straight into the Namor as well. So going for a little bit more gamma damage. They still want to find a way to deal with Avery. That Wolverine has been a thorn in their side the entire game. Okay, this corner is the first like major checkpoint you have to get around. Wow, great damage on Loki. Ooh, but at the same time, Tap was able to get off an ult and kill the supports. But they'd rather do that now than later, right? You would rather lose your entire team at the start of a push rather than the end of a push. you know, you get really good commentary here when you're listening to me.
Gonna be interesting to see how this trades off. Techie has all
5 ultimates for Techie. Jeez.
right now. FlyQuest is gonna get what they need to.
Survive though. You saw Tap survive.
Big spin. Big damage on everybody. Nice shield there. Got the kill. That's wild. I can't believe they were able to do that on Luna Snow. Root comes up trying to get some damage. They trade out for 1 for 2 though. Energy pops the ultimate and trying to go in the corner. Whale goes in, destroys the wall, gets a little bit of chip damage on them as well. Energy, however, is just hunting. His guy is on a mission. Pulling back for his team. 4 did wind up falling for Techie. FlyQuest still has to go a decent amount of meters here, right? They're a little over halfway there. Energy is just trying to move, trying to be in a position.
Dude, Energy's not even blinking, like still in the same exact position, by the way, just chilling here. Despite
Right side, Wolverine gets thrown in, lands down, Star-Lord goes in, shield goes out. Moment that shield connects, Vest has to go up and pop his ultimate because he has to stay alive. He goes for it. Luna Snow pops the ultimate, and now it's 12 seconds of healing. Woofles actually still has his ultimate. This is Loki, so they have 2 of them. They have 24 seconds of healing available. FlyQuest needs to touch the point for overtime, and they do. Thanks to Spark Chief. Spark Chief is able to pop his ultimate at the last second, and now he needs to pop off. He needs some good claps here. He needs some patty cake, bro. He's moving forward, trying to go for it. Did create a lot of space, and also got a few abilities out. Spark Chief trying to stay alive. The healing is still hitting here. He's low on HP. Vest finally gets in. There's going to be a pour at the last second. Audios goes up and is begging for heals. Audios low. He has the whale. Will he use it? No whale being used. Is this it? Is this it? Ooh! Tries to go for the timing, but the Wolverine pushes him back. And that's it, dude. Techie are able to win 2-1. What an upset. What an upset, dude. Wow. I can't believe he didn't use the whale, by the way. Like, just drop it on the point.
Now sent to the lower bracket, and Techie, against all odds, moves on.
I need to hear the winner interview here. That's what I need to hear.
Wow. I mean, they told us. They told us.
Dude,
they beat
look at the slaying diff. 30-40 bombs versus the 10-8. Wow. FlyQuest was just outslayed. It doesn't matter how good your strategy is. You cannot die that much.
And they were able to adapt after losing out on that second map on one of the maps that
wow, sir.
FlyQuest's strengths.
FlyQuest goes in the lower bracket. That is correct. Correct.
They're all insane. I've got to say, Avery for me was probably the winner of this whole matchup, really stepping up. I think
yeah, Avery did have a really good game.
49-3.
Really good.
That's kind of crazy. But in reverse, just seeing what Avery was able to do with the constant pressure, 14-24. I mean, it is a absolute laughable comparison looking team to team at the moment.
And that's
nutty.
Avery being on that storm, the Iron
okay,
Man,
chat. I'm gonna go walk my puppies real quick. I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and remove my webcam real quick. Let me actually put it in here real quick. Walking puppies. Be right back. I'm gonna try and get them done before the next match begins.
Just left in shock.
Walking pups.
First match of today, and wow, does it prove?
Need to walk them, give them a chance. It may take up like the 10 minutes. We'll see. I'll turn down the audio a little bit here, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay? All right. People don't know these players are highlighted, interviewed, showed on off shows and podcasts, but Techie are the ones that get it done to move forward, and we're just getting started, Vic.
I need to put a specific highlight onto add on the Loki, though. If I could pick an MVP player, yes, Tap, we've talked about Tap so many times, only died 3 times. But Ad only died twice, and the timing of that Luna Snow and the God of Message copying that fate of both worlds is what allowed them to stay alive for 2 re-engagements. It's what allowed Ad to be in that next fight. And that was a huge difference between the 2 strategists versus the 3 that was ran out by FlyQuest.
Yeah, honestly, it was the difference of strategists between both teams. I mean, it seemed like every other moment, FlyQuest strategists were down and out. And Cooper, when he's not able to do what Cooper does best, unfortunately, is just not able to heal, keep the team up. And it followed an ad with 50,000 healing, 30 KOs. That is what you want to see from the backline.
50,000 on the Loki copying the Luna with the Fate of Both Worlds, whereas on the other side, like, you had FlyQuest not know whether they needed more damage out here. They didn't have a Loki, they didn't have a Luna Stone because they were banned against them, and currently Techie used that to their advantage. I would say ad really popped off there, not only in terms of survivability with Loki, but I talked about the cheeky clone placements, the reset potentials, as well as building into that very fast charging ultimate for Loki.
Yeah, I mean, again, and look at the position, and they all really rose up to the test. If you look at the Vanguards, just perfect play. Vess was the one with the poke eliminations, not needing to use the ultimate, and when he did, he got all the, huge displays of 2, 3-piece. Well, in that time, it was Brute, and Blur was able to put up that pressure consistently. Duelist department, pick your poison. I wouldn't want to go against any of them in the competitive ladder. And then, as you just highlighted, the strategist. So we just saw this team click on all cylinders compared to Yggdrasil's path. Really their ultimate display and just lining things up, the communication, perfection.
That's literally the only thing I would say here for Techie. If they wanted to end this in a speed run, that second game, the ult economy and how they cycled through it to try to counter that of FlyQuest was really the big difference there, which is something that's very easy to just VOD review and figure out how you want to space out your ultimates. Exactly what we saw in Central Park for map number 3. And that with Brute just doing so much damage output, like what, 17 final hits? Beautiful display in terms of the team of Techie.
Well, guys, you just saw one of the best Psylocke play rivals and have a huge upset, and we're going to welcome in Tap right now for a live interview. And my guest, Cool, Calm, Collected. How's it going, Tap? Congratulations.
Hey, how you doing? I'm great. Thank you.
Dude, listen, your Psylocke is something else, an absolute just demon out there. I mean, you went 40-plus eliminations, 3 deaths. We saw you do that before again. You guys lost to Shroud X twice there in group stage. What was the difference of this team coming together? I talked last time, I think, to Blur, and he was like, hey, we're not underdogs to ourselves. I mean, does your team just carry that mentality?
Yeah, we're pretty confident players. I'd say all 6 of us. So, yeah, I'd say we do. Yeah.
Wow.
Awesome.
You guys, you seem like, I can't tell if you're out of breath or you're like just another day at work type of vibe where like you're chilling. You knew that this was going to be the result. Like, how are you feeling after that?
Well, it's a pretty exciting win, of course, because they were the first seed in the other group. So, pretty happy. I didn't expect to win, I guess. But like I said, we're pretty confident in our play. So, we did go into this thinking we could win. I think we did pretty good. So.
Wow.
Listen,
sorry, Cozy. No, yeah, hearing you say that you guys didn't expect to win, and then you guys came out already winning that first map. I mean, you guys saved the protection on the Psylocke. We saw the same thing from FlyQuest. How did you feel about having to match that 1v1 Psylocke duel versus Energy?
How do I feel about it? I mean, I'll match anyone on Psylocke. That's fine.
Dude, love to see it here as we take a look at your highlights. I mean, I've got to ask you, right? You're only a couple wins away from LAN. I mean, who is Techie? Tell us about this team, their mentality. We know so much about these other teams, but the beautiful story of you guys, and now, trust me, the respect has been absolutely earned, on this side of things. But who are you guys? When did you guys come together as a unit, and how long you been playing? Where did you come from?
So Blur, Brute, and me were just pretty good friends. So, that's the 3 of us. We played other games together before. And then Avery kind of picked up the rest. So our backline, and we know Avery from ranked because we all grind ranked loads. So that's probably the best explanation I can give for how we came together.
Yeah, I mean, listen, from group stage to playoff, what do you think's the one thing from you guys that really changed in your play? Was it communication? Which was it there that, obviously, sometimes a team just has your number, in a certain day, certain week. But what do you feel like changed with that week off time that you had coming into this?
We definitely took a good look at our draft. I think right now our draft is pretty strong, and we're trying to play as much Psylocke as we can. That's why we're protecting it. Yeah, that's yeah, that's kind of what we did with our week. We kind of practiced that as much as we could. We only scrim once a day, so we don't have that much time, but we do come together and you know, talk about the game a lot. So we had our strategies ready to go.
Well, I interviewed Energy this week, and he said, man, Tap is just one of the craziest Psylocks out there. Definitely the respect is getting given to you guys. And then, you know, you were big on Punisher, but then this time it was given to Avery, who was the Flyers. And then, you know, Avery popped off with domination. So it looks like even some of y'all's duelist flexibility really showcased here, Tap. And, dude, just again, man, like, this is the biggest stage for Rivals. You know, first LAN in history, couple games away. Want to give you the floor here to say everything to the viewers for Techie and close things up here.
All right. Well, I think it's one more game. I'm not really sure who we play next, so I'll be watching the next game. Yeah, I think hope you guys support us as we try to make it to LAN.
Oh, I'm a fan now. I'm fully converted. I'm a fan now, man. You definitely showcase what you guys got. Go celebrate with the team, and hats off to you guys. We're excited to watch you guys as we continue down this thing. And again, you guys are the dream for a lot of these people watching, the people that can just sign up, play through, and then make their way through against all these orgs. So you're really showcasing a beautiful story to the audience, man. Just congrats.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, guys. That was Tap, one of the craziest Psylocks in the game, as he goes and celebrates with his team. I mean, a little bit is they're not doing a lot of interviews, right? They're a team put together, but also, man, the composure of that guy. He just won the biggest game of his life by far, probably, and nothing but just chill.
That's why I was like, you seem like this is just another day at work. Like, how are you feeling? I'd be hyperventilating, like my heart would be coming out of my chest, but I guess that's what makes the difference, you know, perseverance out here for Techie. And you heard it from Tap themselves. They said, wait, we gotta wait and see who we're gonna be playing next, because we don't know, because that's gonna be the winner of Sentinels versus Envy.
Yeah, listen, Techie's got like the hardest path. So if they won, it's like it's not even like they're it's not even like they're just winning. They're gonna take down Fly, which they did, the 1 seed, and then they could potentially take down one of the 2 best teams in America. And that's the next match we're going to decide who plays Techie. That Cinderella story, again, finding that glass slipper before midnight, as it's gonna be now Sentinels versus Envy. And what is gonna be interesting, we have Sentinels coming off of a reverse sweep in those grand finals, and Envy coined as the best team in America, dropping out of the group stage before that.
This was the hardest series for me to really base off my Preds, but I mean, after the very first series, just, you know, toss the whole Preds away already at this point. Like, we just got to start from scratch. And I know I'm not alone on this. So many people in the chat with their own Preds just did not see this coming. It was wavering a little bit as the games had gone on, but now this is going to make things interesting. But this is a series that I was also expecting to go to the distance.
I mean, heck, Tap said they didn't even see it coming. We had nearly 90% of chat saying they didn't see this coming. This was the matchup I'm excited for, but the last one, yeah, toss everything away. We don't know anything at this point, but we are going to head to a quick break before the next electric matchup, guys. And if the first match was any indication, we have no idea what's about to happen. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. What's going on, guys, and welcome back. I think we all needed a quick break with the Marvel Heroes staring into the souls, Luna DJing, as we just came off an insane upset of Techie versus FlyQuest. Techie named their entire team after one player from this next matchup, Vicky. I mean, you couldn't write it better.
As big fans, this is their opportunity, but that is to say Sentinels will be moving on in a very tight series that was very difficult for me to really pinpoint what the results are going to be between Envy and Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels and Envy is like probably the match of the day when it comes to two Titans meeting. We say David versus Goliath. This is just two Goliaths, two giants going at it. One team constantly not getting their flowers even after winning so many and making all the way up to the grand finals, only again to get that reverse sweep done to them by Team Nemesis, a team that has continued to find the weaknesses of others. But Envy, one of the favorites going in, winning a lot of grassroots tournaments and coming in here with a hot start, but unfortunately falling against two very good teams of 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. They look to get things straight.
Yeah, nothing to scoff at out here, you know, finding themselves in that lower bracket final in a very close series between themselves and FlyQuest, where FlyQuest had won 3-1. And then on the other hand, Sentinels, you know, in a very crazy reverse sweep from Team Nemesis, which, you know, is a whole other story to open. Sentinels have definitely been able to figure out what they need to shape up to prevent a reverse sweep like that happening ever again.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, I've got to say that sometimes these numbers don't tell the story fully. I mean, Envy was in it so close for most of their matchups. And with Sentinels, I mean, Nemesis was constantly putting the pressure on. I went back to a lot of those matches, and it was almost always 100% to 100%, very close action. Now, with both these teams, they're home to some of the best players in America. We've got one of the strongest strategist duos of Aramori and Kurova, but on the other side, Speedery, the man that they put all their trust in to try to get the win when things were looking bad against FlyQuest, and guess what? They won with that and Storm, what he can do. But looking at this team, they've been together for a long time under different names, different rosters, but here is the final look of the team, and they have a lot in store for us.
And that's Cycling Nectar coming in too, being on that Wolverine, of course, and that's nice to highlight considering, you know, Gomez, you know, sitting out, seeing how the shape of these different metas and compositions have worked out in a lot of these teams' favor, but it's all about being flexible here with Nectar coming in, not only on the Wolverine, of course, as you can see on the highlights, but also on that Star-Lord.
Yeah, Techie doing a great job. As we've seen, he had some really pretty ults throughout the entire group stage. But honestly, when I interviewed Aramori, she said there's something in the meta about to really spark up here. And it was Black Panther from Riot Amazing, showing his flexibility, showing the dive potential that they can run. And honestly, went off against teams, essentially eliminating Nemesis at first, putting them to the lower bracket. Didn't work the second time around. But they're known of triple comps. You have Crimso, who can flex to just about anything. This team is dangerous because of how many
Okay, I made it back.
formations they've got, and just
How was that timing, chat?
You have to consider Crimso and that Captain America too. Like, is this going to be another target ban?
Oh, did I make it right before the replays?
A lot of those target bans were just.
Oh my god.
Is this going to be the same case here with Sentinels also?
Oh my god. We were fast.
At one point, so they have to be able to be flexible after having a good amount of time to now figure that out as we look at Envy.
Yeah, now Envy here. I mean,
Let's see if the other site is working now.
We've got Kaluge, and this is our first time with the fresh photos, by the way. We got Kaluge. Many consider him one of the Vanguard goats. And
Oh, Envy has pictures now. Would you look at that? He's back. I'm back, bro. Thanks for the restream. I got you, Grim Royce. Easy, bro. Got you.
Yeah, it is. And when you look at these fresh faces, some new profile pictures out here, you know, Envy is looking to deliver. So take a look at some of
Oh, the audio's fixed. Yes! They fixed the audio. Good, I can cast again. Great. Great, 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 great. We'll listen to this and then we'll switch over. Gamble's up and available.
Windows brings to the table with the Groot has always been the
There's some
Wombo
gambling,
combo
chat.
to
Get the gambling going.
Yeah, Jarvis clipping
Who will
off
win
that
this
right
match?
here. Just insane accuracy and damage output for a healer there on strat. Just one of my strategists of the week. Last week in the group stage, Window can flex to just about everything and play it at a very high level. And so when those two play together, they really are tough to stop in general. And when it comes to Cal, Speedery opens up so much with how dangerous he is that
I was told his name is Sheep Dairy. Is it Speedery or is it Sheep Dairy? I like Sheep Dairy.
But here's the thing,
Can I change his name?
Out of their way, you know, they were kind of hailed as the best team in America. They got out of that group stage. Now they can kind of just play without the pressure, and I think that's going to be huge for them, and why I think they've got a good shot to win.
Yeah, and after they lost out on that game one that you just saw on your screen right there, they were kind of forced to bring out that Sharknado composition too. So maybe thinking about these different bands that forces.
Oh God, what is going on in Twitch chat?
To run unorthodox
We're gonna
that they may not be comfortable with.
full screen that shit.
I forgot, but I believe that specific game they couldn't run the Luna because I
Pass.
believe it was banned. So that's something else that we're seeing a resurgence of aside from that and Loki.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys are new to watching these teams in general, Ryan Mazing on the other side, he's the one to watch. He's kind of the tap, if you will, really just able to put so much pressure on the enemy team and carry in a lot of ways. Nectar is who I want to see a lot more from. Now, Super Gomez has been in that spot previously. I think it's still going to be Nectar, but that's going to be kind of the 1A, 1B.
My P is fairly interesting, but I really know what my M&A friends do. Oh, you guys talking about lawyer stuff? Hi, Zexus. I didn't see you earlier. What's up, Razno?
The MRC right after.
You just wake up?
This team has lost big games and has come back and dominated. So I'm not worried about that loss affecting them at all. In fact, I think it fuels them, and that's why it's just a huge clash here. You've got Envy with something to prove. Sentinels right off, just the heater. This is going to be good. Yeah,
when you're Sentinels and you're literally just one game away and you let it slip, you know that the in-game rage factor for Sentinels, like they're angry and they're looking to try to take.
Just got home. You were golfing. How was golfing?
The rest of this winners bracket just to prove what they were able.
When you walk yourself, you find yourself talking? No.
This time in the playoffs.
When I'm walking the dogs, I've adopted the mentality of just enjoying life in the moment, you know? Sadie she just looks around like this the entire time. You've got to go for it. Let's go for it, man. All right, I'm glad they fixed this. Now we can cast chat. Let's do it. All right, guys, welcome to the second series of North America. Well, America in general. I believe anyone in like Mexico, America, Canada can all play. Hawaii. Sentinels versus NB. NB was touted as one of the strongest teams coming in, and I will say that their road has been a little bit bumpy. They have placed well, obviously. But I do think that they can be a little bit on the hit or miss side, and I'm hoping that they can kind of wake up and really start burning through their opponents here. One of their claims to fame during the week of them playing during the qualifiers was that they ran the Storm into Jeff the Shark Ultimate, which is one of the strongest team-ups in the game because you are able to DPS your opponents and also swallow them up while you're doing it and then deal with them afterwards. The damage is just sublime. Now, it doesn't come at the cost of, okay, well, we're using 2 ultimates in order to do this, and then teams have also gotten better at handling it. But I do wonder if Sentinels are going to try and deal with that in general. We'll see in the ban phase if they go that route. Storm is probably the most likely ban that you will see against Envy if they are trying to target that. But so far, it's very, like, plain peanut butter without any nuts. It's just Torch, Emma Frost, Captain America, Psylocke. There is a Storm that you were expecting, so Sentinels is going to take that away. Envy will respond back in kind by banning out Psylocke, one of the stronger DPSs right now in terms of being able to play off angles. Now, what do you want to protect if you're Sentinels here? Punisher? I feel like Punisher would be a really good protection. They decided to go with a Luna Snow Protect. No, Cloak and Dagger. And Cloak and Dagger has become one of the premier supports in the game. She's a lot more versatile than Luna Snow. Luna Snow is more oppressive, but Cloak and Dagger is more versatile, right? So that's what you're kind of trying to protect when you're picking that idea. Ultron being hovered as a possible ban. They want to try and get rid of the triple support meta that is still occurring. And they did ban out the other one as well with Loki. So there is one more support that can fit in triple support, and that's Adam Warlock, but he's not as prevalent in America. Much more played in Europe. Loki protection coming in from Envy. So Envy will get Loki and Luna Snow, whereas Sentinels will not be able to play those. They protect Captain America instead. Cool. So it looks like they're going to be wanting to play a little bit of aggroness right there. And there's that Adam Warlock, an immediate lock-in. And they're actually even pairing it with Nectar on Star-Lord. Now, in EU, we've been seeing the variation of Adam Warlock and Mantis with a Punisher, and that variation is still available here, but it is not being played in America from what I have seen. Which is, it's so fascinating to see the different regions, right? Instead, they go with the traditional team up. This is, of course, the great one of, all right, you have 3 teammates here that can be respawned on. You can kind of just run it down, build up your ultimates, and kind of go from there, right? For our first map, heading to Wakanda Domination. Which team will win match number 2? 62% are voting for Sentinels and 38% for Envy. Honestly, I think if I were to actually put numbers on it, I would say it's a 55-45 in favor of Sentinels. I think you can go either way with a vote or a predict on these guys. Both are incredibly talented teams, and both have hot days, which is something that you always need. However, you need more hot days than cold days, because in Marble Rivals Ignite, you're playing 4 days in a row. You're not just like playing for a couple hours, you're getting one match and then you're setting up for the next one tomorrow. We do have the Thing immediately picked up, as well as Magneto, and our teams are just pulling out the Wolverine. No one is being shy about Wolverine anymore. Wolverine used to be like, all right, we're in game 2, we just lost, let's pull him out. He is now coming out, claws out in game number 1, and rightfully so. Nectar is definitely the one that we're going to be watching for this team. Envy. Sheep Dairy's great. He'll be able to get the picks, but the movement of Nectar and how he's able to go in for the back line is going to be a really important element, and they find one pick right away. Thanks to the Magneto combination with Star-Lord. Thing comes running in for the protection, but Captain America's able to keep up the pressure. They're trying to whittle down Wolverine, because Wolverine's the one that gets the picks. Nice lock on here. Sentinels heading forward. Nectar continuing to keep up the pressure. Completely doing what they can here. Now, Month is going to pop the Luna Snow ultimate. Push up here through the choke. They're going to try and get straight to the objective, and they want to find one pick. Dude, teams are getting so good at running away from Luna Snow ult. Speaking of run away, Nectar goes up in the sky, starts to drop down the ultimates, but thanks to Nero having the second Luna Snow, here is another 12 seconds of healing. Fun, fun, fun. Solid spin here to get a couple of those Loki clones cleared up. And now Nero finally runs out of the ultimate and dies instantly. So Sentinels does find their pick. And I gotta be honest with you, man. Being able to survive that entire push of 24 seconds of Luna Snow pushes is pretty impressive from Sentinels. They did lose one target, Nectar, but he was able to respawn thanks to the team up of Adam Warlock. And they come back without any issues at all. Look at that. Wait, what is the sound effect on that skin? Some of the sound effects in the skin, bro, I wish you could turn them off. Like, I have Wedding Mr. Fantastic, and I love the skin and the concept, but, like, the entire time wedding bells are playing while I'm trying to, like, murder my opponents, you know? It feels weird. Cal's gonna try and break out of this choke. He finds one pick on Crimzo, finds another on Nectar. Crimzo is gonna be able to come back because Adam Warlock has popped the ultimate in this back left corner. Nectar did not catch the respawn, though. Somehow missed out on the wave. So they are going to be missing their main DPS dealer, but MB is going to step up and try and grab the objective. Sentinel's going to try and slow it down. They don't need to fully commit. They're still waiting for the Star-Lord to get here, so all they're going to try and do is poke out their opponent, but be able to retreat if need be. Dude, MB is just being pushed into a choke like a bunch of ants. Nero pops the ultimate. There is not going to be a Loki ult in time unless he starts to pop off and get some incredible primary attacks. 60% trying to build it up. Nero continuing to spin. Cal trying to use the shotgun. Here comes an Agamotto. No one of importance was really caught in there. Window kind of whiffing there. Techie coming in with a Doctor Strange portal to try and help lock this down. Envy is in a desperate situation. They're down 2 members already. They have 4 available, and they're trying to hold this front line, but Crimzo just comes in and just delivers the punches. Jeez. Great animation canceling, and Sentinels are going to go up 1-0 in this best of 3. Don't forget, within this first map. Domination, you got to win 2 out of 3. Yeah, Captain America, man, he just bap, 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 bap. He gets in there, dude.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Sentinel seems to be staying with the same composition. MB, any major changes? They do bring in Hela. The Punisher was unable to really lock down a target. And the benefit of Hela is that she can 3-shot pretty much anyone underneath 250 HP. which is the case between a majority of the characters that are available for Sentinels. Aramari is Rocket Raccoon right now, just so we can provide a few more armor for his teammates.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. And Nero's gonna boost his team. Okay, Envy. Yeah, it's gonna come down to Cal. Cal really needs to find a couple of picks here. And the good news about Hella too is they have a solid long range attack. If it ain't broke, yeah, you ain't wrong. If you ain't broke, bro. Good damage so far. Yeah, remember on Captain America that if you hit your primary attack on a target, you get 4 seconds of being able to throw your shield. So he's always trying to like, weave in those attacks where he can. Mont tries the ult. I'm watching Sheepberry right now. Sheepberry needs to get a pick. He needs a pick. Trying to go for it. Does find a couple. Okay, Rymazing can come back. So can Karava, but that will be the respawns down, which are pretty lengthy cooldowns. Rymazing trying to escape, and Karavara with another respawn drops the ultimate. Envy and crew were able to do substantial damage, but the respawns are a bit too much. But they did get a lot of them. I don't know if they got Nectar's ultimate or respawn. They did get Karavara and they did get Rymazing. So there is 2 of the 3 ultimates that are on cooldown right now, and they got Karavara to use their ultimate. So if Envy can have another push just like that, they should be able to grab the objective back. But they need to do it soon. They're already down 42%. Clobbering time coming out for Window. Locks down Rymazing. Rymazing gets a shield immediately from his teammate. Techie doing a great job of tanking for the front line. Crimzo pulling back, and their health bars are full. Nectar steps up. Just trying to provide a little bit of damage here. And Nero says, okay, now's the time to push. You gotta be careful, though. You gotta go together. Month was lingering, and Month gets picked off. He didn't get the memo. Gets focused down. Ayabagamato comes out. Gonna be 2 picks here for Envy. They are missing 1 healer, but they should have 1 up relatively soon. Nero gets deleted. And with no healing available for Envy, they're waiting for Loki to get there. And Loki just showed up, but he's got to really work some overtime. Can he do it? He gets down the Rune Awakening. Team is able to play around it. And Envy, after a couple of picks and a few more as well, are able to grab the objective. All right, they're in the game. They're behind 87% to 6% right now. They do have a Month ultimate, whereas Sentinels also burn their ultimates to try and stay alive here, but they're about to have that respawn mechanic popping up again. So Envy needs to find a pick, and preferably early. You don't want to be sitting on the objective and let them come towards you for free, and they are for some reason. I'm not sure why they're not stepping up and trying to block out their opponents for getting free shots on them. Captain America does come on the back line, plays around the heels, dashes towards his teammates. Clobbering time on the front line, and they're trying to go for the healers, and they do. Great clobbering time coming out from Window. Aramari officially down. Rymazing did come back and pop the ultimate. Adam Warlock did as well, thanks to his respawn mechanic. Jeez, what an absolute brawl here for Crimzo. Sheep Dairy gets another pick down. 56% in climbing. Envy's bought themselves a good 20 seconds on the objective before they have to deal with their opponents. Meanwhile, Sentinels, we're farming up some ultimates. They have 2 already primed and 3 more on the way. The only one that used their ultimate in that fight was Rymazing on Mantis, which is like, yeah, it's fair. Like, right? Like, Mantis's ult is solid, but it's not like game-breaking, right? Mostly just want to use it for yourself, to be quite frank. Nectar taking the shots here. Does he find anybody? He's trying to. Some poke damage come in. Hella trying to chip him out. Can they get him? Not quite. Nectar goes down and gets a shield. Overtime is encroaching soon. Kaluge goes forward. Wants to get a kill on Rymazing. Shield comes out. I love how he changed the target there. The moment he saw the Magneto shield go out on Rymazing, he turned around and dealt with the Adam Warlock. Heads up play by him. Sentinels has now lost 3, and now we're starting to struggle. Overtime does connect. Aramori and Techie are on their way. I don't know if Techie has a portal up. He does. Portal's being started. NB fighting right now with the last remnants of Sentinels, but they're about to have reinforcements. On your left, Nectar goes up straight for the high ground. Gets a kill on Hela. Finds a kill on the other support. Loki's the only one here. Loki trying to dance around. And that's going to be it there, as Sentinels are able to clean up with the last-minute portal and a great place from Nectar. They'll go ahead and jump straight into overtime. And I don't see this going any other direction here for NB. They have no portals up. Jeff the Shark trying to swim towards it. Yep, that's going to be a game over. And Sentinels going to grab round number 1 and go up 1-0 over Envy. Yeah. Yeah, Mantis combo's kind of good, chat. It's kind of good. It kind of gets the job done. Kind of.
With Nectar, Crimzo being on the Captain America.
Nectar went in, by the way.
Everything I fear when it comes to facing off against a team comp.
It's amazing how Star-Lord feels so uncontested because they're playing so dominant. Yeah. And EU thinks Star-Lord's trash, right?
So much out there, and Nectar, they stepped it up when needed. We talked about that being a little bit of some of the weak link that we saw on the film.
Nectar 8.
Just flipping the script there. 21K, 11 eliminations. Hats off, buddy. But yeah, 9
for real
damage there with Kurova. 12K to follow that. The team played great. Envy did well.
Who won? Sentinels took round number 1. We're getting ready for round number 2.
But they shut down Speedery. That's the first step to success against Team Envy.
And the issue with that is Speedery doesn't have to worry about getting 1 or 2 picks in that case. It's about having to worry about getting 2 to 3 more with the revival too. So aside from the reses that you have to try to chase down these individual Adam Warlocks, these Star Lords, these
dude, Crimzo just look at this. He was animation canceling.
And then Crimzo is so busy already.
His run to get the attacks in, so you just
yeah, absolutely just directing the fight. I mean, we've highlighted this whether it was the MRI and everything on
that
the
switch
line.
was so good from Kaluj.
Teams with the res comp. And that was when it was
what a heads-up play.
The Black Panther comp and this new dive edition, but they also have up their sleeves flyers that either Nectar or Rymazing can play. And Rymazing just going from one of the most lethal duelists in the game to going to Mantis here and kind of
stay hydrated, chat.
Mantis that we have.
Keep the water going.
More flexibility. We can stack up the buffs, stack up the healing. There's so much strategy and just top-tier play with triple res at this level. Insane job from the entire team, highlighting Nectar here. 21K damage. Insane.
That's with supporting Nectar with these damage boosts from Rymazing, who also put in like 10K damage.
Sentinels!
Combine that with an Adam Warlock sniping your face with a 9.4K damage. Nectar was enabled all the way through here, getting 11
Yeah, I just want to be a fly on that wall in that room with all of them together having a boot camp. Honestly, we might be able to if we interview them, they end up winning, because I know, just imagine just the eruption of joy there. Or knowing them, they're all locked in. They're like, that was business as usual. Let's carry on. I want to highlight again, Aramori, her rivals within rivals, 4 Sentinels, was Kaluj, and they just did a great job at it.
And that was with the protection on the Cloak and Dagger and the Captain America. So finding those protects on what you prioritize is how Sentinels is leaning. So it's all about how Envy is going to try
the American casters having Japanese backgrounds makes me laugh.
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight,
I guess I never realized that.
Giving Crimzo his flowers a lot, but also he's a lot of the brains and the coach behind.
Is that why they got hired over me?
Able to just win so heavily in that pick and ban phase. They did a good job there. We'll see if they can do it again. Envy, they picked the map, they picked the mode. We're going to be right back after this.
Gamble live, chat. Get your votes in. It must be so weird to like be a girl and get messages like this all the time. Please marry me. Fucking weirdos. To be fair, I had a weirdo message when I was growing up on Twitter. I'm not gonna lie. My first Twitter account, there was a caster that was like, I thought was beautiful. And I was like, hey, I'm a caster too, man. Next time we're at an event, give me a chance. And I tweeted it at her. And like, that's so cringe. I can't believe I did that. But my like 19-year-old brain thought it was okay. It's not how you ask people out, bro. It's not how you do it. Come to find out, she was married. Yeah, so, you know, publicly declaring going on a date with somebody is not the call. Rip. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Trick, please marry me. No, chat. Fuck off. But at least mine's not a Twitch chat, you know? I'm sorry. You should have DM'd her. I do think if you're gonna ask anybody to go on a date with them, not doing it in a public forum is probably a good call. Probably. I do think that with my brain. I do think a personal invitation is probably better. Keep those combos and DMs to be later. There you go. There you go. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. In my defense, the internet was young, okay? Do-do-do-do-do-do. I don't know if it's a mansion, Zexus. I don't know if it's a mansion, bro. I asked a girl out by Sky Banner once. What the hell? Did you really? And she said no? Damn, did that hurt? Oh, I forgot I'm married already. Unlucky. Ba-da-ba-bum. I think asking for dates are so hard. What happened to the days of casually stalking your love interest until they finally asked for a restraining order against you? Jesus Christ. That's enough internet for me today, chat. I'm gonna go watch Cyberpunk. I'm out. I'm out. If she said no, that's some nonsense. The Sky Banner is epic and full of commit. Well, Brandon Robb, you don't know Mr. Razno. He's an Eagles fan, okay? You gotta remember that. You miss every shot you don't take, even if they're a little unhinged. Yeah, just make sure you're respecting boundaries, chat. I do agree with that sentiment. Like, sometimes you gotta shoot your shot. But maybe just, like, don't put someone into a weird public scenario where they feel bad for saying no. That's all I'm saying. Someone's gonna get dunked on either way, you know? Someone will. Bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. The Sky Banner is even funnier if she had no idea who he was. That is true. If I had $1 for every time I asked a woman out and she said no and then later told me she regretted it and when she said yes, I could order a pizza. That sucks. You know when you asked me out and I said no, I regretted it? Oh, you want to go out now? No. No, I don't. Ouch. Sometimes, like, you might be compatible, but sometimes the other person just, like, they're not ready at that time in their life, you know?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. So
or hear me out, just shit on their dating profile. I hear that motivates people. Oh my god, Ash. Oh my god. I asked you clearly before I did that if it was okay. And you said, yeah, go ahead, man. There is video proof. I will not be guilted on this one.
On the Mantis, Nectar going absolutely crazy. Crimzo popping off, only like dying twice. This team is great, leading to their strengths right now.
Yeah, directed from James Gunn himself. Just great job from start to finish. You know, and if you're...
Did he just say gun on a live broadcast? Oh my god. American confirmed.
But, you know, that's not against
I don't care if it was a reference to a director.
I don't think Sentinels is going to change anything. Crimzo, Crimzo only dying twice is just so much insane pressure. And then you've got to deal with everybody coming back and then focusing on where Kurova is. There's so much to track, but it's not going to work the exact same in this next game mode. Domination is, I would say, the best that Triple Res does play on, so maybe they do adjust, maybe they don't.
Yeah, I'm wondering what second map we're going to be moving on right now, too, because if you do want to get that focus band, Kurova being that...
I feel like that's a double-edged sword conversation about Triple Res doing better on Domination. Like, in theory, yes, because you have more buys to stay alive on the point, but there's less places to run away from and less places for Adam Warlock to get a good money ult on, right? So, double-edged sword. I wouldn't say it's objectively better.
They lost, they got out. They came back swinging, and Envy, I know that this team, they scrim a lot, they practice a lot, they have so much going for them, and if you're just now coming in and you're watching maybe the group stage and the playoffs, you might be like, okay, you know, I haven't seen a lot from Envy. This team was on a run for the ages that we've seen within Rivals so far, and so just, it's crazy to see the results thus far, and we could get a FlyQuest Envy lower bracket first round.
That would be
I'm not a
insane.
pro,
I'm
but
not
focus down the
surprised
Solo's
that
DPS
Cam
seems like a
Jordan
move.
onto the
Can't be that hard to drop a
Stars
Star-Lord.
thus far, FlyQuest falling
I
down
mean,
to
he has
slow.
double
That
charge
could be
iframes, he has a Magneto keeping an eye on him with a Magneto bubble that makes him invulnerable for the entire duration that he's in it.
very important to highlight. We
And
have
he can
to
speed
really
around.
this coming out of group
So not that
stage
hard.
at the very end of a lot of our final matches.
And then if you do get him, he has a free respawn.
Ban hovering
Not
over
that
the
difficult though.
Because
It's whatever, bro.
even if they do wanna try to
Just
target
do it,
bans
man.
and the Captain America ends
Just
up
do
being a
it.
problem, guess what? We know that
Okay, casting time. Let's do it, chat. Let's do it. All right, welcome to the second game in this best of 3 between Sentinels and Envy. Envy did pretty all right against Sentinels in game number 1. However, Sentinels ran a respawn composition, and it's clear they have a mastery over it, right? They did a pretty solid usage of like making sure to poke in and out. They kept their Star-Lord alive. They seem to know what they're doing. Now, let's talk bans. If you're going to try and target that type of composition, there's a couple of things you can do. You can either A, let it go through and start playing different compositions that are made for resets. Those options can be Psylocke, which was banned out last round, or Bucky, right? Bucky does give you the resets that allow for you to get 1 kill, and then you again, and then you force them off of the point in that, right? They either need to run away and save their abilities, which gives you the objective, or you just wipe them. The other option is to take it out in the ban phase. There are a couple of ways to do this. You can either ban Mantis, which enables the composition overall, or Adam Warlock, which is what gives the actual team up. Most teams are not going to waste a ban on Star-Lord, right? Because Star-Lord kind of crumbles once he doesn't have a supporting cast around him. The damage is kind of missing. You can't really be too aggressive because you don't have the respawn mechanic anymore. And it just overall like nullifies him by like arbitrary number 10 to 20%. So we'll see what MB intends to do to, you know, adjust for the composition that they just lost to. In the draft, things are looking pretty similar so far. There's our Psylocke and the Storm ban, so we're pretty much an exact copy of what we saw last round, right? We got the Captain America save that is there for Crimzo, so he can be effective in the back line. Punisher is being saved this time, which is going to mean that if you do want to move into any other flyers, suddenly that's more of a threat here for Envy to have to deal with. And this is the question of like, all right, what do you want to go with? I feel like that Punisher protection is kind of a bait for Sentinels to be like, maybe we play Punisher, maybe we play the Rescom, right? What are we gonna do here? And MB doesn't bite. They instead decide to ban out 2 of the main tanks in the front line. They're gonna get rid of Magneto, which is another way to make sure that Star-Lord is not too strong. If you notice, the last time that Star-Lord was going to an engagement, he would fly into the engagement, drop down his E, which is that spinning attack move that you would see, and then Magneto would put a bubble on him to make sure that he could not be focused down. So that's another way to kind of get rid of him, and you take away one of the best tanks in the game away from Sentinel. So it looks like Envy here is like, all right, we're going to try and soften your front line a little bit and see what happens there. Problem is, Sentinels were willing to showcase that they could play the thing. They don't seem to really care too much about their Vanguard, so I am worried all this might be for naught, but that is the thought process they're going for here. The Sharknado comp is available. It is indeed available here for Envy. If they had the Storm available. However, the Storm has been banned. Sentinels could play it if they would like, but Envy cannot, sadly. Looking into the composition, they are looking to grab their Groot here in the early side. Do they have a follow-up for it? Sheep Dairy is looking to stay on the Star-Lord with Hela. Is he staying with the Star-Lord despite not having anything to back him up? I don't know if that's going to work. I think a naked Star-Lord is attractive to some, but I would say it's not too attractive in pro play, right? He does, of course, have his right click, which is always handy, but you have to be really in tune with that. And then you have, like, no protection while you're up in the sky. There is, of course, a case for Luna Snow, providing you a snowflake so you get the healing. But sometimes, like, trying to get that healing to hit at the right time can be a bit of a difficult task. And also, when Star-Lord's flying around, Luna Snow, while she is strong, still requires her to hit her abilities. So having someone zipping around, iframing, using speed, could make it really hard on Luna Snow player. And Sheep Berry sticks with it. No Mantis, no Adam Warlock, just a raw Star-Lord. We'll see how it goes. May consider a switch here later on. Right Amazing is on the Ultron. Ooh, audio's a little on the loud side. Let's turn that down. So Right Amazing's job right here is he's just trying to put damage on anyone that is trying to peek their head out, but also clear out the Loki clones. And whenever there's no Loki clones that are immediately ready for a pick, he's going to go ahead and go work on a Vanguard. For those that don't play this game, when there are multiple Loki clones on the ground, each one will do a primary attack and a primary heal when the main one does it as well, and they'll all aim in the same direction. So clearing them out is usually very beneficial. Nectar already picked off, as Cal, leading the charge here, has switched into Wolverine and went straight into the air and picked him off. And they create a lot of space finding that first pick. Portal coming out. Is it in time? Nectar drops it. And it is in time for now. Jumps on through, comes for the flank. The rest of the team has to back away. They find a pick on Cal. Sentinels does. A second one as well. Meanwhile, Sheepdairy's in the sky. Gets some good shots. No one's looking at him. He has 15 HP. A sneeze could literally take this guy out, but nobody has allergies. He actually flies home. That's crazy. No one looked up. That's nutty. And just wanted to tap him at all. Well, Sentinels hold pretty well. The use of that portal and the combination of Ultra and Ult was just enough. Ooh, look at that. Crimzo going in for a 3-man Goomba Stomp. Groot goes for a combination. They try to lock it down. I have Agamotto coming in from Nectar, attempting to get a huge ult on a couple of members, and they will pick off too, and Envy is forced to pull back. And here's the problem. They popped their Luna Snow ultimate on Month, so they just used a full ultimate to run away, and if they die here, oh my gosh, they die. Not looking good for Envy right now. I'm starting to get worried. 1 minute and 40 seconds left over. Window is about to have an ultimate pretty soon. And there is a combination of Groot ult into Wolverine ult, right? Big AoE on big AoE. Try and clear them up. So that could be enough to win this. Kaluge starting to build up on Emma Frost at 100 right now. Goes in for Groot on the front side. I want to make sure that he's not hitting a combo on his teammates. Luna Snow ult popped. Ryan Mazing answering back. Massive wall connecting. Window stepping forward, uses his ult, but no major kills occurring there. Nero's going to pop the Luna Snow ultimate, but it's going to be a counter Groot ult coming in from Techie. Ryan Mazing staying alive here, able to dash to his teammates. Finally, Sheepdairy gets it, but it took 3 full clips for it to happen, but maybe it's enough. 2 are picked off, a third, and a fourth. 5 people down and only a Crimzo running away at the moment. Envy, and the last minute, we're able to get that objective pushed through and break it in. I don't know if I'm sold on this Window Groot right now. So far, it's been quite the struggle bus for him. But maybe the idea is that with Groot on the ground dropping walls, Sheepdairy is left uncontested because he can float above those walls while his opponents are clearing them out, right? Like, someone has to take shots on it, and those are shots that aren't hitting Sheepdairy. It's the only conclusion I can come to right now, but we'll see. Ultimate's being built up for Envy. Sentinel's right there with them, too. Very similar on ult percentages. Supernova! Oosh. Kaluge just beaten down there as Emma Frost. And look at that. Fire behind them to cut them out as they try to retreat. So hard to deal with. And Crimzo is just leading the charge, too. So the idea is you throw tornadoes behind the opposing team, get them burning, make them retreat, and Captain America is just running them down. So they have to run away and run into the fire, and then they're taking 200 damage per second, and you see what we just saw there. Full team wipe. Captain America runs in. They are really trying to run this double healer roll to get through. And things are just not going the way they would think. They finally get on this high ground. Sheepdairy pops the ultimate. Goes for the back line, but Cloak and Dagger stops that pretty easily. Yeah, you see that? Ooh, a good push out by Wolverine to get Groot into a weird spot. I see. Ah, so that's the combo, huh? So Envy, what they're trying to do here as they're playing the pick composition, they pop their ultimate to force the opposing team support to pop their ultimate. And then Wolverine comes out and throws that target out of the Luna Snow, or in this case, the Cloak and Dagger, pulls them off to the right, and then Star-Lord, who has auto-aim, is nailing headshots on them the entire time in their ultimate. And so they get 1 pick at least and turn it into a 65. Okay, so that's what it means. You can do that with Punisher, but Sheep Dairy being on Star-Lord, one, he's a natural flyer player. He likes to be in the sky, looking down on his opponents. Kind of like me in my ivory tower. And so he pops his ultimate, and so he's in a position where he gets full visual of the entire field and is able to get that one-on-one quickly. I now understand why they're doing it. It's a different flavor, for sure. Groot wall is set up here. Put a couple walls on the top so we can get the extra damage in. Which, if Groot is able to get his walls up, he can be one of the highest damage dealers in the entire game as a Vanguard. Which is pretty nutty to think about, especially with Emma Frost and the Thor existing. But it just is not enough right now. Sentinel's looking powerful. Rye amazing. Cooking Wolverine. 14 seconds until this portal needs to come through. Will they be able to get it? They're trying. He just set it up. Time is counting down. 3, 2, 1. Need to dash through, and it's too late. Envy. Unable to stop. Or, excuse me, push to point number 2. And now Sentinels need to stop them before they get to that direction. So what do Sentinels need? They need basically 1 point and 3/4 is what they're looking at. And Envy will head over to defense and have to stop that. Sheep Dairy gets off of Star-Lord, and then Cal switches into Punisher. Goes back to Star-Lord. Wow. They're really trying to figure it out. This is one of those moments where it's like, boys, what do we do? And I'm glad they're discussing it, right? The constant switches are showing, okay, they're trying to find a solution. They decide to go for the triple healer with a double front line. They change up their front line completely. They actually have 3 healers and 3 tanks. Which, I'm going to tell you a little secret. Wolverine destroys that. So, Envy's going to try and just hold it down. With 3 tanks and 3 supports against a Wolverine. This is not going to go well. It's not going to go well. I don't believe it. Nectar comes out. Decent amount of CC hitting him. Envy trying to play up here on the front line. Or Amori even going for Jet the Shark, surprisingly enough. Usually they switch off. There we go. There's the switch off. Honestly, going better than you would think. But wait for the Wolverine to get his ultimate. Mental domination! What an interesting thing to yell, chat. Next time that I do that in League or I beat somebody and I question mark them, I'm going to yell mental domination. Your mind is mine! Nectar coming in for a flank. So, I like the idea of the flank, right? There's 3 takes on the opposing side. You could try and burn them down, but with multiple healers there, you're going to have a rough time doing that. Oh, nice, actually. Wait a second. The clutch ultimate coming in from Month will keep Luna Snow alive, and that allows for Groot to turn around and get a combo off. Envy kind of holding it down. And in fact, Sentinels get off the Wolverine, who is designed literally to counter this. Finally, a support crumbles. It's going to be Nero, who lost at 93% HP, or 93% of their ultimate. Kaluj is going to be next. And Sentinels, after finding a couple of ultimates, are now finally able to find a couple of picks. Now, will Envy stay on the same composition? That's the question. Doctor Strange, Sheep Dairy on the Ultron. Cal still there? Yes. So Kaluj switches into a portal for the team. And they're just going to try and throw health bars at their opponents over and over and over again to delay them. Big Groot ultimate comes in. Luna Snow ultimate. Human Torch trying to find his target to burn, but the healing is just being ran through right now. Nero's ultimate's going to expire in a few seconds. But Month is right there with another ultimate himself. Sheep Dairy may need to ult too. Try and keep Captain America alive. Looks like he's got it unlocked. No problem. Ultimate coming in from Loki. Did he ult? Who did he ult? There it is. He must have waited till the last second on that one. I thought it was the Ultron for a second. I was like, that's a weird ult to go for. Envy continues to hold. Sentinel's down to a minute, actually. Have they cheesed out a victory here? Ultron out going for the back line. Rune Awakening. Kalud steps up, goes for a combo on the front line. Just trying to live for now. The healing is coming just in time. I can't believe this is working. A pick comes out, picks off Rye Amazing. 30 seconds and counting, and Sentinels needs to find something that's going to get them through right now. They do have a few ultimates, but Envy is close to getting their own right now. Captain America and Ultron fully built up. Human Torch going for the damage. You want to get on the healers here. If you can find a pick on one of them, but the two are working in tandem perfectly. Luna Snow ultimate coming out for Kurova. Groot ult comes in, but a counter Groot ult hits them afterwards. Double Groot, double the action. You only get that on foreign websites sometimes. Nectar is just going through and kicking people. What are you doing, Nectar? I think he may have been out of ammo. Loki finally gets picked here for Envy, but overtime is fully committed to. But they held the point for a long while. Look at this. Rye Amazing switched into Bucky to provide the ultimates, and he still has it available to him. Overtime is a sliver HP. I don't think the portal is going to be up for Doctor Strange. They're going to have to run all the way there. And they're running. They're running and jumping right now. Do they have anyone that can force this? It's going to be close. They go for it. They get the stop. Rye Amazing finds a pick immediately on Cal, though. He pulls back. Waiting for the Luna Snow ult to conclude from Loki, and then he can go for the ultimate and start resetting. We should be watching Rye Amazing, because Rye Amazing is about to shut this down. Sheep Dairy steps up, goes for the Ultron ult, finds a target. Here comes Rye Amazing. But Loki and Kaluj were ready to go. They set a trap for him. They threw down a couple. Oh my god, what a great trap. I would have bit that too. Oh my god. All right, time to paint, chat. Time to paint. Time to paint, guys. So here's the payload. Here's the payload right here, right? And here's Bucky. Bucky's back here. Let me give him his hair. His beautiful hair. Okay? There's Loki in this back right corner. And Loki puts out 2 clones. And these are all near each other. This is bait. Bucky sees this and he goes, ooh, if I hit my ult on this, if I kill any of the clones, I can keep resetting. Right? But right next to Bucky was Doctor Strange, hiding in the corner. The moment Bucky said, "Oh, dude!" and he ran in, charging down Loki, he got it set up, and Kaluj just stood out and said, "Eye of Agamotto, Beezy." Locks him down, and they delete it, and that stopped all hope there from Sentinels. Such a clever play. Great bait, dude. That was awesome. That was some good shiz, bro. I can't believe they got off Wolverine, though. Wolverine is literally designed to kill GOAT meta. I'm really surprised they got off the Wolverine.
We saw it right then and there as the team just fully felt kind of, they were feeling like themselves once again, and it was at the hands of the Vanguards this time.
And this is with swaps, right? Because I believe we saw Spidery originally roll out with the Star-Lord, yeah, as you can see right here, and then making that swap over to the Ultron after they also adjusted.
Torch has percent damage? Not really. Torch has consistent damage. I wouldn't say percent damage. The only one that actually has percent damage baked in their kit would be Scarlet Witch, actually. She gets 2% health damage. It used to be 5, I think. And they nerfed it dramatically and made her more consistent. I thought Scarlet Witch was actually a pretty soft, like, tank killer back in the day, but not anymore.
New strategies, and my gosh, Look at that beautiful Hagamoto there from Kaluj. But yeah, gotta hand it to the team here. Definitely got creative.
Torch also has headshots, which might be the reason why he went Torch. He went Torch for consistent damage, and then he has a really good ultimate that can burn through healers if he hits them. The problem is the opposing team had a Loki, and then he also has headshot damage. So he does have wins, for sure.
The Speedery show in the 22K.
I can't believe you're not a professional Windows Paint artist. What if I am?
Here too. But Speedery even flexing over to the Ultron understanding.
Sheep Dairy!
Luge had done something similar. We saw the Emma Frost originally before swapping over to the Doctor Strange, just to
Speedery.
boost up that Eye of Agamotto.
Speedery.
Follow-ups here, allowing Speedery to shine, and I also feel like making.
I want to Archie Showcase fake token fan. I was gonna watch it later if they have anything important. I heard Capcom just played the same shit over and over, and then announced Street Fighter stuff.
To make this work in your favor. Now we get to go the distance for Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that top play, that's when coaches come in handy. That's when really just the experience does. And, you know, we talked to Tech, and they're like, we didn't think we would win, and we did. These teams, they expect to win, right? And you know that they want to make land so bad. And so both these teams just leaving it all out there. They're right in the upper bracket. Certainly.
Don't think Capcom played anything over. I was just told they did. I was told that they played trailers that they've already shown at, like, Sony and stuff.
They're no slag off either. We saw,
but I haven't watched it myself.
All I know is match 3. This is what you want in the playoffs. You guys aren't going anywhere, let's face it. But we're going to take a quick break to reset, reload. We're going to see you in just a second.
Game 3, baby. Is Token on right now? I'll watch a little bit of it. I'm down. Where's it at? I think this is it. Oh, it's up to 10 minutes. Oh, no, it isn't. It's already done? What are they showcasing? Guilty Gear. What is this? Oh, it's in 1 minute. What do they got? Whoa, this game looks kind of cool. What is this? Wait, this is cool. What is this game? That was kind of fun. Dude, it's still going. Jeez. Is there any token things that were announced or no? Machi, Phaeton, Cruella. This is all Hunter x Hunter, right? Hunter Knight Birth. Guilty Gear. They didn't announce a single token thing. I feel like Sony's gonna handle all that, to be honest with you. Because it's Sony's game, right? Bob Avengers! That game looks cute. Okay, I want to get this game. What was it called? What is this called? Dragon Orb Gauge? Critical Assault? Is this a Dual Dragons game? Oh, shit. This is a Double Dragon. Oh! That was kind of cool. I might want to play that. I didn't play Double Dragon in the 90s, but I heard people loved them. That's crazy. They don't have any token information. That was certainly one of the directs I've watched. We've been blue balled instead of Blas blued. DBZ 2. They're not going to do Dragon Ball Z Fighter 2 because they just released Token. There's no way. Always bet on nothing. Double Dragon looks kind of nice. Yeah, it looks kind of nice, actually. My problem with these games, they're usually like pixelated, so they're not very fun to watch, in my opinion. Unless you like pixel art. This looks pretty watchable. Like, you guys might actually watch me enjoy this. We might play that one. We just might. Do 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 do. What are these mods, Xpix? What are these? What are these? Who are these characters? Is that Blanca? And who's Donkey Kong? Or Diddy Kong? What the hell, bro? Diddy Kong is Ed? That's so funny. Actually. Rivals till the end.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. I mean, to open up the playoffs, Vic, we've got two 2-1 matches, and this is exactly what I expected to see here because of how good and how these teams are and how small just the errors between them are. For me, personally, what I saw there is one team in Envy.
I love China. Thank you, Netties, for Marvel Rivals. I love this game in China, and I'm a big fan of this game, Marvel Rivals, because it allows me to play with my favorite characters. This game is truly unrivaled. Thank you, Netties, and thank you, China. What the fuck?
So that was insane in terms of the timing.
Twitch chatters are weird, bro.
Touch, and that is what completely just changed the course right now of this series.
What was that?
And with only best of 3, right? It's like momentum now. Again, we said this last time, but both teams kind of know what it takes to get it out of them. And they allow triple res this time around, and it's just not as big of a threat, right? Because it's just different on the game mode. And yet again, we head into Central Park, kind of bit of a mirror for the maps that we've seen so far, but this one always just has so much stakes to it. The grand stairway, the first point cap, it's got it all, and I'm excited to see these two teams clash with it.
And this is also a really good map when it comes to the group, right? And Techie, yes, we highlighted a lot of window, but Techie blocked like 72,000 damage in that last round. That also highlights the damage output that we were currently seeing from the triple Vanguard, triple strategist just lineup.
Is that a snakeskin jacket? Oh, it might be.
Around these group walls too.
These two do seem to dress and impress. For real.
This is such a good map for them. Like, I feel like that wasn't in their game plan. So it has me. I'm gonna be curious if.
How's the new PC, by the way, Xpix? You loving it?
Psylocke, although that's another good map for the character. So
time to play People Island.
What they go with in their game plans in it. All I know is they're great at adjusting throughout it, and the Vanguard level of play was near perfect on the side of Envy. Here's the thing with Sentinels, they didn't even play bad too, Vicky. They played great that last match.
Yeah, they did. I'm thinking, like, honestly, man, is today like? Just
I feel like the Wolverine switch was ending.
Of resets of Loki and the
maybe it was like a player issue.
Consistently, you have to worry about Nectar making some swap ups. Whether Nectar was on the torch, whether we could even see like an Ultron just mirror in this example, you have to still deal with these lanterns, and it's just so much stall potential.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great point. I think going into that map, that was the first thing I highlighted. I'm like, wow, they just gave Nero Luna, and they're going to have Luna Loki to go with. That's such a tough. I mean, no one wants to go against that, even as viewers going competitive ladder. It's tough. It's tough to go against, and giving it to one of the best at it, not easy. And so I'm curious to see if they Sentinels go a bit less kind of speedery, duelist focus with their bans, and kind of more, okay, let's shut down some of these big threats here. Maybe not get rid of the group, whatever it might be, and go with the Luna.
I disagree completely. They completely know how to play around Luna Snow. The issue there was Loki. Yeah, Vicky's right. Just ban Loki and you're chilling.
Keeps getting banned against them, and if it's not the Loki, it's the Psylocke instead there too.
And one thing I know is that this is what I love. We had so much talk going into this week of what we might see from these teams and who might rise, who might fall, and it's just so early in the scene in these teams. Now, what's cool is Sentinels in their boot camp, not only off the win, they can have that electric high that they had, but also they can kind of regroup together, and that's massive to come together as a team and talk with in person. Changes the game here, as Envy obviously going to have to do it, overcomes, but they got the job done on that map. Central Park, though, is going to make the difference, and I've seen Envy play great on this map against a lot of teams.
Yeah, and I feel like we've highlighted, the strength of certain picks that we've seen with these heroes, whether it be the Torch out here too, as well as the Ultron maybe as well. Psylocke being able to have a lot more of these flanking routes. That is also goes hand in hand with the fact that if you do allow Emma Frost to go through, you have the mental projection, so you have even more poke pressure.
Where's Black Widow?
You could see Envy who have prioritized.
I'm serious about the Black Widow, dude.
Yep, guys, this is rival.
Somebody play Black Widow.
This is what you've come for, the playoffs. This is the fight for LAN. All these teams want it bad as as we head into match number 3. One team is going to be sent to that lower bracket to...
All right. Commentary time. All right, welcome to game number 3. Sentinels versus Envy. Envy switched into what's considered the GOATS meta, which is an old call out to Overwatch characters. And for those that aren't aware of it and didn't watch Overwatch, it was such a big problem that even someone like myself, who didn't play Overwatch competitively, like I played it in the first season and that was it, I still heard about it. Essentially what it was 3 tanks and 3 supports. And Envy pulled out that strategy against Sentinels. Here's where I was confused. Sentinels had the perfect pick for it, which was Wolverine. Wolverine is designed to pick a character off, pull them in, do % damage, and try to get a quick kill on them, right? And they were struggling with it for a little bit, but sometimes you gotta stick with it, wait till you build out your ultimate, and go from there. And if you get one good break, you're good to go. And they wound up switching off it and going to Human Torch, and they just didn't quite get it. And wound up losing the match, and now we're all tied up going into game number 3. So now you have to consider what exactly happened, why it occurred, and then they have to go for a ban here. Personally, I think they need to get rid of a Loki. Sentinels. Loki is probably the major enabler of what we just witnessed. In that 3 tank / 3 support composition, him being able to double up on Luna Snow ult is something that you want to try and really try to take away from your opponent. Now, there is going to be a ban and a protection here, so Envy, if they would like to, they could technically protect Loki here, if they feel that it was useful enough to keep around. So we'll see if they go that route. Here we go. Protection. They choose to protect Groot. So Loki is bannable here if Sentinels wants to get rid of it. And I think they should. I'm not sure why they wouldn't get rid of it. Especially with Luna Snow up, Cloak and Dagger as well. They can't play Loki themselves. They could go into a Bucky composition. They are hovering Moon Knight, who Moon Knight is actually pretty good against Loki because of the clones and it bouncing around. Okay, they choose to get rid of it. Smart. Like, I was gonna maul if they didn't ban it and they lost. So, we head straight up into the matchup once again. There is Adam Warlock and Mantis and Star-Lord available. This is a composition that Envy has already seen. It was showcased to them 2 matches ago. So we'll see if they'll be able to do anything about it. The only thing that's different is in round number 1, they were unable to play Psylocke. Sheep Dairy now has Psylocke available to him as it was not banned out this round. Which is pretty much a trade-off for getting rid of the Loki, right? So, we're heading into game number 3. All these pro aim gods on no windows. I know, right? I think a Widowmaker legitimately like would shock someone or an opposing team, or would be helpful against like Ultron or double flyers. Torch is maybe a little bit too fast for Black Widow to work, but if it's like Ultron and Storm, dude, I legitimately think that is an environment that Black Widow can thrive in. And clearly the devs think that she's quietly overtuned as well, because they aren't buffing her, right? They're not giving her any damage. All they keep giving her to entice like pro players to play is like, here's a little bit more movement speed, and here's more stamina, you jump a little higher, and they're just not biting on it yet. We're going straight into the traditional pause. This is actually very meta when you're in game 3. It's a great way to offset your opponent. I can't bullshit you anymore, chat. They just need to give her a Gooner skin and the problem would solve itself. I don't think she has one, actually, which is surprising. You would think of all the characters that have one, it would potentially be Black Widow, but no, it's all the healers. All the healers get the Goonin. Be what it be, man. Alright, so they're in a bit of a pause right now. I do think this will go a little bit better for Envy, but I do worry Sentinels may understand how to play this team composition a bit better than they know how to win against it. Envy, right? Beach Widow would definitely do it. Healers and Emma. Yeah, Emma Frost is like pure thirst. But I think like it fits her personality, right? Like I think Emma Frost has always been like that. She knows she's a badass. She knows she's attractive. She knows she can get what she wants. She fears no man, no woman, right? She can kind of like just play around with her sexuality. So Emma Frost kind of makes sense. Sue Storm, I don't know about that. But they did put it on the skin where she was technically in a different storyline. She's the evil version of Sue Storm. What's it called? The malicious Maelstrom? Sue Storm alter ego. What is it called? Malice. Yeah. Apparently it was made by this guy named Psycho Man and his hate monger android. He was able to emotionally manipulate Susan into darker impulses. And that made her want to wear less clothes. Fair. Very fair. That makes sense. I'm in. Alright, let's see what they're saying here. Maybe they have an update of what's going on.
Adapt around this and be flexible.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, like I talked about, you've got Kalush.
You want Beats the Thing? There's a skin made by the community called the Thong.
And, you know, it's tough because what has impressed me so much is this team that was kind of this core six since the Alpha Sentinels. They were together.
Here you go.
They were Nightmare. They had so much practice together. But now you enter in Techie, but not only that, you enter in the replacement.
I got you.
Gomez into Nectar, and as a
here you go.
Performing, you know,
the Thong.
And I've got to say, you know, Super Gomez, big shoes to fill. Nectar doing just that. So it's been crazy.
Imagine just running around popping people with that.
Win outside of just the upper bracket.
And Nectar, they've been really good too.
Too funny.
Not only adapt around the different comps that they gotta throw around.
I'll take 3.
Star-Lord and having to perform like you highlighted in that first game, but also just being the shoe-in that they need. If they need him to flex over to something else, you know, they're right there to do so. And seeing together.
Bro, we need to see the game.
Plan on Central Park, more of those closer range alleyways to try to approach to that point. That is going to allow a lot of things to happen. And of course, that's
you're about to get a real fun algorithm for the next few days. I already have Gunnar algorithm.
You yourself are in the
I don't know why.
Well, he's the ultimate pressure cooker, right? Outside of just a microwave. Also,
it's everywhere.
In the sense of
TikTok, Blue Sky, Twitter. I can't help it.
Techie, right? They just held W the whole time, and they got that point so fast. It's when you start to kind of stagger and stall and both teams get their ultimates where it makes it a lot more tough to get that point capped. And so I expect Envy to come out here just, you know, guns a-blazing. They won't be able to.
You're 30, you're mid-30s, and you're unmarried. It's all the algorithm needs to know. Is that what it is?
I'm also surprised the respect over to the Storm.
Mecha Break's gonna be on Game Pass. I think Mecha Break is pretty fun. I am kind of curious how the ranked mode's gonna feel, but we should probably play some of that next week.
If you expect to fly around even with Star-Lord up in the skies or putting in the pressure, because then you would have to waste, what, like a mag bubble on the ulting Star-Lord. Hopefully Star-Lord could get right back down. The strategist ultimates come in, help the reset to happen, and then the final judgment comes out. Burst through the bubble, is able to burst the Star-Lord ult. So that's probably going to be the retaliation, because we didn't see a Punisher ult for Envy to worry about.
Yeah, and you know what? Kind of like with Techie, how we saw Tap open up.
I'm assuming somebody crashed.
Avery popped off. We got to see that from Cal if Envy does want to get the job done here.
Hopefully it's all the graphics issue you were having last beta. That'd be nice. Yeah, I don't know if my 3080 was dying on my last PC or what, but we got the new one in now. It should be okay. Have they said what the pause was? No. My assumption is someone crashed.
Every single match, every single fight, and they're going to have to do the exact same thing to the insane duo, the deadly duo of Karova and...
There we go. Now we got it. Now we in there. Boom, 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 boom. So interesting to me. I think they have a different scene that's showcasing all of these, and then they switch a scene into the POV. Like, that seems like a pre-canned video, because then right when we go this way, our audio comes back. Right?
One day.
So it must be like an off scene. I wonder how they do it. Okay, so let's look here. Yes, they still have the triple res composition being led by Magneto and Crimzo on Captain America. And then RMR is by herself as Cloak and Dagger, but that's not too hard to deal with. Nectar actually dives straight to the back here. Ooh, nice usage of space. But Sentinels just cleans up 3 of them here for Envy. And they grab the first objective with no problem, it looks like.
Never liked you, Emma, but we sure could
he get up there? Oh, he did. Nice. Window did portal. Last second here. Cloak and Dagger for Mom. Amazing pops their ultimate as well, keeping everyone nice and tapped off. They do get shields if they're in the circle. Sentinels decides to back away completely and stops contesting. And Kaluj is actually really scary right now. He's at 100%. Window drops in. Provides a massive AoE of stunning. Hits a couple of people, but the healing is just too much from Aramori. Envy has lost months, so they're down to 1 healer right now. Nectar is being locked into a corner. He actually gets put in the diamond form. Nice job by Kaluj. Nullifying his ultimate. It may be enough. Sheep Dairy goes in, tries to find a pick. Doesn't quite get it and gets picked off instead. Big Frost on Nectar. Nice job. Nero able to stay alive. And Envy kind of holding. Born Again does occur here for Kurova. Sentinels trying to find a way in, but Envy fighting for every tooth and nail. They do lose their tank and they lose Wolverine though. This should be it. There it is. Suddenly singing angels. I love Mantis' stance. All right, Envy, what you got? 4 minutes and counting. Wow, Month was able to survive just barely. There goes Cal, finally catching the Star-Lord, but he has the respawn mechanic, so they have to keep an eye on him. But you can't, like, stare at him, right? It's what's so annoying. Oh, Symbol! Crimson leads the charge. I like how Cal doesn't fight him, actually. He just puts him into a corner for a second, kind of wastes his ult. Month goes for the ultimate. Massive Groot wall. Window able to set them up, and that's going to be a 5-6-man team wipe. Just destroyed. Good job by Window and crew. Sheepberry does have the ultimate. So does Nero as well. I am Groot! Oh! Nectar not really getting too much going his way here yet. Oh, they got the Sheep Dairy with Emma Frost combination, by the way. Alright, so Nectar's trying to find a target here, but luckily everyone from Envy is doing a good job of just being grouped in general. Sheep Dairy heads right to the team, gets the heals. Emma Frost ultimate popping up. Palu's trying to find anyone he can latch onto. Nobody's biting, though. Posing Cloak and Dagger comes in. Month trying to help out. Month is taken care of by Techie. Finally lands the meatball on him. Envy down 2 people, but Wolverine's just trying to slow it down as much as he can. Sheepberry needs his pick. There we go. Got the pick. Still a lot of time on the clock. And a lot of distance to go. But Sentinels are creeping in pretty quickly. Ooh, big combo, big combo, big combo! Nice setup there by Cal. Oh, the immediate reset! Wolverine goes in. Soul Bond's gonna keep him alive, though. The Soul Bond's so massive here. And you pop the healing. And they just turn this fight around completely. That must be so demoralizing. You get a massive ult out of Cal. He takes out 3 to 4 people. And then Adam Warlock was like, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, bro. And then he slams Q. And then your entire team is forced to run away. And it looks like Sentinel's gonna grab this objective, no problem. Pull him back. It's walking around. Okay, maybe a small problem. Envy's coming in. Star-Lord goes up, but Luna Snow stops it with her ultimate. Magneto trying to find it. Can he get it? Misses it. The speed just a bit too much. He went for the hard read, and the hard read was soft. Been there, dude. Cloak and Dagger. Keeping the time alive here for Envy. Envy holding down the defense. Ultimate available for Wolverine. He should not use it here yet, as Sentinels has been completely wiped. 45 seconds and counting. Sentinels, if we look over to them right now, I don't see any tank changes into Dr. Strange or anything. No. Same composition. So they're going to try and do an organic push. They do have Adam Warlock close to 100% once again for another ultimate. High ground grabbed. But the pacing needs to be faster. Cal finds a pick on Nectar. Magneto comes out just in time. Kaluge comes around, finds one with the diamond. Finds 2 or 3 as well. He pulls him aside. Luckily for them that Cloak and Dagger was able to ult earlier, which prevents them from getting picked off there. Sentinels trying to come in. Psylocke with the Dance of Butterflies does find a pick. Looking for another on this Adam Warlock. You don't want to let him respawn. Korova was actually able to win the fight. And he has his ultimate. I think Sentinel is able to win it. They sure do. Just barely. 1 minute and 25 seconds. Did FlyQuest win? No. FlyQuest actually got upset by TechEXD. Notice the Sentinels come all the way up the ramp here. Objective is going to be slower, but at least they grab high ground. Pushed off the high ground. They pull on back. 50 seconds and counting. Envy does have windows set up here with a Groot wall. And a Groot ult, which is pretty good here. Turns around and just shoots Amazing. Ah, Amazing inting on purpose. They made a call to go for it, and they went for a massive res. He was able to sneak in for the high ground, and now they can flank in. They flank in behind the Groot, and the Groot is trying to catch up to help his teammates. Able to get back just in time, thanks to Luna Snow ultimate. Magneto in the sky. Get ready to come in. Finds the kill. Hits Nero, bonked right on top of the head. Gets pushed off the side, Crimzo is, and so is Techie. Both tanks are down for Sentinels. Envy has their Vanguard. And he still has his ultimate. Portal coming up. 3 seconds of counting. Can they get the overtime? They do, just barely. They're able to respawn on it. Nectar goes up, pops his ultimate, finds a pick. Amazing has been CC'd, and Sheep Dairy is able to clean up on the back line. The portal is letting Dr. Strange in, but I think he's the only one left here. He's trying to get in there. I think the portal closed on him. Master Wizard my ass. Sentinels gets 2 points and a little bit up the ramp. So Envy has a clear chance here to snatch away the victory. And it would be our second upset of the night.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
What do you got, Envy? I'm kind of cheering for Envy right now. I don't know why. I was like, chug my water in your ears, chat. Psylocke putting in work? Dude, I don't know if you've been watching America, but Psylocke in general has been a game changer. Not so much in EU. Occasionally played. There was one player today that had a really good Psylocke. I can't believe the portal closed on Doctor Strange. So unlucky. We love a man that swallows hard here. I'm gonna turn my webcam off. That's what I'm gonna do, chat. You're pushing me to my limits tonight. First Effie and now Xerix. What's going on?
I'm impressed, kid. That's some serious tech you're wearing there.
That's some serious tech you're wearing there. Can Envy do it? They got the lineup. I fear that Adam Warlock is better on defense than offense. That's my personal opinion. Because you're kind of pushing into him so he can set his headshots up, right? And as long as he has space, he can get a good ult off. We'll see how it goes. Oh my gosh. Mantis is nailing his headshots. He's making it look easy. Sleep on Cal is nutty. Good hit by Amazing. Envy is just inching forward 1 step at a time. Not trying to force any kills. Just grabbing the objective. No deaths happening. Sentinel just pulling back. Sheep Dairy! Able to get out and get a heal at the last second. Impressive. Great heads up play by his healers. What a clutch moment for both. Sentinel's down 2, down 3. Portal comes through, but they are separated. One has to worry. Yeah, full objective goes in. They wasted the portal. I love this contest for this top middle area. I need to do this more in my games on the second objective. Just get up here on the high ground ASAP. Cal hitting around, trying to be quiet, not stepping up because the footsteps are loud in this game. Okay, Nectar ult coming out. Cal going for it. I like the gumbo. He's like, I got this. Wait a minute, I don't got this. Window with an ultimate landing on 3 or 4 people. They're trying to get a reset. Big grenade of damage coming in. Cloak and Daggers both popping their ultimates at the same time. Clue's trying to get anyone he can pick off. Just looking for a healer. Can I have somebody? Magneto comes in and boom. One picked off. Cal gets low on HP. Still alive for now. His passive does kick in. So able to survive for the moment. Sheep Dairy gets cleaned up. And Sentinels actually able to hold on. Great ultimates. Special shout out to Techie. Him getting the Magneto ult there was pretty darn useful. And Kurova still has his ult as well. So his job is to hide in a corner. Next time we have an ult from Emby, I could see Sentinels just running it down and trying to kill that person. And then Kurova just dropping the ultimate in a safe spot. Okay, so the call has been made to go in. Everyone's popping their ultimates now. And Kurova just steps up and makes sure everyone can come back. Keeping the tempo up in numbers. Wow, Nectar is chasing down the sealer. Oh my gosh, poor Nero. I'd be so tilted. Great chase there. Time is starting to tick. There is 3 minutes available here. Cal gets a combo wall, finds Crimzo. Nectar sneaks out somehow. Man, it's been a complete brawl in this area. Techie has another ultimate already, by the way. He is farming that thing. Nero gets picked off once again. Aramari, though, trades. It's a 1-for-1 on healers. Dance of the Butterfly goes forward. Was hoping to try and grab the healers. Can't quite do it. Wall goes down, though. And they turn around and focus on Nectar. But Mantis was able to find a pick on Psylocke. Here comes Kaluge, though. Trying to get the Adam Warlock. Big heals coming in. Provide shields. Doesn't want to chase too far. That is the spawn point of the opposing team. 4 on payload for ultimate speed. Ult's coming out. Window's trying to get a hit or two on that Star-Lord, but nothing too amazing coming in. Another Techie ult comes out, but this time misses on Nero. Nero's able to dance. They grab Star-Lord, and Star-Lord will fall. Adam Warlock with the ultimate. Another Born Again. Massive heals connecting. Crimzo trying to slow down the objective. Star-Lord is alive and doing damage, but no ultimate as Month is able to use the Cloak and Dagger ult. Both support ultimates are down, though. Right, Amazing and Techie have been picked. Emby is in a 6v4. Can they get a kill on Adam Warlock? They can. He is now officially down, and he has no respawn. Cal goes for a pick. Just wants to get Mantis low. Does get it. Just in time. Portal coming out. Wolverine's dying for health. Praying for health. No health comes his way. 1 minute and counting. Sentinels does hold at the last payload, but it is very, very close. Emby just needs one more good push, and they can win the series. Looking over to Emby. No Doctor Strange portals. It's still just Groot and Emma Frost. Cal has his ultimate. He saved it for earlier. Didn't want to waste it too early. Crimzo wants to come in and pounce right when Cal goes in. Here comes the pounce. Misses the engage, sadly. Which means it's going to hurt some of his damage there. Nectar trying to chip people off, and the time is counting down. Nectar wants a pick here. Can he get one? He does find one on Month. Month goes down, and so does Nero. Window is next. 24 seconds and counting. Envy needs somebody to clutch it up right now. Someone somewhere has to clutch it up. 13 seconds. 10. Portal going up. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Portal's up. They jump through. They get the overtime. Psylocke instantly pops the ultimate. Psylocke finds a kill immediately. Takes out Techie. Takes out Nectar. Where's Adam Warlock at? 76% on his ultimate. Envy trying to rush them down. They have overtime going for them. Massive Gru ult to lock them in so we can find more resets. They find Karova. Karova, if he can come back, he is having an ultimate. He's at 93%, but can he find the angle? Has anyone tried to stop him? He has it. Born Again is going to be triggering. There it is. Born Again connects. Wolverine's already in there. Doctor Strange with the ultimate. They're locking down Cloak and Dagger. They're trying to pick her off. A huge hit on Month from Techie. He clutches once more. 3 people are down for Envy. Sentinels has everybody up thanks to the respawn composition, and it is too powerful. Envy will fall. 2 Sentinels, 2-1. Whoo! Shoo! Cal was trying to stop it too. He was rushing down that Adam Warlock. He knew it was coming.
For their 3rd straight loss and down to the lower
He knew it.
face FlyQuest. Are you kidding me?
I want to see those cams. I want to see the pop-off in the room, IRL. I need to
Nectar
see it.
div.
That was absolutely insane work from Sentinels. The
Pretty good.
Off of the res from Korova. The stun that we saw on Takao from the Mantis. Look at this.
50, he lives 48 for goal.
Nice close games. Yeah, they were really close games.
This is better. This is better than what Kevin Feige could put together. I'm telling you, absolute cinema out there from every single player.
That res, why? Dude, they had to shut the res down. They had to.
Because that was dang perfection. I'm trying to hold myself back with what I want to say. I mean, that was insane.
That was honestly, I feel like I always say this every time you and I come up out.
Cringe comp, so desperate to win.
This tournament in general, but that
I
has to
also
be
think
one of
winning
the
is
best
cringe,
tournaments
for the record,
at
chat.
the highest level that I've been able to see.
Could you imagine
It's just crazy.
winning?
Envy, they played so
How cringe.
well, but you can't stop the passives, the reses, and the way you stop it, Vic, is in the ban phase, but they let them have it, right? Like, that's part of the strategy.
That explains a lot.
You can't stop. No matter how well you play, it's got to be pass perfect, and they just could not
Big cringe.
do enough. Even with that opening from Speedery from the portal, I can't believe it.
Even with Window blocking out like 66k damage, Techie with that huge Magneto shield, by the way, onto Rymazing to help enable the Mantis and the Mantis ult and survivability against the onslaught of pressure and scariness.
Dude, Envy was playing so well too.
Tears well up in my eyes as I try to just build up as much space as possible. But then
I'm surprised they didn't try a Bucky
the
once.
Res Cup. Yes, you take care of them once, but guess what? You got to do it all over again.
Psy with the 50 bomb and holding the L, relatable to solo queue. True.
I mean, this is what you get when you play
So true.
Adam Warlock non-freaking stop. The guy knows the perfect time for the reses, for the clutch plays. Nectar getting that MVP yet again. Had it on map 1, now both their wins, but every single person on that team deserves it. I mean, every pixel mattered, every move.
I feel like Nero was dying a lot.
I can't believe it. What a
My
finish
gosh.
to the reverse sweep. Dude, I just can't wait to celebrate with this team.
Dude, 40k damage. They came out with 17 final hits on top of it all. Yes, we saw a lot of these players falling like flies, by the way. Like, if you see the survivability from both sides.
No more predictions from me tonight, chat. You'll have to get more to run them. Thank you, Xerix, for running them. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for running them.
The only way I can describe it is like I've seen in the NFL, it's like one team is just like you think they have everything to win. There's nothing they could have done better to get the result they wanted, and they didn't get it. And the fans are just left, like Envy fans are just like, what else could we have done at that point? Like Envy, they're telling me, what else could we have done? It wasn't enough in Sentinels. They got the job done against one of the best in America to advance. Vicky, it doesn't get better than that.
That was so good. Maybe trying to snipe out the Star-Lord in the sky with your Wolverine a lot more consistently, but then, getting pocketed by a Magneto bubble. Like, this was just great play all the way around from both these teams.
I knocked an energy drink all over my desk. I was losing it. I couldn't believe what I just saw. I mean, my mouse is covered here. Guys, I just talked to her last week on the podcast I run here, and now we've got her again. Era Mori is in for the winner's interview, and we get to our first look on the boot camp as we welcome her in. Are you kidding me, Era Mori? What the? I barely know where to begin. Me and you, we just... I can't imagine. I can't imagine one of the craziest finishes that we have seen. We've seen you guys put out crazy performances with triple reses before, but that one might have been the king of them all. I mean, how is it with your team being all together for the first time?
Oh my gosh, the energy is like nothing else.
Oh, they were landing together? That's cool.
Buff, like they mean it. Oh my gosh, the energy is so good. Like, I don't know. I really love my team, and I'm really happy we got to spend this week together. It's really, really cool, and we're improving so quickly. And, if somebody misplays, we can just punch them now, which is awesome.
Do Rainbow Thor skin us out? It looks pretty good.
Away from that, no screen to hide behind either when you try to just brush off if it's your fault or not. I just have to ask. I mean, yeah, the energy, the vibes must be super high, but how did it sound? How loud was it in that room when you guys won at the end?
Okay, it actually kind of scared me. Like, everybody was screaming, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I knew we won, and I was yelling too, but I was like, whoa, it's so loud right now. Yeah, it was great.
Can you hear it through, the headphones, but then also it's not like those are doing anything, because I'm sure just the loudness outside of the headphones also, just everything coming in, double comms echoing throughout. I mean, you guys coming off the grand finals, playing so well, unfortunately faced that reverse sweep to come back to this moment. I mean, what was it like? Because you guys got together a couple days ago, right? Like, what have you guys been doing in the meantime just to lock in as this team?
I mean, we've been trying like a ton of things, and I think what last weekend, was it last weekend? I think so, made us realize was that we needed to just play to our strengths. And obviously, like res comp is one of our strengths. I'm not saying it's our only strength. We have a lot of things that we feel really comfortable in playing. And yeah, we just realized play to our strengths, learn how to give them a butt whooping, and that's what we've been doing. And I think it's been working really, really well for us.
Yeah, you guys, didn't have the Atom ban actually towards you guys. It was the Emma Frost, it was the Loki, and it was the Sidelock. So we're seeing a lot more target bans now as we progress through the playoffs. You say that wasn't, your only trick, and without revealing everything else too, after what happened last week, can you walk us through some of the changes that you guys made as a team to help be flexible?
Yeah, so I think, how do I say this without giving away too much? I think we all each have heroes that we're really, really good on, and so making sure we can get those and play those are really, really important, which is why we ban and save what we do, and it's working really well for us. And Crimzo is crazy. Crimzo and our analyst Annex have like spreadsheets that's just like, okay, if they ban this, if they first save this, like we're gonna do this, and it's crazy.
Spreadsheets, man.
Kind of like, okay, yeah, that's smart. And hands off the keyboard, like they can handle that. I don't know what's going on with all that.
One of the main things I highlighted was just Crimzo at the helm of just that strategy. Yeah, the analyst there, just great job. You guys always feel like you're so prepared to go into each match, right? We see that in sports, certainly in esports, has such an advantage going in. One of the things I highlight is, yeah, your team, it was like the triple res team, and then it's like now you guys have so many different faces, and that has helped y'all just propel yourself to a new level. I've got to know, everybody meets, for the first time. What was the funniest, interaction? What was the I mean, you guys have been playing together almost a year now, if not more.
Spreadsheets are nice, but I prefer going my vibes.
A peek behind the curtain. What has been some of the funnest things?
I think it's good for guidelines, but you shouldn't use it as like a law, right? Sometimes you gotta feel in the moment,
I mean, I don't know. Funniest interaction. I don't think we've had like one good moment, but as soon as like we got to where we are,
that's why games are so beautiful, because they can't be a math problem.
All day. It was really special. It was really fun. I've been literally, okay, if you think about it, I've been on this team for over a year, like since the alpha of Marvel Rivals, which I know the game hasn't been out that long, but to me it has been, right? So I've been on a team with these guys for like a year, and I'm like, wow, you are real people. Like, oh my gosh, I can hold your face. Like, oh my goodness. So it's just a really cool experience. It's like getting to see your friends for free because Sen is paying for it, so that's awesome.
Armor, you're great to talk to, honestly. I've been a big fan watching your journey thus far, and it's been so fun to see what you guys have been able to provide here. And now, Sentinels get to
She seemed
move on,
nice.
and you guys get to play against one of your favorite teams, actually.
What time is it? 7 o'clock, chat? All right, in an hour, I gotta feed the pups.
Against you guys, how are you feeling about that upcoming matchup?
Oh, I think we're super excited. Like, obviously, those guys are good friends with, Techie and I would say, like, Nectar overall. So, yeah, I think we're excited. We've scrimmed them a bunch, and I actually think they started pretty low, like, in terms of, like, how well they've been playing, but they just keep improving and keep improving. And, I could say scrim diff because we're the ones that have been playing them the most consistently, but I am looking forward to playing them. I think it'll be a really close match, and I think it'll be really fun. And also, there's some Techie on Techie action, so who can be mad at that?
I mean, just absolutely.
That's true.
And
Techie on Techie, dude.
Thank you personally for my voice being gone after this, because
Hot AF.
out there on the field. That was just the match of the ages. I want you guys to celebrate, party hard, maybe not too hard. You got your next matchup tomorrow, but either way, just so happy for the team, and give just my the biggest applause to everybody over there. Amazing, Korova, Crimzo, the new subs in with Techie and Nectar, and what they've been able to do. Insanity. Go celebrate the win. Thanks so much for coming on air, Mori.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Awesome. I can't. Incredible job. Well, guys, I mean, we've said it. How many times are you not entertained? I mean, we go from 2-2-1s.
Yeah, pretty good game today, honestly. I think EMEA was a little resident sleeper.
Are you ready, Cozy?
Because it was a very clear difference between the top seeds and the bottom seeds.
By the way, everyone at home sitting on the edge of their seats, doesn't matter what time it is.
So hopefully we can keep this energy up.
Out on some Marvel Rivals esport history, because this is literally for everything. For a top 3 spot within LAN, this is for all the money out here with the $250,000 prize pool within Americas, and of course, this is the only best of 3 day, I believe, coming through, and just trying to provide some more of that upper hand advantage before you get into the best of 5 territory.
Yeah, what teams adapt, what teams change, and what can they bring to the table? We've certainly seen that with Techie. Now,
so many questions, but the only way you get the answers are by watching the games, which we'll be back to right after this break. Alright, I'm gonna get some water, chat. Get some water. Get some water, okay? I'm getting water, you get water.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters on yet, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories.
Hydrate or you'll dehydrate. That's right.
Time I see you turning the tide.
Facts.
And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire and take wonder no more. Then now it's the
Ah.
heart is mine.
Okay.
Has fallen, darkness grows and yes,
2 more series, chat.
near
Trying to think, do I want to do all 4 series tonight? What's the last one? Team Nemesis and Ego Death? Whew. What a long day, chat. The song is great if you haven't heard other better music. It's a vibe, it's chillin', dude. You want to have royalty-free music?
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on.
What are these emotes? What the hell, bro? Why is Spider-Man's ass so thick? What the hell, dude? What? What? That is crazy. Oh my god, that was massive. The true team up is friendship. True. He's a min ass. That's incredible. Damn, this guy really wants everyone to see the emotes. He even highlighted him. It's nutty. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Rivals!
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We are only at the halfway point of these matches and the playoffs, and if this next one is anything
Yeah, kind of a long day, honestly.
we are in for another treat as we have one of America's best in 100 Thieves making it all the way to the grand finals versus Shroud X, who has cleaned it up massively, and look at what they've done.
Look, if the Ignite script writers in the back room are working overtime today, they're making up for our first week, Cozy.
All right, I'll probably do one series chat, and then probably call it for tonight.
Yeah, looking at what they've done so far, guys, this is
Need to feed the pups. I need to get some dinner going. I gotta clean up the kitchen.
The grand finals, 2-0ing every team they win against. Unfortunately, though, losing 0.
We'll see how it goes.
Kind of like both Envy and
If
Sentinels,
the
they've got a lot to play for
EGOD
in
game
this
is
one not to
good
have this happen again.
against
Shroud
Nemesis,
X
let me know, and I can commentate it in the morning. I'm down.
3 is going to tell a new story.
A lot here for 100 Thieves to make up for what basically slipped through their fingers versus their series against FlyQuest here, but Shroud X having
LOL.
a lot more of the on-hand.
I'm gonna copy
confidence
pasta
after
this.
They, I believe, had fallen to Team Nemesis in that lower bracket.
I'm gonna copy pasta that for him.
During the group stages.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen Shroud X.
You put so much work into it. You gotta copy pasta it.
We always say this, but they've got so much talent as a
Yes.
team. You know, together.
Yes.
You know,
Copy
there's a bunch of things
pasta.
you're gonna highlight there, but 100 Thieves, they're kind of like Sentinels. They've been playing together now. Well,
I need more
over a
copy
year. Their
pastas.
team Mutants now obviously signed 100 Thieves, and we've seen this team though bounce back just like Sentinels. They bounced back to go and win prior championships. They've done their
There's
job
another one.
very well as we take a look at this roster. I love
The copy
SGP
pasta
has fallen
begins.
for their alt costume. But we've got them. You guys.
Ah,
know by
it's
now.
Vinny.
One of the best duo duelists.
Yo,
in,
Dabba's boy.
in this side of the West over here.
And you could pick a different costume color combination out here for SJP. Honestly, 100 Thieves. Though,
Stop with the
it's not
green
very similar to
shit,
what we've
great
seen
shit.
from Sen. 100 Thieves, I believe, may also be playing in person here. So hopefully we get some of these updated cameras here for the players as we take a look at some of the highlights. Something that Energy said back in the podcast specifically was that Terra is on another level.
Again!
Looking out for duelists in general, Terra is just crazy. This reset, by the way, was like a whole it felt like 5 minutes. I'm being dramatic, but it literally felt like a 5-minute reset.
Yeah, it was an actual anime just protagonist. It was insane what he's done. Terra, even though they lost 3-0, Terra pumps out 55k damage. Definitely did his part. You know, as he even I think said himself here. It's about this team now resetting, and Aaron Moore just said it. Being in person it really helps. And we saw that with 100 Thieves. When they played in the MRI, they were together in a boot camp. And guess what? They went on a tear. No one could come close outside the very...
I wonder how many of the teams are landing right now.
Challenge, but 100 Thieves got the job done. They're together. Once again, this team already knows each other. Shroud X, on the other hand, Shroud's team, his Avengers, as we look on at what this team is.
Yeah, we're looking at Dogman, Impunity, Doomed, Vision, Nuck, and Fidel. When the way that Fidel had played to in the past, we've always highlighted Fidel as being
typically Shroud X is doing okay if Vision is popping off. His Punisher,
when this team really plays with confidence,
it's pretty scary.
We are leading the way, and we can't have any more of these crucial with Mito situations again.
Yeah, I mean, Vision was my highlighted player in the duelist department, one of my three, just because this guy really gets the job done. Kind of like Terra, this man flexes to what's needed. He plays the Bucky role if needed, and Doomed is just the great complement to it. Dogman definitely has the skills as well. I think Impunity just puts up window-type numbers there on group. But Dogman, yeah, we definitely need to see more constructed meteor imps. Look at Doom here. Probably one of the craziest calls of the whole tournament as he gets the Cat 4 on Storm there. Both these teams, they've got the talent. Which one has the composure coming off that 0-3?
That's true, because then you also, considering just map-specific situations, Impunity, we've seen Impunity shine on that group. Sometimes there's situations.
Dude, water is so good, chat.
On that Magneto, we see Doom then coming.
People that don't like water scare me.
Combine that together with the Emma Frost that we've already been seeing thus far. You have the mental projection, so. I feel like, you know, Shroud X, they did their homework here, but to deal with 100 Thieves, there's so many highlight players here from this team.
Yeah, and I feel like Terra can flex to a lot, but Shroud X, they've got a lot of up there.
Have you guys seen that clip
pride themselves in their flexibility as well,
where there's a lady like talking about how she feels pregnant, and she's talking to a doctor, and the doctor's like, okay, why do you feel pregnant? And she's like, I have these like horrible cravings. And she's like, okay, what are you craving? And she's like, I'm craving water.
Awesome for Shroud X. Harvey and SJP, some of the best, and that's what it's going to come down to.
And her friend's like, you're not pregnant, you're thirsty.
Is it gonna go the distance? Are we gonna have another long distance of this series?
I just submitted an application to run a debate in New York City. They suddenly posted an opening for the fall. Oh, nice! Good luck, Zexus.
Always starts off on domination as we get to started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next match of the evening. Oh, my camera's moving. There we go. What do we think, by the way? Do you guys want me casting with the camera on? Yay or nay? What are the thoughts on it? Please let me know. We have Shroud X versus 100 Thieves. Shroud X is actually like the epitome of like, if you aim good, you own, right? It's kind of like this beautiful thing of where you can have resource-based compositions where you're trading out your health bars or going for res comps or trying to like have good cooldown exchange or utility dumping, or you can go for a composition that's like primarily focused on aiming and getting your takedowns, right? And Shroud X has kind of gone down that route. And they started off really well. Like, one of the things that they were very good at is playing the Punisher. In fact, you see the Punisher being banned out here for 100 Thieves. They were kind of the first team to be like, hey, if you have the Punisher and you have good aim, you can kind of pick people down pretty quickly. And now they're kind of suffering from their success, and they don't quite get those characters anymore, and now they're trying to figure out where their identity is as a team. Talented players, great aimers, but they're kind of losing out on the exchanges of resources and people like playing map control, right? And playing the time. The other things that you have to really worry about in a hero shooter. With that being said, 100 Thieves on the other team is probably one of the teams that came out first in this entire thing as like the team that knows how to play compositions and knows how to play macro, right? And that's something that I really enjoy in video games. I love teams that know how to play macro. I don't care if you don't get 3 or 4 kills, but if you're manipulating the opponent through the map mechanics, I'm a big fan of that. And 100 Thieves is the first team that started doing that under my eyes, in my opinion. They did have an issue against FlyQuest in particular in the group stages in the grand finals, and they actually went down 3-2 in a reverse sweep because they were unable to adjust in the draft. And you started to see how their composition started to struggle a little bit. Their macro focused type of play style didn't have any type of plan Bs or plan Cs, which is something that you need to utilize and to have if you're going to be in a professional environment, because people are going to study your replays, right? They are going to figure out what you do as a tendency and see if they can break it whenever they face off against you for money. That's just how the game works, right? And so if you don't have a plan B or a plan C, you are going to fall apart pretty quickly, and that's what happened to 100 Thieves. So now, with that being noted, we are going to set up for this next series, and I'm going to see whether or not both these teams have made the adjustments they need to move forward in the playoffs. And this is the whole start of it all in today's best of 3. Okay, big recap. Everyone's set up. We're good to go. ShroudX loves this, by the way. They love capturing somebody and trying to catch them with a penny nest. They put down a portal. They go for a pull. And they try to get someone picked off by a penny nest. Sadly, that is not what occurs here. Actually, it is what occurs. Harvey gets picked off, and now ShredX is ahead by 1 pick, and they switch off the penny right away. Will ShredX be able to grab the objective, though, with that takedown? And they do! Wow, they actually pull it off. So I'm pretty sure how it works is if you web somebody with the penny mines, and then you do a portal on top of it, the mines will jump onto the target through the portal. It's crazy tech. I haven't done it myself yet, so I don't know how to explain it well. But ShredX does it pretty much all the time. I think FlyQuest did it too as well. Vinny, who's probably one of the strongest vanguards in this tournament, is now running Root, lands a perfect ultimate, but the healing from ShredX is just a little bit too much. It does seem like today we can confidently say triple healer is back. And it's come in the form of Adam Warlock, who, by the way, has just born again. His team begins to run down and start the fight once again, keeping up with those respawn mechanics. Doomed is popping an ultimate, but is he in a position to actually do anything about it? Doesn't really look like it, no. Oh, there we go, finds a pick. But he is facing off against Delina, who's playing Hella. One of his most common characters to play. Yeah, he's gonna get chipped out. He wasted too long. In fact, I think he should have gotten picked off a little bit earlier. He spent way too much time dancing around for kills that he's not gonna get. 100 Thieves and get to 20%. Finally, ShredX is all back. They did waste a lot of ultimates in that last fight for 50%. So I would say if you're 100 Thieves, you're pretty okay and pretty happy with what you just saw. Vision decides to hop off of Adam Warlock, and they are swapping it up. Doom moves over into Bucky, and now it's all about the reset comp and trying to find picks. Very, very handy, especially against a Loki. I do like grabbing this high ground here. They need to clear out some of these Loki clones. That's what they're doing. All right, 2 Loki clones down. Ooh, Delana finds a nice, cute angle to shoot an off angle there, get some damage on their opponents. They're looking for it. Hella is a very juicy target. Doomed about to drop down. Going for a pull. Was hoping to find maybe a Loki or something. No luck in that regard. Delana has flanked all the way back to the other side here. And they're trying to find a way to move in, but 100 Thieves is showcasing what they do well. They map rotate incredibly well. Groot combo comes out, and here's Terra to start with the headshots on the Punisher. Trying to find a kill on this Luna Snow. And it's gotten close, but not the cigar. Counter ultimate's coming out from 100 Thieves, and here comes the resets. Doom trying to find somebody here, even if just a Loki clone. Can he get a reset? Nothing pops quite yet. I don't think he got it. Dongmin has an ultimate and can save this fight, but I don't think he has to use it. He can probably save it, as 2 people have fallen for 100 Thieves. Vinny gets picked out, and there we go. ShroudX is able to grab the objective back. 100 Thieves, though, was able to get a full 0 to 99%, so I'm pretty sure they're pretty okay with that. And a good 25% of it was just understanding where ShroudX was, and you saw them just rotate away from them, right? They forced them to chase, but also slowly kept them at bay. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to 100 Thieves. I think they really understand their map dynamics and what they need to do to play around the objective. Not everything comes down to just finding kills as quick as you can. Although my ranked experience does tell me differently. Terra popping an ult. Trying to just get through anything here. Another wall put up. Good delays. Actually, really good delays. Man, this team has been very evenly matched so far in fights. Magneto, what do you got? Goes for a hit. Does take out Vision, who was on Hella. No ultimate coming out of her. Overtime is connecting. Hunter Thieves trying to get this win right now. Vision's about to respawn. SJP drops the Cloak and Dagger ult. Agamotto coming out from Dogman. Locking down a couple of targets, but no Cigar on the kill. Why do I keep talking about cigars? I swear to God I don't smoke. But Terra, he's smoking the competition right now. Bringing out the DPS, but it's just not enough. 100 Thieves are going to be able to grab the first objective and run into round number 2. So in team fights, honestly, pretty close. Not too shabby. Like, if you look over at 100 Thieves, yeah, their frontliners and Hella have a couple of double-digit kills. But honestly, you're probably expecting like 15 to 20 kills if people are just going for those takedowns, and they don't even have to do that. Just keep enough pressure on the opponent. You get 1 or 2 picks, try to pull them away, wait for them to fully commit, and then make sure you win the trades on the healing supports, right? ShroudX elects to stay with Doomed and Vision. Doomed was this close to getting a reset, right? And if he gets that reset, that can be the difference between getting a win and a loss with Bucky. We'll see if he can pull it off this time. Actually, currently hovering Moon Knight. Gonna throw down the Ankh. I'm gonna try it one more time to try and capture somebody. Waiting for it. Portal goes down. Go for a pick with the Hella and Moon Knight. They find 2 picks immediately. They are really good at that that portal tech. Oh my gosh. So that time I don't even think they got the spider mines down. They just had the pick between Hella and Moon Knight. They drop down the shift in the Moon Knight Ankh, which pulls people into the middle of them, and they just unloaded on one target. Great picks from ShroudX. What a cool way to use portal. And unique too. It's not very replicated by many people. Just full kidnap capture. 100 Thieves are trying to back away right now, while ShroudX does have the full objective set up. Ooh, but a turret being set up just changes the dynamic dramatically. Vision up in the sky, looking for any target. Just gets completely deleted though. Literally did not have a chance. And TTK finds Doomed. So now there's no reset composition for ShroudX, and they're just trying to work with a couple of Vanguards. They may just give up on this. I would. Yeah, Terra wants to take this away. 41%. 42%. Life bars are being traded out. Dogman just holding, dude. He had an interview a couple weeks ago, and they were like, what do you do on the team? He's like, what I do is I just hold the team objective. That's what I do. I do it for them, and I let them fire away. And he did it just there. So much so that 100 Thieves felt like they had to back away. 61% in climbing. ShroudX in a great spot. And with Bucky back, with his ultimate, that reset potential is still there. Terra trying to push here on the right corner with Magneto leading the charge. Doom goes up with the ultimate, but it has nobody to collide with. Bit of a waste. Dogman does have a shift into an ultimate. He can go right over these walls and try to force it. He does it. He goes up, goes for a combo, lands it on one on Groot. But Harvey answers back with the Cloak and Dagger ult. Saving him. 88% in ticking. One ult is about to unlock for Fidel. He should be popping it here in 1 second. Let's see. Nuck is able to ult themselves. Nuck gets destroyed and actually cut down completely. And I think ShroudX is going to go ahead and just go for a wipe. Yeah, they are. They just kind of ran it down into Terra. They had 99% on the objective. They'd rather save their ultimates and fight another day. Oh, what a long, grueling fight to get up here. Oh, nice positioning here. Full splash damage around the corner. Hard to push through that, and it's also hard to poke the Punisher. But they get it done. The Loki clone's even there to help out by blocking some of the shots. 100 Thieves, now at 31% on the objective. ShroudX slowly moves in. Vision in a nice position on the top side, but taking a little bit of poke. Goes into Hella right away and starts firing some fireballs down. Magneto comes up, looking for a healer. Goes straight on top of the room, but the room was not broken in time. Agamotto on the backside. Dongmin once again finds another engagement, but two of his teammates have already fallen. He has to start backing away. They don't have the damage available to them. 100 Thieves really making their mark right now as that objective timer continues to keep climbing up. 58% and 59%. They wipe 4 off the face of the earth, and Nuck and Vision have to escape. So TrikSlyr is going to have one more fight. They should have a portal up relatively soon. We'll see if they try to go for said portal. So far, it looks like they're not going in that direction. Decide they want to push out and maybe use it for a reinforcement. 100 Thieves has Punisher ultimate and SAP ready to go. Can steal an ult from Cloak and Dagger if need be. Oh, Doom was so close to getting low on HP. That Magneto poke can be so terrifying. Team needs to start moving in, and they do. 91%, 92%, and ticking. Cloak and Dagger is about to have the ultimate here for Fidel. Vinny gets taken out on the corner. Meanwhile, Terra does pop the ultimate here for the Punisher. Attempts to try and get in there, get some decent shots. They're just trying to play around this corner angle as best as they can, and they do survive. And Doom is going to be the real marker for winning the game here. He finds a pick. Magneto goes in the sky. Here comes a meatball. Down the ground. It takes out Impunity. Fidel will pop his ult, giving his team a nice little area to heal up. Agamotto comes out from Dongmin. They actually find a pick on TTK, but Terra is still alive. And here goes Doom, finally. Trying to find those resets. Vinny tries to escape. Another reset comes up, and we're tied up 1-1 as we head to round number 3. That was a close battle. And 100 Thieves' tenacity really was showcased there. Shroudx was able to find the pick that they wanted, and were able to snowball it into a win. Game 3. Close match between these two. Gotta say, I feel like everyone is playing relatively well right now. Yeah, you look at it, there's like no major outliers. You have Impunity with 7 deaths and 4 takedowns, but like his job is to like throw things in the way and try to watch out for a Magneto ult, right? Not really too much you can do on the character. I mean, Vinny would beg to defer as he's 24-4, but stats don't tell the whole story. So for this map, whoa, where is that? Oh my gosh, look at all that. Nice camera work. For this map, getting the first couple of takedowns and then pinning your opponent near their own spawn is the name of the game. Dongmin starts his portal right away, and they're just going to go through. 100 Thieves, after 2 games in a row of having to deal with the portal cheese, was just hanging back, and they were all spread out, making sure they weren't having to deal with anyone getting kidnapped. High ground has been given to ShroudX, and now they can start kind of shelling down. Vision doing a great job of jiggle picking here. For those that don't know what jiggle picking is, it's where you put your health bar or your character model behind a wall, and then you poke out for your shot and go back. You want to minimize the amount of time that your health is exposed to the enemy team. Jiggle peeking. Terra coming over with the ultimate, just goes straight for Impunity. Impunity tries to run away, trying to put up a couple of walls behind him. Looks like he finally does get picked off. Oh my gosh, that's both the tanks going down as Terra just showcases what it's like to have really, really good aim. Nuck did pop the ultimate for himself, so now he's going to go ahead and use the Cloak and Dagger ultimate to try and slow down the time, but it's looking like it's not going well for them. And to be quite frank with you, they probably should not be staggering here, and they are. 2 more people down, and 100 Thieves easily takes that point. Oh my gosh. Big poke. Doom trying to go for a hook. I don't know if he got it. For some reason, the Observer jumped away in the middle of a hook attempt. Excuse me? Fidel brings the ultimate in. Impunity goes down once again, though. And 100 Thieves is doing what you need to do on this map, and it's pin them in their spawn point. Do not give them a chance to step up. They have to be careful, obviously, for Bucky if he grabs you. That's kind of frustrating. Vinny gets off a pretty solid ultimate and some decent damage. Kites away. Magneto pops the ult, trying to find someone over the corner. Iframe, though, from Cloak and Dagger will be too much. ShroudX did create a little bit of space for themselves, but they do need to get on this objective. It's currently at 53% for 100 Thieves. And nothing for ShroudX. Terra pops the ult once again. Maybe in an odd position. Trying to swing around the corner here. Gets a Loki clone. Groot gets off his own ultimate. lands on a couple of the vanguards. Terra finally does go down, so does Harvey as well, and with Vision shelling down fire, is attempting to try and splash it on top of the Groot, and the Groot gets cleaned up. 100 Thieves still tracking a decent amount of objective points right now, 82%. And there is a reset available if anyone overextends, but I doubt anyone's going to come out and face off Doom and let him get that reset. Let's see here. They do wait entirely. Everyone's now pushing forward. Doom is using this vision here through this window to see where they're at, just to make sure that he's good to go. All right, 100 Thieves, what you got going on? A wide flank on the left to start poking them. This pulls a few resources away from that front choke that they were looking for. Ooh, even going straight into his turret. Which is good. You want to make Groot struggle, right? That seems to be the game plan for 100 Thieves. Make Groot use his cooldowns, and then try to burn him down. Nice shield coming out on Cloak and Dagger to keep her alive. Harvey able to survive. Dongman looking for his own. Portal comes out. And with Hela showing away, they delete her right away. So ults have been burned on both sides. Massive ultimate coming in for SJP and crew, though. Doom trying to find a reset. Sadly, he didn't hit them with the ultimate. He did find a takedown, but not the kill he was looking for. But one pick is good enough. 100 Thieves backing away in 65, trying to get to Vinny, who should be showing up relatively soon for him. Ooh, Loki actually gets taken out, trying to escape. Oh my gosh, another pick! Doomed, going for the dome. Delana deleted, down for 5 more seconds. And now we're getting close to the next team fight could win the game. Shroud-X at 85%, 100 Thieves 185%. Manuel gets full comboed in, gonna have to use a bubble on himself. Tries to sneak out, but he gets Groot walled. Incredible wall there. Vinny comes in to try and find a solution, and they find a pick. 1, 2, Dana as well. Trying to escape, Vision gets around the corner. Terra trying to clean it up. Finally, he does get picked off. Incredible back and forth so far. A 2-for-2 trade. Vision locking in, finds a pick on Loki. Portal coming out from Dongman to reinforce the team. And it looks like they don't even need it, as Shroud-X is able to grab the first win over 100 Thieves in a 2-1 victory. What an insane amount of upsets today in America. It just goes to show you're only king for so long. That's bonkers.
In favor of Shroud-X.
What the hell? What timeline are we in right now of this playoffs? It has just been the multiverse. We're in a different. We're not in 616. 616.
That's nutty.
Just know that we are definitely not in an ordinary in these matches. Nothing but the 2-0 show in the group stage. It's been full out. Every team sending everything they have for LAN. Look at Terra, 50K. He does it again. 16 eliminations, but it's not enough. It's a team game, team effort, and Shroud-X came up on top.
I want to know how everyone's pick'ems are looking right now, because it's definitely shaking up out here.
Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't have picked Shroud-X to win today.
Going the distance, Fidel.
That's surprising.
1,000 healing? That is okay. And then the 30 assists out here too. Like, talk about the output that we're currently seeing. Dogman really coming alive together with that.
Just goes to show that damage number doesn't mean anything, man. It doesn't.
Literally down to the wire and making these adjustments too with the Bucky.
I'm just like laughing. Like, that's all I can say about these stats and performances. Yeah, you said it best. Vegas would have been destroyed here just because the brackets and pick'ems have been in shambles ever since game 1 started with Deck.
Ooh, nice play by Dongman there. I didn't see that one.
Guys, there's a world where we got FlyQuest, Envy, and 100 Thieves all in the lower bracket. Guys, I can't. I talk to these players all the time. LAN means so much to them. I just, on the biggest stage possible, right now, it's the underdog story that's telling the tale. It's unbelievable. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. Shroud-X.
I mean, it's only one round. Be chilling, bro.
What this also further highlights is what just a few days of extra practice does for a team to figure things out, coming out of the group stage, seeing what you have.
I do like that Shroud-X does that portal at the start. That's cool. And that's like, that's showcasing what you can do when switch out characters, right?
The MVP Fidel out here 78.4 thousand healing.
Yeah, that's more than the career.
Are we in the grand finals of the playoffs? We are on day 1 of the playoffs. Mr. Superco.
That's just insanity.
We getting there.
The perfection of plays, like forget the stats, they were crazy, like straight up just buku stats. But the coordination of play there from both teams, just able to not be eliminated, stay alive, and keep this momentum going for their teams. But to go from triple res to, let's face it, the Doom show on Winter Soldier there. I mean, he really was the difference to help feed off SJP.
We also saw like a complete kidnap onto TTK off of Doom getting that grapple pull in, and then
I feel like Shroud X has been working on their teamwork more.
Just to separate them to force.
It's very noticeable.
Talk about coordination here too.
Both teams were 0-3 coming in off their last match. Now Thieves have dropped the last 4 maps. They're all together. Shroud X, they're not together. I'm pretty sure. This is cinema, just cinema. I've said it how many times now at this
Cinema!
Yes, every match is electric. We've got another heater coming at you. 100 Thieves, they get to pick the map. They get to pick the mode. If it's anything like history, I guess it's Yggdrasil yet again. We'll have to find out. Don't go anywhere. We've got a quick break.
Time for a break, dude. If Shroud X 2-0s this, bro, oh my god. I doubt it, though.
Struck down by living chi.
Wait, do they plug this game or plug this stream in the game? Let me see. If so, that's awesome. Let me look here real quick. I actually have no idea. Is it in the client? Bro, I'm creeping up on 500 hours in Marvel Rivals. I have a problem. They do? That's sick. That's really cool. So what do? Just hit the esports watch tab, and then you're in? Links right to the Twitch channel? Cool. I'm so glad when games do that. Like, if you're gonna do an esports scene and put money into it, at least do everything you can to, like, spotlight it, you know? We got into arguments on HOTS about promoting HOTS in the client because it was market real estate. And marketing was like, that's how we make money. In the time you're almost at 500, already surpassed 2K in Lost Ark while working at a full 40, you're fine. Were you just like playing while working, Xpix? Or is there like things you can do on the side where you don't have to be involved the entire time? Where do they show it at? Here? My Bros Clash Championship. Is it here? Oh yeah, wow, that's cool. They have like a little live income and everything. That's cool. Awesome. Imagine if HOTS showed me how hours you played. HOTS is by far the game that I put the most time into. It's either that or Halo 3, but I think HOTS got the win over it. I used to live and breathe HOTS. It used to be the only thing that I knew. I used to be the hotspot. It was close. Lost Ark isn't a game, it's a way of life. So I hear. I've been seeing a lot of people playing that new Dune game and being lost in it forever. Which is always refreshing. I never played anything while working, but there were things that had weird timers. I could go log on timer and knock that shit out. Oh, interesting. Well, as long as you had fun, that's all that matters. That's it. Can I request Backstreet Boys as the next song? Thank you in advance. Hell yeah. Can we get the Jeff version of the song, please? Does Jeff talk, or is he like a squeaker? Jeff wouldn't talk. Maybe he would talk to Deadpool, if anything. But I think Deadpool would probably be imagining. Boom. All right, chat. I cast one game and I gotta feed my pups, and I'm out for the night. I hope you guys enjoyed. Tomorrow we have EMEA and America playoffs still. Good stuff. I need to try and cut these VODs and get them on YouTube. We'll see how it goes.
A little bit of deja vu out here. Got to play into your strengths with the way that we're currently seeing the series go the distance already. Like you talked.
I guess I should just probably release them all at once, right?
Fidel, you have to consider on the other side, Terra.
No point in trying to feather them out.
So much damage that you have like Final Judgment 3 times in the span of 1 minute, putting in so much pressure that also works hand in hand into helping out these strategists.
Insanity as one group of friends was mutants formed the 100 Thieves Dream Team, and they're all together. And the other, Shroud X. This is Shroud being the Nick Fury, assembling his Avengers.
It's coming out in the heart of COVID, dude. I kind of want to experience another COVID in my lifetime because I felt like we had so much free time and people were able to be so creative and like be human beings, even though everyone was forced to be inside. I felt like it was kind of refreshing for the human race a little bit. I know it's probably a weird take, but I feel like some people were able to like flourish a little bit, you know, and not think about work all goddamn day. All right, here we go. So we have had a surprising day in America playoffs. Shroud X, who is the underdog going in against 100 Thieves, was able to take a match against them, and to be quite frank with you, started looking really, really powerful against them. It was kind of nutty what we were able to witness from them. And part of that did come off the back of pretty good DPS play, but one person in particular that I want to shout out is Dongmin. I think Dongmin really embodies the Vanguard lifestyle, right? Like, he is willing to be a meat shield for his teammates, but he also has moments where it's like, hey, I'm going to pop off now and land just a huge, massive Eye of Agamotto after playing so defensive for a while, set you guys all up, do a combo, and then back up away. Like, I love what I'm seeing from Dongmin, to the point where I wonder if, like, do we want to maybe ban a Doctor Strange? I know it's, like, a reach, but it could be enough to help break down Shroud X. The other thing, too, that I am enjoying from Shroud X is it does look like their teamwork is way improved compared to what we saw last week. First off, the one thing that they're doing that is so different is they're dropping that portal and going for that big pick in the early side. Oh my god, did they ban it? They did ban it. The Doctor... No, they banned the Doctor Strange. Shroud X banned it for 100 Thieves. Fascinating. Wow, they really want to keep him away from reinforcements. Crazy. Okay, so now they're going to be running the triple support composition with 3 tanks. This is it on Yggdrasil? It is Yggdrasil Path. Is this a strong composition on this map? We have now seen this twice today alone for the defenders. They'll build 3 tanks and then get 3 supports and then just try to hold them down. This is actually the domination map, though, which means it can't be as strong, right? Like, long-range poke would destroy you. I'm wondering if they're gonna switch. Let's not get too far into analyzing, right? Oh no, it is a convoy map. Okay. Interesting. They combined the convoy map with the domination map into one video. So it is a convoy map. Okay, so we have seen this strategy a few times on this map. Let me look over to Shroud X. Are they still 3 tanks? They are still 3 tanks, and they are 3 healers, so they have committed to this. 100 Thieves, let's see how they handle it. In theory, the way to beat this is to get a quick pick on a tank, long range damage, or snipe their healers. It doesn't matter which route you go, but pick one of those 3 routes. Impunity picked off immediately here. So is Dongmin. And 100 Thieves comes out swinging. And Shroud X is just losing member after member after member. Yeah. 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 Okay. 100 Thieves says, alright, guys. Guys, no. Diamond comes out with a portal right away, and they're just gonna run it back, dude. They're hoping just to delay. They jump on through. Combo comes out from Groot, locking them down, and Terra is just going to just unleash hellfire upon them. And not through Hella, through the punch.
We're going to stop him.
Ouch. Shroud X immediately switches their composition. Human Torch comes out. They're going to continue with Magneto and Groot to set up their compositions, but they're staying with the 3 healers. So at least they have a little bit more damage moving into Flyers, which I don't know is the correct play. 100 Thieves has Terra and Alina, who is currently playing Hela and Punisher, which is probably one of the better ways to handle this type of composition. But Shroud X just trying to get in a spot. Meatball comes out. It connects. That's going to be a pick on Fidel, the support. Nuck's trying to provide some healing where he can. Luckily, he has a Cloak and Dagger ult, so it should be enough. Groot gets locked down into a corner, and Vinny is angry, man. Vinny is not a happy boy. That is 2 incredible ults that he has done in the last 90 seconds. Okay, Vinny. Remind me never to make that guy angry, okay? Terra already set up. 100 Thieves looking like the 100 Thieves that I'm used to seeing. They are locked in and good to go. Shroud X trying to make it around this corner. They have to get rid of the Punisher first, though. You have Human Torch poking it where he can. You see Doomed up there, just dropping down the fire. There's a Supernova to help out with the DPS. Doom flies in and begins to try to throw down a couple of tornadoes in this location on the far right. TDK should be able to handle that, though. He's got the support help. Not a big deal. And here comes Terra. Punisher ult once again. Shroud X decides instead of fighting it, they're all going to back away. And they do just that. 100 Thieves grabs all the space. And the goats start moving in. Shroud X is starting to stabilize now. Or at least attempting to. Got a couple all pause on our live stream here. Hopefully that resolves itself. Okay, Magneto got a nice little pop there. Impunity went down. I don't think that was because of the meatball, though. I think it was another stray shot that came in. Vision down. Impunity down. Doomed about to go down, but the healing is keeping him alive. Sue Storm providing a nice ult, thanks to Fidel. Vision on the way back, and he will have a Bucky ultimate built up if his team can handle and not get picked off here. But things are not looking good for Shroud X. 100 Thieves are just swinging at the moment. They go for the high ground. They need to swing around fast, though. It's got to be quick. They can't play around here. Magneto low on HP, hoping for some heals. Doom to start clearing out these Loki clones. Gets a couple of them, trying to put some pressure on Terra. Terra's back by a health pack. Terra pops the ultimate, comes running out, and just start working on the Groot. Yeah, they need to ban Terra and his Punisher. No. Magneto tries to go up and throw it on the ground, but it's not even fast enough here. Vision goes up for a combo, trying to find a reset. Terra just shotguns him in the face! Terra is on something right now. Terra has had Cheerios with protein-infused antibiotics. He is a perfect specimen. Two points, fully set up here for 100 Thieves. 3 minutes and 10 second setup. Shroud X trying to find the perfect comp to answer back here. They have Cloak and Dagger. Sue Storm trying to build up the ultimates right now. They have to hold this angle for a little bit. Trying to get out some good shots. Terra just mowing down the front lines. Okay, ultimate's about to unlock for the healers. SJP will start it with the Loki ult. Runs in. And Cloak and Daggers. Terra with a bubble now can start looking towards Impunity. And Impunity just eats every single bullet. I did not know trees had a diet of lead, but apparently that's the case today. Every time Terra hits Q, there's a 6-man team wipe. Every time Terra looks at his keyboard and goes, Q, everyone dies. This man is locked in. He is not getting knocked down to the loser bracket. Being mowed down before you get out of your objective is crazy. Impunity trying to stay alive, switching to Captain America, gives him a little bit more HP. Somehow still alive and getting a couple of heals. Terra finds a kill on Vision. Fidel, Impunity, Dongmin down 2. Star-Lord's up in the sky. There's a Vision here on the far left, but he gets deleted too. Just a complete dominant performance from 100 Thieves. I see you, Robbie. I know, it's 8 o'clock. Let me finish my cast, and then I got you, bud. This dog has an eternal timer, dude. Literally, he eats at 8 o'clock every day. He's here at 8:02 to say, did you forget about me? What's up, buddy? What's up? We gotta chill. We gotta get ready for the match, and then we eat, okay? And then we'll get some dinner. All right. Any major change-ups that can occur here? They need to get more pressure on the Punisher, absolutely. One of the ways to do that can be on Magneto, which Dogman has switched into. You can also try to get on top of their healers, so they're going for Captain America here on Impunity to try and do just that. Also, clearing out the siege tanks turrets is probably one of the best things you can do to keep Punisher constantly moving. So Vision does help with that. And Dude is actually going to move over to Psylocke. It looks like they want to try to start flipping the team fights instead of front to backing, which I think makes a lot of sense here. They are getting completely cleared out in that regard. Okay, bud. I'm gonna put you down. Oh! Let's hop over. Ah! Good boy. All right, here we go. So Shroud X right now on their minds are like, bro, we need to get this tied up and then somehow take it to overtime. What do we got going on? Doom just trying to get some shots here on top of the Punisher. And the good thing about Psylocke is her damage just comes out really, really quick, right? Which is helpful against the Punisher. He's more of a sustain kind of, I'm gonna just slowly melt you down kind of character. Oh, nice movement, Doom, nice movement. Walls are just breaking down around Doom. He's just dodging left and right, using that mobility to his advantage. Good damage from Vintage. Captain America trying to help out. They are just building around Terra so well right now. Ultimates are getting pretty close for both teams. A little bit more for Shroud X and crew. SJP bringing out the Cloak and Dagger ult. Tries to push back Shroud X. Shroud X decides to back away. Doesn't really need to fight this. Want to try and wait out the huge ultimate and then go in. 3 ultimates already built up for Shroud X. Both healers are primed and ready to go. Where's Punisher ult, dude? How this Punisher ult is handled is what's going to be the big deal here. Dongman is already saving his ultimate. Waiting for Terra to pop his ult. There it is. Will he pop it here? They went for the invisible woman to make sure he can't hit the hit shot. So smart. Great counter ult there for the Punisher. Psylocke comes in and just clear whatever they can. They get an SJP, then they find a second. All right. Shroud X making the adjustments and looking pretty good. Invisible Woman's always going to be a great choice, and you know, I need to write that down myself anytime that I'm playing against a marksman that's just on fire. I need an ult. Not going to really do too much. Did make them back away for the second. And that's going to be cyclones of damage. Magneto's probably going to get picked at some point here, right? Oh. That was an insane snipe. Was that against Psylocke, who was invisible? Dude, it was. Oh my god. What a crazy read. I think TTK just single-handedly stopped that push. Shroud X was looking good until TTK said, I'm good on that. Doom is trying to find any target they can. Delana has switched into Psylocke here. Vinny goes for a combo. They lock it down on one, and Puny does get picked off, which I'm starting to think that it's starting to become a theme. Can't tell if Puny's having a bad day or he's being focused. They actually overloaded the ultimate from Dogmen. You can overload Magneto's ultimate, actually. That's what he did there, so it blew up in his hands. It's the only ultimate that you can actually interrupt or overload in the game. It's so weird. And Delana just easily chews through people. Multiple kills. And I'm starting to get worried for Shroud X here. I am getting so worried. So much so that the moment this game ends, I'm going to probably walk away and go feed my puppies. See if I can get back for game number 3.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Delana hunting. Hunter and Thieves are looking for anybody. They come in from behind. Extermination being popped. Last second try. TTK misses the ultimate. Tries to go for a snipe. Vision provides a little bit of healing. Fidel pops the ultimate. 10 seconds, 9 seconds and counting. The healing is providing the team of staying alive. Doomed on the back line. Has an ultimate. Goes for the ult right away. Nuck has been picked off, and Nuck was important. They needed Nuck. Domin goes for a pop. 2 people are down on 100 Thieves. Terra and SJP. Might be a third here if they can kill the Cloak and Dagger. Nice job by Dongmin. 5 people have been wiped. Shroud X has actually managed to do it. They flanked all the way around their opponents that came in from behind. I need to refresh my stream because it keeps dying. Here we go. Back into the second push. Two minutes and 14 seconds have been awarded to Shroud X. Here comes Terra. No answer from Nuck. They no longer have Suit Storm, so they can't just put up the big invisible wall. Terra runs all the way around, and they just out-rotate and come in from behind. Incredible rotation from Shroud X. Ultimates are available. Delana trying to find a shot, anything that they can get here. They can't quite get a kill. Nuck does lead the charge with the Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Also getting a drone on top of it just to make sure they do stay alive during it all. Dark Curtain comes out. Magneto goes up in the air. It's Magneto on Magneto action. Crashes on both. Vision finds a pick on Delana. There goes down. The Psylocke has been a thorn in their side. But they do have to wait out the Cloak and Dagger ult. They also lost Nuck as well. Doom does have an ultimate if he can find a way in. He is above. Solid damage so far as he plays around the payload. Then he's starting to kite backwards. 1 full minute left for Shroud X. Remember, they have to get 3 here to even get close to overtime. Ultimate comes out from Doomed. They do find a pick on Delana, who was just coming back from spawn. What a lucky choice. And Puny went down, though, once again. That front line just struggling a little bit too hard here.
I am ready to put on a show.
Luna Snow gets the ult out. And here's Terra. Terra trying to melt through them. The Groot wall, the combo has just been too darn good. Shroud X can hop on top of Doctor Strange, though, and get a portal in if they would like. But will they do so? Nice angle coming in. He's gonna start breaking through the wall here. He's gonna start getting damage on him. If he could somehow hit this Doctor Strange, they're trying to protect it. Puny gets it down in time. They go through. 5 seconds and counting. Overtime trying to kick in. Terra on full shotgun life. They're just trying to put damage on top of that Punisher. TTK stepping up. Dongmin has the ultimate. The iframe was marvelous from Harvey. Gets the iframe on his teammate. Punisher doesn't shoot either, and they get through it. They completely dodge out on Dogman's ball. And 100 Thieves. Looks like they were playing with their food there. And speaking of food, I gotta feed my puppies. I'm gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna try and be back before game number 3. Hopefully I can do it. Be right back. Be right back. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Puppies are eating. What a crazy game, dude. My man. That was nutty. How much they shut him down. Whew. Punisher's getting banned. 100%. If Punisher is not banned, Shroud X is trolling. For real. Bum, bada, bum, bum. All right, here we go.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to match 3. Our third of the day is Shroud X versus 100 Thieves. The break is over, Vicky, and for one of these teams, the upper bracket.
And another game 3 situation. We're following the trend here, Cozy.
Yeah.
Honestly, and it's all
Every game has gone to game 3.
Playoffs. But man, what a way to turn things around. You got to get rid of the Punisher. You have to get rid of the... But is it a lose-lose situation? Like, Terra is just also just insane on other heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the man can play it all, and we've seen time and time again, these match 3s, all teams just leaving it all on the line here.
I'm surprised they abandoned the Sue Storm. Old.
So bad, or maybe, just maybe Shroud X gets there. Will Shroud join them in China? We'll have to find out, and we will find out at least part of that story right now. It's match 3. Shroud X won, 100 Thieves won, and we head into Shroud X's choice of the map, Vicky.
Here we go. All right, round 3 between 100 Thieves and Shroud X. Punisher ban has to come in. Now, I wouldn't do it now. Shroud X needs to probably ban Loki. And then this is probably going to be a protection on one of the Vanguards. Unless they believe they need the Punisher. But I don't think 100 Thieves believes that. Yeah, Magneto lock in. And then you need to decide if you want to do your Punisher ban now. Because there is a protection coming. Here. Right? So 100 Thieves can protect it. Do you focus Terra? Wolverine ban? Punisher ban? Surely? It is. Both lock in a Punisher ban. No Punisher's map. Thank God. I'm kind of over him. But you do give up the Loki. Is it another DPS you ban? They're thinking about Groot. They don't like the Groot combos. Not a fan. Safe option is protecting Torch here, but I think you might want to protect your Loki. They're gonna choose Strange. They protect Strange. All right. It is clearly Dongman's best character. And I think 100 Thieves would be wise to ban out the Loki. They do. So 100 Thieves has Loki to themselves, but no DPS in terms of Punisher and the Werewolf. Or not the Werewolf. Why did I say that? The Wolverine. I played too many games, bro. What's up, Zero Luck? How are ya? Vision is playing Storm, and they have a Mantis lock in as well. Are they going to try and buff Mantis or buff Storm when she ults and try to get through the damage? I actually don't know how much damage that affects for Storm. The damage is pretty solid from her organically. It's like 150 per second. It's not quite torch damage, but it cleans up pretty nicely. 75% of people believe 100 Thieves are going to win, and honestly, after the wallop we saw last time, but I'm hoping that Shroud X still has a plan, right? They got something in store.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Double flyer
Stop them from securing the mission area.
for 100 Thieves on defense. Damage coming in, but the healer's got that no problem. They're going to try and play for the high ground here. Wow, they're just taking this damage. Are they trying to get a pick? Yeah, they're trying to get a pick. The Loki clone they take out. So they go back to their portal shenanigans. Venom goes in for a full combo, dropping on the left corner. Vayne takes a pretty decent beating, but Shroud X is able to go hide in the corner and tap off. Terra finds a pick on Doomed. Not even close. What would you choose between games? Kingdom Come Deliverance or Witcher 3? I would pick Witcher 3, but I was whatever on Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's not my tempo of game. Cloak and Dagger ultimate coming out from Shroud X. Wait, not Shroud X. That was 100 Thieves. I have my colors backwards. No, that was Shroud X. Yeah, that was correct. It's funny to see Delena on Ultron. Oh, Doom got a really good damage there. Nice, Doomed. Cloak and Dagger coming out. SGP. 100 Thieves trying to chase him down. Doom goes straight up to the sky here. What a weird scenario they're in. Shroud X is like behind the objective of 100 Thieves. Just trying to pull them out of position so they can get a couple of picks, and they're just not really getting it. They do have the respawn mechanic though, so they continue to keep spawning here. Ultimate time. Magneto able to help fight against it. Another combo. Man, 100 Thieves is just staying alive though. Dongmin and Nuck both fall. Shroud X. They're trying. You gotta give it to them. They just can't quite get it. Terra pops Supernova. It starts dropping down the fire on Cloak and Dagger, who's trying to stay alive here. Couple of good decent hits. Doom is trying to get on top of Terra, but Terra is just nailing this aim in this burst. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Shroud X finds what they need. They get a couple of picks. They finally got the Loki. And they grab the tanks afterwards. Delena also getting picked there for Ultron. So Shroud X now has 3 minutes and 46 seconds to push forward. It's so fascinating how much Mantis is starting to get played, you know, when the playoffs are coming down. Her consistent damage, she has like a pretty high attack speed, right? So you can kind of like knock people out of the sky. Vision trying to take some shots here from the side. Has his ultimate. Dongmin leading the charge for his team. Jumps forward. Has a shift. Goes for the ult. Finds one. Does get the kill on Vinny. Magneto goes up looking for a target here. Does find a smash there on top of Doomed, but he'll be able to respawn thanks to the Adam Warlock mechanic. Man, we have gone full brawl. A counter engage from Cloak and Dagger. SGP is about to disappear relatively soon. Terra comes in with the Cyclones, and he is locking down many people that he can. Ifrate comes out from Cloak and Dagger, but Doom goes up in the sky. Tries to kill Terra, finds a kill on Terra finally. Going for anyone else he can get. Looking for Loki, but he's gonna get healed up thanks to Cloak and Dagger. Mantis also gets picked off, so it's a 1-for-1 train. Delena comes in the back end. Delena getting a total of 3 kills, but Adam Warlock able to provide a couple of heals to get the team back. The respawn composition continues to pay off. Can they keep going? Portal goes down. Is that from Dongmin? What is Dongmin doing with the... Oh, he's sectioning them out so they get the objective. Is it enough? Terra comes in from above. Terra has actually switched to Iron Fist. The portal is... He's trying to touch. And I think he might be, actually. Oh, big damage coming in from Dogman, but I think he actually got pushed back there just slightly. TTK finds another hit. Dude, TTK is stupidly good with Magneto. How are his balls always hitting their locations? 1 minute and 23 seconds. And 100 Thieves has successfully defended for now. Doomed has more to say, though. He comes in and finds a pick on Delana. Hella now down. Trying to keep forward focus on this Cloak and Dagger. She's going to iframe. Dongmin tries to come in, but that will be protected last second. Doom comes in with a couple of dashes of damage at the same time. And now Vinny is just trying to fight his way out of here. Delivering the punches. Harvey with another Cloak and Dagger ultimate. 3 members go down. 4 Shroud X. 4 now being said. 5 being said. And it looks like Doom needs to be picked up as well. They need to reset and go again. Okay. It is on the cusp of going into overtime and the objective being scored, but 100 Thieves has to have perfect defense to shut this down. Shroud X starts to charge forward. Terra is still in the Iron Fist, by the way, and about to unlock an ultimate. Which I think is a good call, because he can run down Star-Lord pretty well. Dongmin pushing in, has the ultimate, threatening the idea of using it. Coming up for damage. Low on HP, but gets healed up thanks to his teammates. Hella goes up. He goes for the block. Stays right in front of her. She's low on HP, they take her out. Terra goes in the back line with Iron Fist, and he is just delivering the punches. Adam Warlock is about to spawn. Overtime has connected. Vision trying to stay alive. Terra grabs a health pack, goes straight for the front line. Remember, he does have decent punch damage. Kind of a bruiser now. And 100 Thieves, after losing 3 people, I think Shroud X has it. They start to inch forward, and they do get the overtime. 1 minute and 30 seconds has been given to them. Just pure brute force. Just throwing bodies is the problem. 100 Thieves currently has respawned. They have switched Terra into Bucky, so they can look for a couple of resets. Shroud X up 2-0 at the moment. 1 full minute to push here. The likelihood of getting the 3rd point is not the greatest. If I gave it a chance, I would say 45% chance. They just got a kill on Loki, though. It goes up to 47%. Impunity lead the charge on Captain America. Cloak and Dagger ult on the backside, trying to run backwards. Harvey goes down, 49%. The percentage continues to climb. However, they do lose Dongmin on that front line. Doug pops the ultimate, and they start charging forward. They find another pick, 53%. I'm making up random numbers, but man, it feels great. As they inch closer and closer, they have a chance here. The heals are coming out from Nuck like crazy, trying to keep his teammates alive. They're trying to hold him into a choke. But at some point, there's going to be a lot of rats coming out of that hole, and Doom is going to have to retreat. He decides to do so. Portal goes up from Dongmin, trying to hold up the location. Success rate of this play has gone up to 60%. Doom trying to find a target. He finds nobody. Tries to kill anyone that might be a reinforcement. Comes in from the side. Goes in for Harvey. Harvey low on HP. He spins to win. He gets the kill on Harvey. Hella up in the sky. This is Delana just trying to find anybody. Iframe comes out from Cloak and Dagger. Tries to go for the shots, and he gets it. That's actually a massive pick there. However, Vision is able to pop the ultimate. It's going to be a Born Again, respawning them. Vision went down, but he's going to be able to pop on up, and he should be able to still pop a heal for his teammates. Nice kill on Loki. Doom finds it. Oh my gosh, are we at 85%, 90%, 95%, 100% success rate potential here? 4 Shroud X, and they do it. They scored 3. Wow.
2, 3.
Wow.
Time to switch things up.
What a match, dude. What a match.
You'll need a top-notch
100
team to win
Thieves
this one.
now heads over to attack. Shroud X will be on defense. 100 Thieves switches a couple of their characters, but deciding ultimately they like their current composition. Vinny trying to think about what he wants to play. Personally, I would love to see a Hulk. I think a Hulk would do a lot. in terms of just getting in the back line, being threatening. Captain America still does that, but Vinny's still thinking about it. What is the best choice for him and his team? Finally, he decides to go to Magneto, and TTK switches over to Doctor Strange.
30 seconds before you
So we got a Strange off in the final game.
If you step out of line, Mr. Barnes, I will not hesitate to rip that metallic lead from your body.
Man, respawn comp is a problem, isn't it?
Take you out.
Holy moly.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we goes. Doom to position to scout. Looking to see what the opponent is doing. They are starting a teleport up. TTK. Gonna dive on forward. And just get right under the bridge. They're now in this weird choke on the backside. Turn the fight around. Similar to what we saw from Shroud X. Vinny not minding too much though. Standing perfectly in the middle. Keeping up the combos. 100 Thieves gets 4 wiped right away. Shroud X finds their takedowns. Immediate cleanup. They were ready for it. Doom was able to scout it out thanks to coming up here in the top left corner. He comes up again, and he's just like a pure scout at the moment. Calling out to his teammates. Providing the damage from afar. 100 Thieves bouncing around. A full minute already wasted. And they didn't get too much ult value off of that, by the way. They didn't have a long, drawn-out fight. Looks like they're kind of just running up here, right? No fears. Doom comes in with a beautiful E. Cleaning up. Going for the Loki clones. Terra pops an ultimate. Finds a couple already, and that's what we needed here from Terra. Trying to get his reset. Health pack comes in. And it looks like Captain America's going to stop the current reset potential. But 100 Thieves are able to grab the objective. And pretty good timing as well. Impunity finally goes down, and Shroud X will have to reset on defense. Fidel has an ult ready to go. Dongman's pretty close, and so is Doomed. So there is some stoppage power here available for Shroud X. I think their goal here is to try and step up and get SJP to pop his ultimate early. And then maybe back up and then re-engage. There it is. SJP follows his ult. 2 carpets of healing and damage put down for both of these teams. There's another one available for Harvey soon. Just good kiting in general. Doomed in position here on the far left where we can pop in if need be. Ooh, massive gravitational pull coming in from Hela. And here's Doom once again going for resets. Can he get any more? Terra just popping in. Adam Warlock ult does pop up here around the corner. They're trying to outweight Terra. Okay, finally the objective ult is down. 4 people have ultimates for 100 Thieves, but Shroud X matches that in spades. Big ultimate coming in from TTK, slowing down the aggression. Doom getting the high ground, and Impunity goes down once again. I feel like I've been saying that a lot this series. Poor guy. And Shroud X is kind of just getting ran over. Their defense just not as strong as their offense was. They're going to boost in with Nuck. Aya Vagamoto comes in and goes straight for Mantis in the back line. The heals are pretty useful, but TTK is able to clean up. They take out Fidel. Vision trying to provide the healings. Loki popping the ult as well. Running straight on in there, and Nuck, there's not much he can really do here as Mantis. Yeah, he's going to get picked off. Still slowing happening here. Adam Warlock and crew trying to spawn on the point. No way. Cloak and Dagger pops the ult. Did they get it? They didn't get it. Fidel was able to survive. Vinny gets slept. Fidel has 1 HP. Turns around and gets a heal. Here come the resets though. Terra is trying to cook. Going for the shots. Cloak and Dagger. Vision's next. Oh! Close battle overall. But Terra finally finishes up the ult. Today has been the Terra show for 100 Thieves. BTW. 3 minutes. If I were to put a success rate on this, with 4 minutes on the clock, I'm going to put it at 70% here for 100 Thieves. Good chance for them to get through here. The choke is difficult, but time is on their side. A trade-off right now in terms of damage is trying to build up ultimates, getting the payload closer and closer. TTK nailing the rotation so far on damage. Shroud X holding the wall. They do have a Groot now instead, so be aware of that. Eye of Agamotto comes in for TTK. Lands a fast combo on Vision. Didn't even have a chance. Completely deleted there. Hella goes up into the sky, and it's helping get the Bucky resets. And 100 Thieves is getting a full team wipe here. And I don't think it's going to stop. Another one. Ooh, he slams into a wall, though. That's going to stop him from ulting. Portal goes down. Captain America is able to get around it here. He needs to get on the point and try and buy time. That portal stays up for a total of 20 seconds, and Captain America is fully aware of it. Luna still gets through. And they start to hold. Vision goes up. Gonna start bombing where he can. Going straight for Delana. Nice. Finds a kill. Flies back to his teammates. Helps out with Magneto on the backside. He's needing healing right now. He really needs healing. He's trying to dance, and the healing just is not there. There's too much damage being flooded his direction. Dongmin, one of the last to hold. Speaking of healing, Impunity really needs it right now. Dongmin jumps in, goes over, goes for an Eye of Agamotto. It's actually protected there, so it does not connect. TTK has an Agamotto. Watch out for him. He's going to try and get in there. He's actually standing right behind them. He's trying to move towards the supports. He knows he has a big ult. He goes up, tries to go for it. Doesn't quite connect. Good hold by the team. Cloak and Dagger ult coming out from SJP. Keeping all of 100 Thieves alive. But if one pick happens, it could snowball quickly. And the pick does happen. Terra gets picked up. TTK, though, is being an absolute unit right now. The healing occurs while Vinny tries to push in the healers. The healers come back out at full HP, trying to keep their front line alive. Vision goes down. So does Impunity. Dongmin left standing with the help of Psylocke. Just doing everything he can here. Just praying that the heals are enough. He almost has an ultimate. He's at 96%. Cloak and Dagger on the back line. Going for Fidel. Ultimate comes out. Dune shows up. Psylocke ultimate as well, but they're getting low on HP. They can't stay alive, and Terra is here to end it. Big orb going down. Captain America is finally cleaned up. And 100 Thieves, after a battle for 90 seconds, takes the objective, and we go to overtime. 2 minutes to 1 in favor of 100 Thieves. Incredible series so far. Incredible. My God. 100 Thieves and Shroud X. Will Shroud X stay with the respawn composition? They're currently hovering a couple of ideas. Remember, they have 1 minute, and that 1 minute is just on the cusp of you getting close to getting your ultimates out. It does look like they're going to try and go for a pick comp once again. They have Doom to already hover on top of Moon Knight. Wait, is Shroud X on defense? No, 100 Thieves is on defense right now. Pretty sure. So I think they might go for another portal cabinet if they can.
I've met many Supremes before, Strange. What makes you so special?
Because I'm a doctor.
Oof. I'm feeling the intensity right now. I'm not even playing, dude. Oof. Delana missing the fly up to the high ground. You hate to see it. Backup strats. Alright, Shroud X. Are they gonna go try and go for a pick?
You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Only 60 seconds left.
They're gonna try and go for the pick. They see it hella. Sadly, don't get it. Think she was able to fly away. Doom to switch immediately over to Star-Lord after that. Back to the reinforcement comp. And the time is ticking.
Down to 30 seconds.
29 seconds. High ground being achieved. TTK is trying to defend it. There is a Captain America on the flank. Shroud X needs to get some ultimates out. Fidel's pretty close, 60% right now. Doomed on the high ground. So is Impunity. TTK trying to kite. Keeping the damage going forward. Overtime connects. Dr. Strange is low on HP. Oh my gosh, Dongmin got completely strange diffed. Fidel is close on the ultimate. They desperately need it. They will have a portal. No, they will not have a portal reinforcement. And that's going to be the end of the game. So somehow, some way, Shroud X has to defend on this point and not give 100 Thieves a single bar.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I don't know if they can do it. I don't believe. I am a non-believer right now. I kind of wonder if it's worth it for them to be aggressive at the start. You know? Just get in their opponent's face. Cause absolute chaos. Burn time. Looking over to Shroud X. Impunity, Dongmin, Vision, Nuck, Fidel, and Doomed. We have Groot, Magneto, Invisible Woman, Doom switching into Bucky, and Vision going into Hela. They're gonna try and out-aim.
I don't care. No mutant shall ever end up in your domain again.
So you say. But even
You can see them just moving around, dude. Everyone's so nervous. You can feel the intensity. You could cut it with a carrot stick.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Capture the mission area.
100 Thieves. On defense. Shroud X. The card stacked against them.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
100 Thieves pushing up. Shroud X needing a perfect defense here, and they know it. They give up the point a little bit here. They can afford a little. They step up and start contesting. Terra starts getting the damage out. Nailing a couple of headshots. 40% so far on his ultimate. Shroud X doing the can, and TTK falls. Hook comes out on Groot. Magneto shield to try and keep him alive. Dongmin steps up to try and help him. It's been a 1-for-2 trade as Hela got picked off too. Terra's still alive. Trying to play around the corner. Harvey goes forward with an ultimate. Fidel is close, but Nuck's gonna go ahead and answer for now. Loki ultimate coming next. Fidel has the ultimate to answer as soon as it goes down. Bucky ultimate goes up, and Invisible Woman answers back with healing. Dongmin tries to get a Magneto bomb, but hits nobody. Here comes Doomed. He goes for the back line. Would love to find a Cloak and Dagger. Can he get it? Not quite. The protection is too good. Hela flies away. Nice damage though. Vinny and crew are starting to move forward, and I think they got it. They got it. 100 Thieves is gonna win with a score of 2-1, but man, it was close. 4-3 the final score on Yggdrasil. And 100 Thieves will be in the winner bracket, and Shroud X, they got a long road ahead of them. Damn, chat. Damn. All right, it is too late. It's almost 9 p.m. chat. Great tournament so far, though. Holy moly. Let me know how the next series goes. If it's another close one, I'll cast it in the morning. Maybe after EMEA, we'll see how it goes. But I'm going to go ahead and call it a night for tonight. Thank you all for tuning in on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in on Twitch, guys. Thanks for always being here. Hope you're enjoying the Marvel Rivals content. I know I am. What a fun time, dude. What a fun time. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.